Hey, what's up, y'all? Welcome to a special Heavy Cardboard. I'm your host, Edward.
I'm Derek.
Shrey.
Ken.
All right, so first things first, before we get started, new patrons. Never mind, we lost one overnight. No new patrons, sad. But
Hopefully that'll change today.
hopefully. So we're doing our top 50 of all time of right now. One more shout out to Bart Wellens. He's been a patron for a very long time. So, Bart, appreciate the support. Thank you very much. Today is the Ides of March. It is day 17, I think, of the patron drive. I didn't realize this, but it's been 5.5 years since done a top 50. 2019.
Yeah, it's when you first kind of came here.
Yeah, but I'd done these almost annually before then.
Yeah.
We're going to do better about that going forward. So, top 50 of all time of right now. How we did this, how I did this, was I did no fillers. Defining a filler is something you wouldn't form a game day around that game. Now, I did not hold these guys to that same rule. And for the patrons, when we're doing the herd top 50, I will not hold y'all to that list, to that as well. So if you want to throw, I don't know, off Toffel, come Ross, on the list, go for it. It's your list. It's your top 50. Follow your heart. Also, no expansions. I think we all did that.
Yeah.
No expansions. Now, if something, I'm thinking of a game that you have to have the expansion to make the game good. Looking at you, Viticulture. So Tuscany is implied.
Yes.
In that case, right? Or something like that. Or what is it? Dark Alley with Tricarian. Like that's just implied. So, but there are no expansions, just the expansion for the expansion's sake.
Right.
So that was my list. Oh, one other, and some of the fellas are gonna get some stink eye on this one. It has to be released. Now we are fortunate in that we get games ahead of time. I played it 4 times.
Why does it have to be released? I don't even understand that. As long as it's in final form.
I mean, I hear you. I get it. That's fair, but that's how I did my list. So how about y'all? Well, like, what? How did you go about making your lists?
I try to take games that I placed games higher that I would play them. So I basically kind of get the not ideal scenario, but like I'm at a convention or I'm at home and somebody pulled that game off the shelf. Would I want to play this more than this other game? And that's basically the whole criteria of my list. Weight doesn't matter, but it all has to do with how much it can be consumed.
Okay, fair enough.
And how much I love it, obviously.
Okay.
Somebody really
I saw
really like Derek's explanation, so we got
apparently, right? Yeah. So on that note, Christopher B and Sergio L.
Oh, nice.
So wow, look at that.
Doubles.
Getting that back up. That's what I'm talking about. Cheers, y'all. Thank you for the support. How'd you do your list?
So anytime I do like a top X list, I always start with my full rated list and then throw it at a pub meeple and spend
Must be nice.
an ungodly amount of time running that. And then I look at the result and make a bunch of changes.
Yeah.
I will also say I tried very hard not to have any games that are too similar to each other on the list.
Oh, interesting.
And so, like, if there are, for example, Brass Birmingham and Brass Lancashire.
Yeah.
Very different games.
Agreed. But
They are, for our purposes, 2 separate games.
Yes.
But I would not have included both.
Okay.
So.
All right. So your one is implied 2, if that were on your list. All right.
Yeah, and I'll mention that when it comes up.
Okay.
I did a similar thing to Ken, where I took all my everything of the same number rank and put those in public pool and did those, and then I did a different number like 9s, 8.5s, the 8s, and but really how I approached it is I thought about like to determine whether it should be there and where what rank it should be. I thought about how would I feel about this game in the ideal circumstance. If playing with people who know the game, playing with people who are enthusiastic about the game in a scenario where I'm going to enjoy the
Okay.
Interesting.
Like if all the conditions were perfect.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
and then knowing in that scenario where do I think it would fall?
Okay.
That's how I.
Wow.
I dig that. I like that. I didn't really talk about how I did my list. So mine, I started fresh.
Yep.
And I unfortunately don't log my plays. I log my plays by them showing up on YouTube. So literally, I went back 7 years.
Okay.
Going through that. And then I listed games that I thought maybe Could it be in my top? Maybe.
Sure.
That list, and then when I was like, okay, I feel good about that, what am I forgetting? Because inevitably there's going to be games you're like, oh God, of course.
Or that we haven't streamed.
Right.
Yeah.
So I actually went back and looked at a couple of my previous lists after that. And then I added more games. That list came out to 97 games, or
Okay.
97 or 98 games for my top 50. Then it becomes a matter of, okay, I'll start whittling. What do I think, like, is this definitely in my top 50? Yes. That ended up with like 80 or so.
Better.
And then from there, out of that, I picked my top 20. That ended up with 26 games. Then I'm like, you all deserve to be here. I'm sorry. I actually had a conversation with each of these games, literally here in the studio, and apologized, especially to number 21. And then I'm like, okay, here's my top 20. Then from all the others, then that came out, and I had to cut 8. I keep refining, going through this list over the course of days. And I didn't have any like criteria like Ken, like they're not too similar.
Yep.
I did somewhat similar to how Shrey is like, everything in my top 20, do you want to play it? Yes. The end. Yes,
Yeah.
I would love to. The top 50? Probably. But maybe the timing's got to be right, and if things are perfect, absolutely.
Yeah.
So, yeah. It's hard.
It is.
I am so thrilled that I am done making this list. This is probably the single hardest thing I do for heavy cardboard.
Yeah.
Because I feel weight of eyes on me, honestly.
Well, I think some of the other folks in our group feel that way too. Like really struggled to do it. I don't think any of the other three of us, like Derek's and Shrey,
I literally
were like,
submitted a
they were
list
like
that I had
some
from
of the
December.
first lists that I got.
And then I
Yeah.
looked at it and I was like, wait, things have changed since December. I was like, that's a lot of months ago. So then I went through the list and I'm like, wait, that game's... And then I started moving and I was like, you know what? It was in that time, that was what I felt like was my favorite 50. So, and that's the list we'll be going through today. But I think that as you play, that list changes and it morphs.
Oh,
naturally.
if I were to go and make this list again today,
It might be different.
it 100% would be different.
Yeah.
So understand how many we play. Few hundred games a year.
200 new titles.
Well, no. Just how many games a year do you realistically play?
Yeah,
Man,
for me it's
few
about
hundred.
It's between three
Some.
About
and
300.
5.
Right.
Is what I
Yeah,
say.
around 300.
Yeah.
The top 50 is the top of the top of the top. If it's not in the top 50, doesn't mean we don't like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
There are games. So after going through all the graphic stuff and everything, I decided to ixnay this. But next week, I'm going to do a bonus stream of just me going through the other games that weren't in my top 50, just to give context. Like, look, these are
the other 47.
thereabouts.
Yeah.
Be like, these are great games. They just didn't make the top 50, but it doesn't mean we don't like them. So,
Yeah.
so understand when we have them in the top 50, there are still hundreds of other great games out there that we would like playing.
Right.
Yeah.
course.
Right? I think that's fair. So, big caveat on that.
Yeah, and the thing that, in terms of being concerned about what people might think of the list, I don't really, I'm not, what the contents of my list, I'm fine with people judging however they want. Feel free. The thing that I worry about is like the representation that I'm like, I'm not an 18xxer, I'm not a war gamer. So
Right.
like,
Yeah.
so there are gaps in terms of major categories, and around this table, I think we might skew a certain way in certain regards, and so there could be more of different kinds of games that we might be missing.
There's a pretty fair representation on my list entirely. So, and if it wasn't clear, today, this is going to be a two-parter, okay? Today's list is going to be number 50 to number 21. Now, historically, I've always just done these alphabetical, but Ken goaded me into making this numeric. And
It's more exciting that way.
it is, but what's the difference between number 50 and 46?
But what's the difference between number 50 and number 21?
That is a legit question. That is fair. So next week, we're still figuring out scheduling. The 4 of us are going to get together and do the top 20. And then Ken and I, because Ken's actually doing the aggregate of all of HCHQ, basically.
So cool. Yeah.
He and I are going to sit down sometime, maybe before the end of the patron drive or soon thereafter. We're going to sit down and do a aggregate. And then a final show a week or 2 later after that, we're going to sit down and talk about the herd. So all the patrons that wanted to submit lists and stuff.
And then when that happens depends a lot on how many lists we get.
Yes.
I think it would be awesome if we get like 200 lists, but that will make it take longer.
It will. That's fair.
Well, what an aggregate that would be.
Yeah, and John brings up a good point. He's like, when I was dropping games off my top 50, I felt like I was making my baby sad. Yes, see, you get it. All right, good. So I think that's enough caveats. Everyone ready to do this? They're gentle heckling encouraged. And let's do this. And God, I hope the graphics work right. So here we go. Starting out, the top 50 of all time of right now. Number 50. Here we go. Go.
So, what do we say about no fillers? I don't know.
And we're going to do this in the same order the entire day.
Yeah.
All right, go.
Ricochet Robots is a fantastic filler.
Yeah.
But it's one of those games where if you're at a con and you have, people are wrapping up games, swapping between games, you can set it up and you can have people just gather around and, put the robots in their place and flip the little tile and then let it go. And I totally understand why some people might bounce off this game because it's very much a spatial puzzle. It's a puzzle. It's not deep like game with the particular interest, and the scoring system's fine. Whatever, it exists, so it's a game.
But that's not why you're playing the game.
It's really a puzzle, and for some people, that type of puzzle is frustrating. For me, I'm okay at it. We play, if I play with Joe,
Of course.
he'll crush, which is totally fine. I still enjoy that because it's still it has that rule where if the person in the lead, I think it's comes up with a number, then. But then you have like
someone
a
else
minute.
can announce.
Yeah, you have a minute.
That they can also get that number.
Yeah, someone with fewer points can within a minute can announce that they also can get that number, and then they get the opportunity to present their path.
All right, fair
So there's a rubber banding mechanism.
Yeah,
Yeah,
which
yeah,
is nice.
And
So
you can have 10 people standing around just all like, I can beat that number.
it's such an engaging little game, and when you find that path, I mean, you find a pretty interesting path. It's so nice.
It's so satisfying.
Yeah.
That's fair. Not a game that I would have ever considered. But I've only played it, I think, once, maybe twice.
I was in the game. I don't know if I was playing, but I was playing the game, I guess. I was sitting there actively with the game in front of me, but everybody else was playing. I think it was like, I'm one number behind.
Yeah,
I'm one number behind. I'm like,
So you can just watch and play it, kind of.
And it is, I
Or
mean, I
play
think
it
for
watching.
certain people,
Yeah.
Trey gives Joe as an example, but for certain people, I think it just clicks in a way that it doesn't for others. I mean,
Yeah.
So we actually had a wonderful, so at Essen, Trey and I were at a hotel bar with Joshua Acosta and Hero,
Yep.
and we busted out a bunch of like random games, one of which was Ricochet Robots, which I think neither of them had ever played before, right? And like, it took a couple of rounds, and then Hero was like, oh, I get it. And then she just like...
Crushed. It clicked.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
did. It did.
Nice.
But it's always a good time. So, and this is, falls into a category that I think I'll run into a lot, which is like, not on my list, but glad it's on somebody's.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
it's really good.
Oh,
Absolutely.
and when I was cutting mine down, and there were like the last few, I was like, I have no idea how to do this. And then I did take I had Ken send me the list last night. I did 100% cheat. And look, I was like, oh, somebody, it makes it easier cutting that off because I get to talk about it still. So 100% guilty of cheating. By the way, there is, out of these, so what is that, 36, 120 games.
Yeah.
Between our list, there is only 18 crossovers.
ooh.
I will say though, if we included 20 to 1,
That's right.
There's a ton.
there'd be quite a few more.
Yeah. Because some of the people have wrongly have their a game between 21 and 50 that's higher on our list.
Yeah, exactly.
Like in the top 20 or whatever.
yeah.
But anyway, all right. So number 50 for Shrey, Ricochet Robots. So all right, moving on. Ken, what you got?
Number 50 for me is Skyrise. Ooh. So, I mentioned that I wouldn't list any two games that were too similar.
Yeah.
And so I thought for quite a while about whether I would list Metropolis or Skyrise in this spot.
And you clearly chose the wrong one.
And I chose the right one. Neither one of them is perfect.
Fair.
Skyrise does some things better. Metropolis does some things better.
That is a fair statement.
And it looks beautiful.
Where I landed
does.
with Skyrise is that you can play it with the Metropolis rules, and I like the scoring MacGuffins in Skyrise better.
Okay.
I really wish they'd included in the rules a variant where you don't have a halftime scoring break. It's just not as good. But the spatial bidding mechanism is so brilliant. I wanted one of the games on my list somewhere, and this is the one I picked. Just goes to show that the dusty old version is not always the better version. It often is, but it's not always.
You have the right to be wrong. It's beautiful. I will say the thing that Skyrise does better than Metropolis, whatever, in my opinion, is the buildings, the fact that they're all unique numbers as opposed to 1 through 10, 1 through 12, whatever it is. I thought that was genius. I thought that was an improvement.
Yeah.
And it's way prettier to look at because
better.
Metropolis is one of the ugliest games out there. But my God, is that a good game, though, still.
Yeah.
Also, yeah.
In terms of beauty, I actually dislike it because steampunk is one of the settings
Fair enough.
I don't enjoy. But the art is nice. It just doesn't appeal to me at all.
Have you played Skyrise in Metropolis? No? All right.
No,
okay.
The funny thing is, like, the designers and everything, I've been there with, they were playing it, and I feel like I should play it because Metropolis is on my list.
Yeah.
So I'm going to play it eventually.
Fair enough. Also, there was if it's higher on somebody's list, also, we will mention that as we go along, all right?
Yep.
So, all right, next. Derek, you're up.
Next, so I will have Nemesis by Adam Karpinski. I mean, I feel like space is hard, and you just add in some aliens, and maybe it's cooperative, and maybe it's not. So you don't really know. I mean, the emergent narrative that comes from this game is fantastic. As you're playing through it, you don't know whether or not the most strongest character is going to die at the first turn and the way that the game is actually done, your objectives are maybe somebody else dying is your objective, or possibly saving everybody. I've had games where everybody's lived, and I've games where everybody's died, definitely. But Nemesis is definitely my number 50.
I've yet to play it.
I haven't played it either.
I played it.
I'm curious about it.
I just love it.
All right, fair enough.
The theme definitely appeals to me. I would absolutely play. I haven't had the opportunity.
I would give it a go.
Yeah.
Like the thing, whatever. I mean, it's a complete whatever type game to me, both from a theme and
version. So it's hard also to play with a base set after you've played with like a very elegant.
sure, yeah, super tricked out, and
So
I get it.
The feelings that you get are really like, oh my God, am I going to survive?
I know that it's definitely not a copy of the Alien IP.
Yes.
Definitely not.
No, 100%.
But the Alien IP appeals to me a lot. The original Alien movie is.
I mean,
Okay.
That's an all-timer.
There's enough alien movies that are very, very good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Chip says Nemesis is super thematic. I get anxious playing it.
Yes.
Like if a game makes you feel something, that's a positive. So.
That was not something that was like a criterion for
No,
me.
me
when
either,
I was building
but-
my list, but when I looked at what my games had in common, a lot of them it was about sort of strength of feeling and playing.
Yeah, and honestly, stress in a good way. Like I enjoy getting stressed and frustrated and in a weird masochistic kind of way. All right, so that's Derek's number 50 Nemesis. All right, my number 50, I'm going to so catch hell on this, but that's okay. Number 50 is Roads and Boats. Not because it's on my list, but because it's 50.
So low, yeah.
Here's the deal. I enjoy Roads and Boats every time I play it. I mean, if it's on the list, in my opinion, it's a great game. It just, every time I think about sitting and playing, I'm like, yeah, we could, but, I've loved all, it plays amazing solo. It plays great multiplayer, like Roads and Boats, fantastic, classic, Hall of Fame, top 50. Any other thoughts?
For me, actually, I played Roads and Boats a very long time ago, and I think Hamlet I kind of enjoyed that a little more because it's a more simple version of Roads and Boats, and
All
it
right.
doesn't feel as fiddly.
Okay.
But I mean, I didn't make my top 50, but I tend to go with that over Roads and Boats. But I feel like I need to play it again because now it's been like 6-7 years
Sure.
when I first came in the hobby opposed to now. I feel like I maybe would feel different about playing it.
Yeah,
It's not on my top 50.
Yeah, I played it and it did. I didn't see it. I didn't see what was enough of what you probably see. I probably.
Oh, I mean, it's such a conversion and
Yeah.
logistics game that it's really simple with a whimsical theme through it.
I like logistics games, but I think I would contrast this with some of the other Splatter games, many of which made my list somewhere.
Yeah.
I think it's a little too complicated for its own sake, for
Okay.
for complexity's sake.
I think all that's valid. That's
Yeah.
fair. All right, so that's number 50. Moving on. So, oh wait, I'm gonna get yelled at by Shrey. Hold on, I'm supposed to be deleting these. A moment. Don't mind here. You know what? We'll start here. So Shrey, you're number 49. Go for it.
My 49 is Robo Trick.
Was it coincidence that they're both Robos?
I
49
did. That was
and
not
50?
not intentional. It was not intentional. It just happened to be that way. So it's an intriguing trick-taking game. There are certain aspects of it that I question whether I actually think it should be this high on my list or in my top 50.
Yeah.
But the ways the design is so intriguing, like I said, and playing it well, I haven't figured out like how to approach it. So it's you have the fourth player is a robot. You set it's just a set of rules that the game plays.
Yeah.
But the scoring system is so harsh. And that's probably going to turn people off. I think it's super important when you play with people who haven't played before to set their expectations that negative scores is potentially expected and
Right.
for several people around the table. So you just got to know that going in, set that expectations, and then I think figure out how to get people, figure out how to stick those points on other people, those negative points, while getting the positive points. It's a challenge, right? And I haven't figured it out yet, and it's one of those games that I need to go back to and play consistently for a little bit to see how I really like how it pans out once I sort of learn it well enough to get to that point.
And this is a good example of a game that wouldn't have, if we said no fillers and stuff like that, like Trick Takers just wouldn't be on there, and that would be a travesty.
Yeah.
Especially since Shrey, I knew, was going to bring up so many of these.
Right.
I'm glad.
This is a really good one. This is one that I would like to play more. When I saw it on the list, I was like, oh yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
Same.
Yeah.
I haven't played it.
Okay.
Would like to play it.
All right, so 49. Let's say it again at the end.
Yep.
So
Robo Trick 49.
all right. So moving on, then from there.
Yeah, my 49 is Hansa Teutonica. So this is a game that might rise up on my list if I play it more. I haven't played it that much, maybe 3 times, something like that.
Yeah.
So, but just like Skyrise / Metropolis, I think what draws me, there's 2 core mechanics in the game, right? There's that blocking in a non-permanent way, but in a nevertheless very annoying way.
Yeah.
That is true.
And then there's the upgrading your player board, right? And they are interlocked in a super clever way. It is So I love how those 2 operate together. It's a great one. So yeah.
It's one of those games that I never think to have it hit the table, but when it does, at 5 players especially,
Yeah.
it sings. It's awesome. And the last time I played it was at the Gathering of Friends, and a certain designer of Wingspan had never played it, sat down, and she proceeded to crush everybody. Oh, yeah, 100%.
Yeah, this is a game that I usually play it because I'm walking by and somebody says, "Hey, would you like to play this?" And then I end up playing it. I don't think I've ever taken it off the shelf at any place.
Yeah, this is the one that falls in the category of games that I've played, and then years go by and I play again. Years go by and play again. So it's hard for me to really get to the point of seeing becoming enamored with it. And I would love to play it more consistently.
Yeah, and it's a problem with the hobby, right? There's so many games. If all the designers and publishers would agree on like a 2-year pause, then maybe we could catch up on some. But yeah, it's just nature of the beast. So, 49.
That was my 49. Yep.
Oh, my 49.
No, Hansa Teutonica.
Oh, Hansa Teutonica. Sure.
There we go. All right. Well, no, because people watching and
gotcha.
or listening and not watching. So, all right, go for it, Derek.
My 49 is Web of Power by Michael Schott. And it's area of influence that you're placing monasteries and advisors. I'm not really big into war games, but this game it's so simple, and it just strikes such a nice chord because you're trying to balance. Do you want to place in areas that you're getting control, or do you want to have these advisors that are going to score you? So I've seen the game played where somebody just puts out all their advisors and no monasteries, and you're like, what are you doing? And all of a sudden they had a plan for this, or maybe they're just working in a very specific area and they're kind of branching out, but people are going to get in your way. So the game itself is just really strong, very quick, and it plays like in an hour. It's fantastic.
I've only played this, I think, once, but when I saw this on your list, I expected this to show up maybe on Shrey's, but it shocked me seeing it on yours. I love it.
I play it at least twice a year.
I would love to play it more. I just haven't.
It's like a semi-abstract almost, right? It's close to being an abstract.
Yeah, the card play and the way that you're using those cards, it feels very simple, but at the same time, there's so much strategy on keeping a card just for one round to the next round.
Yeah, and this is interesting, like game of, it's not really chicken. It's more who's going to be the person who opens up an area for someone else to place.
Because the first entry is less strong.
Yep.
And it has had 3 versions, where Power China and Han, 3. I think, is the new one.
Is Iwari not a
Iwari?
version of it?
Iwari.
Yeah.
The art was a bit too hard to see, I think, compared to the older versions.
Yeah.
But still very beautiful version of Web of Power. But Web of Power, my number 49.
All right, and my number 49 is on somebody else's list higher up, so we'll just move on. So there we go. All right, moving on now to 48.
My 48 is Hanabi. So this is a deduction game. I love deduction games, and this is the one that I played the most. Played it every week, multiple times for a period of time, and it's the kind of game where it can have that. You get set into some conventions, and people don't like that. I think that's totally fine. You set up, you play together with the group. You learn how people play. There were some expectations around how people are going to play, and that's fine. Like in my experience, and maybe the people me and the people I play with aren't like the best players, but it's rare that you actually get a perfect score, right? Which I think is good in a cooperative.
Yeah, you want to struggle, or else where's the challenge?
And you can get a deal that is impossible, and you can have situations where someone feels bad because they did something wrong that messed over the game, and like they interpreted something incorrectly and something bad happened.
Right.
The game is short, and it's so that's fine. Like try not to make people feel bad. Like don't avoid that situation.
Right.
But,
sure.
But it's just a fantastic little deduction game. Limited communication is what I enjoy in deduction.
Yes.
And cooperative games. So it does everything that I want in it.
Yeah, because that way there's no quarterbacking or anything like that. I haven't played Hanabi in forever.
Yeah, it's been a little while.
It's been a while, but I've enjoyed it. Yeah, I've enjoyed it. Just not a game that I would consider on my list, but I'm glad it's on there.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Hanabi.
Number 48, yes.
Okay.
All right.
This one shocked the hell out of me. I had no clue.
Yeah, so my number 48 is Captain Sonar. And so, for those who don't know, it is a submarine combat simulation that is relatively blind, right?
Yeah.
So
and
it's
real time.
and real time. So I understand that there are builds for other player counts, but it's essentially a game for exactly 8 players.
Yes.
And
It's a very particular player count too,
It
right?
is.
I mean,
and
It's
so
tougher with
that's
6.
one of the reasons it's a bit low on my list. Another reason it's not higher on my list is that this is not a game I think you can get like 150 plays out of. Because it's real time, there are some sort of like seams that show after you played it like 30 times. Right? Some sort of stuff that like veers into like loophole-y territory.
Sure.
Right? But there's a teamwork aspect because you're playing 2 teams of 4. And when you are the communications officer or the captain, and you are locked in on where the other sub is, and you fire torpedoes and get a direct hit, that's like one of the tastiest moments in gaming. It's just
Because you're
Just
working
so-
on teams. Because it's
just
like
so
calm. You like talking to each other, and the map maker's looking over.
or like
and
when
they're-
you exactly know their location and they run over a mine that you've placed.
I mean, like, never played it.
No.
It is.
I have never played this.
It's a good experience.
Yeah.
It's fun. I played it a ton when
I
it
mean,
first came out. Yeah.
I would think this is be a great con game,
Oh, it
right?
has been, but
Yeah.
it gets
Right.
so loud,
Yeah.
you almost want to get into another room.
A separate room
Yeah.
for just this game,
because
right?
because
Yeah.
the thing is, you're talking with each other, but there's only cardboard separating the other team.
Right,
So
right.
you have to really kind of be code
Yeah.
in your sub.
Right. That makes
Yeah.
sense.
It is. It
Come up with
is
your own vocabulary, even.
not really like any other experience I've had
Okay.
in gaming. So
Fair.
yeah.
So,
So Captain Sonar.
all right. Go for it, Derek.
So I have Yido as my number 48. Yido, I love to do the dirty deeds in Yido. And this game is all about us running around doing that. And the fact that it's modular, where you can actually set up the game and make it like really hard for the players or make it really easy for the players as far as whether or not we want to be mean to each other. So you can kind of cater the game, and it's a worker placement game, so you're trying to set up everything in a very specific way, and the puzzle's so juicy because I want to go to this location, and I need to have this item at this other location to be able to do this, to be able to do this mission. So I think that all those pieces together makes Yido a really strong game, and it's a game I really enjoy, but I can't really get to the table as much as I would like.
I've enjoyed it, but it never hooked me. I don't know if it's because it's the kind of the setting of the game, which take it or leave it, the whole samurai, and geisha and all that stuff. I've enjoyed it, but it's never grabbed me.
Yeah, you have to have the right players, and that's why it's lower on my list. I mean, I really love this game, but it's low on my list because I have to have a Euro gamer that wants to sit in the tea area and exchange a sword or possibly another weapon. So there's also other parts of the game that aren't very normal and make it so unique.
I have liked my plays of it. I will say one thing I really admire about the design is it's one of those games that has an alternate victory condition where you can just insta win if you kill the shogun.
Yeah.
Right? And having that tension in the game means there's something else you have to pay attention to besides the other stuff, which I really like in a game. So, but
All right. So
Number 48, Yido.
all right, my number 48 is a game that I haven't played in a number of years, The Colonists. This feels like it's a Uwe Rosenberg game. It's old school Rosenberg in a sense that it feels like kind of a Agricola meets almost like a...
way heavier though.
Yes and no. Like, it's bigger.
It's longer.
It's longer. Now, but
definitely
the
longer.
thing about The Colonists is it can be epically long.
Right.
If you play across all 4 eras,
Yeah.
but the game allows you to start in era 3 if you want, of the 4. So you can tailor it to whatever the game you want.
Yeah.
And because it's so long, it doesn't... And I'm of the mind that if you're going to play it, you're going to play the whole thing. And but the problem with that is it limits the availability of it hitting the table because it is an investment. It's not super original in a sense that it's all stuff we've done before, but the fact that you lay the tiles and build the board and the worker placement spots effectively it's very organic, and I love map building as a tile laying for the action selection as a mechanism.
Yeah.
I love that aspect of it, and I would love to revisit the Colonists. This is a plea from me to everybody out there that I would like to play this more. So Colonists is my number 48. And
I loved my plays.
Yeah.
I mean, I just can't ever get it to the table because
Right.
it's people see it and they're like, oh, that's going to take a long time. And
Yes.
it's like, oh,
Yeah.
we have to
Yeah,
put
yeah.
it back now. And I'm like,
Yeah.
no. But yeah.
Yeah, I played it once, and I enjoyed. I think we played a shorter. I can't remember.
We started
what it was.
era 2, I think, in one of our
and
games.
I certainly see the appeal and would be interested in trying it again.
you just got to know what you're in for. Like
Yeah.
if you're playing the whole thing, you're going to be there a long time.
Yeah.
So yeah, my number 48, the Colonists. All right, so before we go any further, now we did get a new patron. So awesome. Where did I put? There it is.
Fantastic.
This is
Crushing it today.
that's what I'm saying.
Love it.
So Kala B, I appreciate it. Thank you
Cheers.
for the support.
Awesome.
Cheers.
Thank you.
And see, this is part of why I love doing this list, or even like top X lists, even though it feels a little bit like fan service, like, okay, people love their lists, yada, yada, yada. Ashbjorn says, totally forgot about that game. I need to revisit it at some point. I haven't played it since it was released.
Yeah,
exactly
100%.
my point, right?
100%.
Because it's so easy to forget about because we're constantly inundated with new games. So, yeah, that's awesome. Awesome to hear. All right, moving on to number 47.
My 47 is higher on someone else's list.
Okay.
As is Ken's, I think.
My 47 is also higher on somebody
Oh.
else's list.
So, going to you, sir.
Derek.
And my 47 is Seas of Strife.
Never heard of this game until yesterday.
Also known as Texas Showdown.
Yeah, Texas Showdown is the original name, and it's a trick-taking game where on the side of your cards has different suits, but the different suits are different numbers. So some suits can be actually suited higher than others, but you actually know where you're located in that suit. So when another suit comes out, that suit can kind of trump the previous suit. So you actually can play on one of the two cards, but you're trying to not win the tricks. So you literally can have somebody undermine you and then make that
Make your
that
card trump.
color the trump card, and then so the card play is absolutely wonderful in this game, and it really shines at higher player counts like 5.
Cool.
Yeah, this is one of those like painful trick-taking games, and I enjoy it.
Painful in what way? How so?
In the way that like you get a deal and you're like, oh, this is the hand I have, and
Okay.
it's just very much trick avoidance, and then someone will lead exactly what you don't want them to lead, and then you're screwed.
Yeah,
Okay.
almost inevitably.
Yeah, 'cause
Right,
it's a must follow, and you really want to
Sure.
get other things in there.
Yeah,
so
you
that
need
can
someone else to
push.
play a suit that you can
Yes.
then follow, but
to
no.
get yourself out of
Doesn't
it.
work.
Yeah. But that's why I like it.
I
so
enjoy
much.
the game. I find that kind of tension not the right kind for me. I actually own the game still, but it's not not as good as some of the other trick takers that I enjoy.
Okay.
Yeah. Number 47, Seas of Strife.
All right. So my 47 used to be way higher on my list, and it hasn't in a while. Sorry, I'm doing what Shrey hates. So my number 47, Container. Great game, or as Shrey puts it,
Meh.
is it? All right, hold on. When we were doing the graphics for this beforehand, I was like, "Oh, great game." Shrey looks at me. Is it? Yes, it is. Closed economy, bidding auction game that can be very delicate or fragile, and so that turns a lot of people off of that fragility of the economy, because it can absolutely break and be a miserable experience for all the players. But so there has to be a implied agreement for the players to not break the game, but then again, it might behoove players, if they're not in a strong position, to actually try and not break the game, but to make it a less beneficial experience. So again, it's just very fragile. It's been around for 20 plus years at this point, I think. And I think it's still a fantastic game. Got a reprint, the giant obnoxious version from Mercury Games. I have a copy of it. I have the OG edition. I think it's great. It's low rules overhead, and it's the players balance. The players do it's very. It's freeing in a sense that the rules get out of the way very easily, and the players have a lot of room for creativity in there, but it also adds to the fragility of the game. So my 47 container.
It's a good game.
It really
I like it.
So why don't you? I mean, you don't have to justify it.
Yeah,
but-
no, I played it once.
Okay, fair enough.
It was not a great experience. All I remember was not feeling like I could actually impact the game in a meaningful way.
Okay, all right.
It's just frustrating.
All right.
I should maybe try it again. I don't. There's another game that lots of people love that I feel like I should try again, but the first experience would just turn me off so much. I'm not going to mention what it is, but I don't know. I don't think it's on this list.
Okay. All right. Moving on, number 46.
My 46 is the Stafford Dynasty by Stedding. I think Heinz Schumacher got right.
Yeah.
So this is one of two games on my list that I'm not entirely sure about, honestly.
Okay.
But because it's been long enough and inconsistent enough. But when I played it like years and years ago, several times, it really worked for me. And after Orange and Lemons. As I was going through this, I remembered, hey, this uses that worker placements mechanism where the one of the places you go determines your turn order for the next round.
Right.
But the gameplay is pretty straightforward.
Yeah, it's pretty
there's
simple.
there's a nice little economy of workers you have to build that, or they're not really workers, but they're people that you have to build up your supply up so they can go walk around the little I think it's 5-sided pentagon essentially, you're trying to meet some end game scoring. You're trying to get some in game scoring by getting majorities. It's a nice little midweight euro that I think is undervalued.
I remember, for me, my experience with the Stafford Dynasty was learning it at the Gathering of Friends one year, and it being it felt like it was on the table everywhere the whole time.
I think I played it that year too.
And then it disappeared. I never seen it. I've never heard anyone talking about it, myself included.
I never played it.
And
Yeah.
it just disappeared. So
I brought it to some game days in the past, but it's hard to get like a mid-rate euro to get played. Right?
Sure, fair.
Now I know it's your number 46. Obviously, you have to play it.
I mean, yes.
One of our friends really likes it too, so when she's around, we try to get that game because of the mechanism, the turn mechanism, and also there is a little bit of area control in that game too, which is really interesting.
It's a strong element of area control.
Yeah, I enjoyed it, but it didn't wow me, and it wasn't terribly memorable in my experience. But all right, so you're 46.
Stafford Dynasty. Yes.
All right, Ken.
My 46 is Evacuation, relatively recent Vladimir Sui.
Yeah.
This might rise on my list if I play it more. I am totally, as we mentioned when we streamed this game, there are a bunch of different included ways to play.
Yeah.
But the full game, where you're playing with the advanced cards, I'm just so excited by the decisions you have to make with those cards in that game. Very high tension game. Definitely one of those games where you get into the middle of your turn and you're like, oh wait, these resources are over here, but they're supposed to be over here, which is
A problem.
which is a problem.
that you need
And
to
so just stressful in a good way.
Right. Yeah, that's like what I talked about earlier, right? This is one of those games where it's hard. I think this might be Vladimir's hardest game, from a hard to play well and is constantly stressful. You always feel like there's no way I'm going to be able to move everything from Earth to the new planet. And there's just no way I'm going to be able to. And yet, by the end of the game, a lot of times, you're close, if not completely successful in that. And it's awesome. Should arguably be on my list, just didn't make the cut.
There's a lot of games.
There's
out there.
there's a lot.
Should be higher on both of your lists.
Hashtag spoiler.
It's
right?
52 on mine.
Yeah, all right. So there you go.
So,
All right. So
so my 46 evacuation.
all right, Derek.
My 46 is awful toffel come Ross.
You may have seen this recently
Yes, we
on
actually
the channel.
streamed it. It's a push your luck in the Devil's area, and it's a fantastic game that I really enjoy. It's a party game, pretty much. People don't take it really seriously, but this is a game where you really do push your luck because other players can make your bid. So you try to push even more, and as the game continues and as players become more and more aggressive, basically the pool will refill, so all the devils will be available again, which means all the prices, because everybody's trying to make their bid of 100 or 200 or possibly even 50. But if all the players aren't able to make it, then nobody's going to get anything, and the person that bids the most is going to get double. So you have very outrageous bids that happen during this game, and it's usually a very good time with lots of laughter.
I've thought about this game a little bit more since we played it, and I think what this game does better than any pressure luck game I've ever seen is the incentive math is basically forcing you to bid too high.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
100%.
Which just makes for a very funny.
Yeah, and chaotic,
Yeah.
but again, it's one of those when it pays off.
Oh, it's great.
Oh, it's amazing.
Fantastic.
Or if you're John and consistently get outbid by $10,
It's something else.
It's if you're sitting where I sit, hysterical. If you're sitting where he sits, maybe less so.
Ironically, though, he actually won that game.
Yeah, he did. He
Yeah,
did.
if you have a bid of like 250 and you flip 100, you flip a 50, you flip another 50, then you go like 10, 10, 10,
Devil.
I've seen
Come on.
You've seen games where only 100 hasn't gone, or then you
Right.
have Shrey like, I'm going to do 350, and then he pulls
do
it,
it.
and you're like,
Yeah, right. Yeah, like how did that? Yeah. Full disclosure, we do play with a variant where the highest bid has to be a sole highest bid to be
That's
able
right.
to get double.
If it weren't that way, the incentive would be less to bid too high.
Right.
yeah, we
Agreed.
want the
Yeah.
tension.
Yeah, for sure.
And 46, off Toffel come Ross.
There you go. All right, mine's higher on somebody else's list, so we'll talk about that later. All right, moving on.
All right,
Number 47,
my
45.
45.
Going the other way.
45 is Stefan Fell's Notre Dame.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right.
What was that you said?
So yeah, I the rats mechanism I can see why people might not like, but the card play is amazing. You have you have a deck of 9 cards. Everybody's the same deck of 9 cards, which are your action cards. You draw 3, you play 1, you pass the others. And once your drafting is done, everybody gets to play their cards, and 1 gets tucked. Right, 1 doesn't get played. So there's always this challenge of like trying to figure out like what cards are already gone. Right, what am I safer playing towards? With the cards that have already been played and the cards that may have been hiddenly tucked, right? And I find that really interesting. I find that a really nice little pleasant, like another midweight Euro that really works for me. I get why, in terms of like the rats, mitigation for the mitigation is one of those things in games. I agree. I can see. I can get frustrated by that kind of thing. Have to be like, okay, well, I got to deal with this over here, right? And it doesn't feel like it's really making me experience the game in a pleasant way. I don't mind it in this one. I maybe there could be a different way to implement it, but I think overall I enjoy it.
So I think if you've ever watched me stream a Feld game on this channel before, I'm amply on the record as not being a Feld guy.
Checks out, yeah.
But this is one of the 3 Feld games that I considered when I was making my top 50. So I like it among the best of all of his games. So
I found it punishing, and maybe I need to play it again, but the rats were too much for me. I was just like...
I actively dislike the game. This is, we were talking before we started the stream today. Ken's like, yeah, pretty much everything on this list. If somebody were to be like, hey, you want to It'd be like, yeah. I'd be like, nope. And it has nothing to do with the rats. I just found it boring as hell.
Oh, interesting.
I just really did. I bounced hard off of this.
Yeah.
But
You should probably give it another chance.
and I will because of Trois. So I've noticed the medieval time period is such a disliked time period, and the artwork of it as opposed to say La Famiglia, which
is certainly
gorgeous.
a game that is beige.
Yeah,
It is.
well, yeah. I mean,
it is aggressively beige.
look, I love my beige games. Looking at you, Arkwright. But that said, it's just it's that whole medieval.
Yeah.
I'm willing to try it again. Look, on a serious note, if you wanted to bust this out one day at a game day or whatever, I would give it a try, and it just gives me an opportunity to rekindle my dislike for the game.
Fair enough.
I'm fine with that.
Yep.
So, number.
Notre Dame, number 45.
All right.
So my number 45 is Race for the Galaxy. Great game. Hard to imagine anybody putting it higher on the list.
Seriously, I can't fathom.
But
I mean, the
this
designer
is killing Shrey.
the designer is great.
it is just such a clever combination of like real strategic depth and speed. The fact that you can play this twice in an hour, right?
3 times, maybe
Yeah.
even. Yeah.
And
More than
yet,
that.
Okay. Not on the
Well,
app.
sure, not on the app.
No, with people. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, really. Wow.
Specifically with him and Mark.
I think
Yeah.
I can't play it
That
more
fast.
than twice in an hour. Yeah,
Okay,
but
yeah.
like I think you get about 90% out of that what you get out of most 2.5 hour medium weight board games.
Yeah,
Right.
that
So I
is-
think like it's a real marvel in that way. So
It's one of the most impressive designs
Yeah.
in existence, I would argue.
Yep.
It historically has been nearly impossible to teach new players,
Yep.
especially when they're new to the hobby. When I learned Race, it was impenetrable to me because it was one of the first 5 or 6 games I ever
Yeah.
was taught in the hobby, and I'm like, I couldn't keep it straight. So what I wonder now is if you had somebody who's been playing board games has been in, and the heuristics are familiar and all that stuff, if it would be easier, less of a barrier to entry. I will say, I think this is one of the best teaches I've ever done on this channel, was the teach I did for Race. And getting a compliment from Tom Lehman about the teach felt really good, not gonna lie. That said, I love the game. I don't have the affinity for it that, I don't know, say someone like Shrey has. But I can appreciate it, and I will never turn down playing Race.
yeah.
Yeah, no, I played it lots of times. I enjoy it. There's a lot of iterations, in this world, and some I have a little higher, but this is definitely the original, and I would play if it's presented.
How many times have you played it, Shrey?
In person,
Whatever.
It's like 130 maybe, so not enough.
And then if you count on the online?
You really don't want to know.
Oh,
how
I
many
really
times
do. I
I'm not
really,
gonna-
really
Well, not online, against the AI. Do you actually want to know?
Yeah, I 100% want to know.
And I've done the math. If people want to do the math on, let's say that each game takes 3 minutes, because that's reasonable, right?
It's
3
insane!
minutes.
3 minutes!
I've played it 15,526 times.
Whoa.
Figure out how many days that is.
So
Think of
So
how-
my question for you, Shrey, higher on your list?
Maybe.
So why? So go ahead. Obviously,
we can talk about it more.
Yeah,
when we
you know
get
what?
there.
Yeah, why don't we do that?
And
All
just
right,
to
so-
clarify, right? Like, so we're not repeating anything that appears on our 50 to 21.
Right, like clearly this is going to be in Shrey's top
Top
20,
20, yeah.
so we'll hit on it again.
Yeah.
And some of these that, we're gonna
We'll
be
note.
doubling up
Yeah, we'll
on
note
this
it.
between the streams a little bit, but yeah. So Race for the Galaxy.
My number 45.
All right, and the fact that it's not on our list doesn't mean we don't like the game.
Absolutely.
Be gentle. All
Yeah,
right.
top 50 is like the top 6% of rated games I have or something.
Oh,
right?
it's
So,
it's
like,
it's probably it's
obviously
probably
I like some games that aren't on the list.
yeah, it's like top 0.5%, right,
Yeah.
or whatever of the games that I played. Anyway, you're number 45, Derek.
My number 45 is Final Girl, I think.
Yes, it is.
All right, cool. Final Girl. it's only a single player game, and the great thing about it is the emergent narrative that happens while you're playing the game. So basically, I'll set it up the night before, and I'll play it by myself, and I'll have a story. Whether I die or whether I live, it's always going to give me an awesome story. My wife prefers me to die because obviously death gives you a better story. Like, oh, I was stuck outside and I ran away from the monster and I died from cold.
Right.
Just because the environment sometimes is just as dangerous as the person you're trying to kill.
I've recently been over the last few months. Kyle is a huge fan of Final Girl as well, and so he was like, "Hey, do you want to get together and like tag team solo this?" But it's not really a tag team solo. It's he's the director of a movie and I'm the star. I make the decisions and he's telling the story, and it makes it awesome. It's whether it's Friday the 13th, whether it's Poltergeist, whether it's whatever. It is the story aspect of, and it's a solo only game, makes it really great. As long as you can get into that, then it's a lot of fun. Whether it's this Hostage Negotiator, whatever, similar, both from Vane Rider.
It's a card hand management game. So it's all about making sure and dice,
die rolling.
And the way the dice rolls, it's how bad or how good the result is of what you're trying to accomplish. Because you're trying to run, but you might fall.
You're right. Oh, I'm running and I tripped and
which happens.
There's tropes, right? But no, it's really a really fun solo game.
So 45, Final Girl.
So my 45, Tales of Northlands, Sagas of Noggin the Nog. 95 or higher percent of the world probably has never heard of this game. The game. If you're British, you probably know the cartoon. So when I first saw this game, was at LyriaCon, and I thought it was a kid's game. And it is anything but. It is a very hard and well done, well designed, well developed, the whole 9 yards worker placement game with a really whimsical, silly theme. And it plays amazing solo all the way up to 4 players. And I know that before I actually came to Boston is when we were doing this, and a lot of y'all haven't played it. We need to get this to the table again.
Sure.
And it's
one of the great things about doing these lists, right? Is you start to come up with a list of we
need to play that again.
The list of rediscovery.
Yeah, and Ricky Royal did an amazing job on the solo design of using this game. Never had a solo, and he took the existing components in the game and created a solo with the AI in it, and it works marvelously well. It's probably pretty hard to get at this point. Sorry about that. But yeah, Tales of Northland, Sagas of Noggin the Nog, absolutely, I've realized needs to be on my list, even though I haven't played it in a number of years. We are going to revisit this puppy.
Yeah, I'm excited too.
Yeah, my number 45. Don't let the artwork and the theme fool you. It is a much harder, and it's a grown-up game, very much so. All right. So moving on now to number 44.
All right, my number 44 is Pax Pamir First Edition.
First edition.
Yeah, first edition.
Way to be a hipster, bro.
Yeah. second might also be a list somewhere. I remember when this game was being. So I walked by a table at Gen Con where the second edition was being tested.
Yeah.
And I was like, why? The second edition is amazing. So we'll just say that. But and the note about this one for me is that this is the second game on my list of 2. So this is the last one on the list where I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to feel once I get to revisit. It's one of those games I would love to have revisited over the last 2-3 years. It just hasn't happened. My memory of the experiences that I've had with it have been so strong, and that it still warrants a place in my top 50. What this does that second edition doesn't do, what a core thing that was changed was the way the game ends, right? In second edition there's a victory point track, right?
Right.
In this there are end game targets, right? If you have majority in these ways based on the scoring, based on the condition, like based on the 4 political scenarios, and you're able to get that done on your turn, the game ends and you win, right?
That's very reminiscent
Like
of older,
like Porphyriana.
Porphyriana, Pex
Yeah.
Ren, all of that. Yeah.
Which I love that tension, right?
Mm-hmm.
And having to constantly keep track of that is really and wonder, does that person have that card in their hand which is going to let them get pull this off? And I think that's great. So I really hope we can revisit.
All for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I haven't played the first edition of this, but what I'm hearing you say is that it's not like John Company, where the first edition was like, wow, this is a game with some cool ideas that doesn't really come together. And the second edition was like, ooh, this is the full realization of these ideas, right? Sounds like there's some reasons to potentially prefer.
Yes,
it.
So, and I actually feel like how Time Rollover on Twitch says, it's nostalgia lying to you. So, to me, the first edition felt like first edition John Company. That, like, I'm like, there's some really cool stuff here, but it's way too dense.
Well,
And-
the first edition, it was just a mess in a lot of ways. Like, the ideas were super cool.
Right, and I felt the same with this. And
Yeah.
the second one, even though it changed the game, it streamlined it to a point to where it still had a lot of edges, but it didn't streamline it to where it made the decision space worse. So that's how I felt about it. So that's why I prefer the second edition over the first. But I'm totally down because it's been 6, 7, 8 years since I played.
Yeah.
I'm totally down
It's
for
fun.
trying it again.
Yeah. And to answer the question, I don't actually remember whether we included Kybird knives or not. I'd have to.
Probably without is my guess.
Probably.
But yeah. Have you haven't played it, have you?
Just a second. I have to
Okay.
first.
All right. So Pax Pamir first edition.
Yep.
All right. So Derek, you're number 44.
Yeah, so just to be clear, my number 44 is higher on somebody else's
Apologies.
list. Yeah.
Fair.
That's cool.
All right.
My 44 is Yokohama. Yokohama, it's a fantastic game where you have workers that you're splaying around an area, and it's interesting because it's a modular map. So like these areas will move, and it entirely changes the way the game is kind of played because you're pushing, you're kind of getting in each other's way. And strategically, you're trying to place yourself to set yourself up for the next turn, but you really want to get in people's way to get extra money. The trade houses give you a little extra action, and I think this has been falling on my list, even though I really enjoy the game. It's just other games just keep kind of pushing it down just a little bit more. I do enjoy when I play it, but after a play, I usually get one person at the table that's like, I don't know if I'm enjoying this as much as I used to. So I don't know if it's that happening as much as it's myself feeling that I don't know if I
Is it recency bias? Is it like there are other games that are doing this better or whatever, or is it? Yeah, I struggle with that when making this list as well.
Halfway through the game, and I was like, why am I not as interested as I normally am about stringing together a bunch of these actions to then and usually that feels really good. So like boom, 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 it's all happening, everything's coming together, and now I can do this. I can do whatever this X thing that I've been trying to create. But some other games are doing it better for me at this point, and I don't know necessarily why. But I mean, as we move into some other titles, you'll see.
Yeah, Yokohama is falling for me also, and I think it's like the last time we played it. I felt like I was doing the same thing that I've done previously, and it not in a way that was really interesting me enough, right? So.
Exactly.
I mean, I think all those criticisms are fair, and I will also say this was a relatively tough cut for me, and I'm glad it made it onto somebody's list because I think it's a deserving. It's a really good game.
I remember being, it's fine. So this is a game that I would be down to revisit at this point and to try, but it's not something I'm ever going to ask to play.
The pathing mechanism I think is really clever.
So cool.
But I think what Derek and Trey are saying about like there are a limited number of effective strategies, and if you played it 5 times, you've probably tried them at least once.
I feel like the more times people play it, it seems like there's more downtime because it's like there's a little bit more AP that comes as people are trying to renegotiate the area because you can't go in certain areas because they're being blocked.
Fair enough.
So number 44, Yokohama.
18 times.
Play Yokohama 18 times?
Yes.
Oh, okay. My number 44, Forbidden Stars. Spoiler, the only Fantasy Flight game on my list.
Okay.
This is very much a heavy Euro in Ameritrash clothing. I have no affinity for the 40K universe.
Yeah.
Not my thing. Couldn't care less.
Space Marines, not exciting.
Nah, I mean, different than Marines, but Marines. I dig it. For me, the hook is the way the action planning and the secretive action planning mechanism in this game, to where you have a set number of actions that you can take, and you're placing them out into vertices of different locations, and then if I go, then you go, then I go on top. They resolve in the opposite order. So this one resolves, then this one, then this one.
Yeah.
And it's just you went there. What are you going to do there? And it's that whole trying to play other people's game while also playing your game that is with limited information, but also you have the board state to where you can kind of anticipate with a little bit of, it's dudes on a map type game as well. And it just does such a cool blend of this. And when I first heard about this game a decade ago, I was like, oh, okay, I'll go hunt that game down. I was able to secure a copy, awesome, and now it is way, way, way out of print. But I've heard rumor that, I forget the designer's name, I apologize, but I believe that the rights reverted back. He can't, Fantasy Flight still owns Forbidden Stars, but he's making like a new edition that isn't in the 40K universe, I believe. At least I've heard rumor of that.
Medieval universe, maybe?
I'll stick with my Space Marines in that case. But so check it out if you were so interested, if you were interested in trying the game. Another one I would love to be able to get back to.
I've never played it.
Never played
it's
either.
very hard to find.
Yes, it is.
So I would love to play it. So
have you ever
I would
played
like
now?
I'd like to try it.
Awesome. So 44 Forbidden Stars. All right, moving on to 43.
My 43 is La Granja. And this is another Euro that what I love about it is that it is a bunch of different stuff all piled together, but it is better than the sum of its parts.
I think that's a good way to put it. Yeah.
The dice drafting, there's dice drafting that's really pleasantly implemented. There's tableau building,
Multi-use cards.
Multi-use cards, like everything together, everything by itself. It's like, oh yeah, okay, it's a mechanism, right? But really, it comes together for me.
It fits really well.
And I will. This is one of those games that I almost will never I will never turn down. I think it's like it's so easy for me to get into. It's so internalized in my brain. Maybe it hit me at the right time. That might be an interesting thing to talk about. Is how you think about a game when you first play it, and then how that impacts your long-term thought about it. But it's so strong for in my ability to understand how to approach it. So.
I love this game. It's a little bit higher on my list.
Okay.
just we're not going to talk about it today.
Yeah. We're not going to talk about it much because
This is an interesting one where I think actually the fact that El Burro exists might have pushed both of these games out of my list.
Wait, what? For real?
Yeah.
Wow, I really, honest to God, thought this would be in your top 20.
No.
Wow.
So I like them both quite a bit, and they were games I was thinking about, but I'm not actually sure which one I like more.
Good problem to have.
And it was like sort of close as I was thinking about my top 50, and I was just like, I really don't know. I need to play them more. That's not going to happen. So I just didn't include them, but I'm glad they're on somebody's list.
Okay.
So
And you're a huge fan of this, right?
I love this game.
Yeah. We'll talk about it another day. I enjoy it. It's good. I think I prefer La Granja over El Burro. I think so.
yeah.
I like the market tension.
Yeah, and just dice drafting is one of my weak spots in this game. Like I have an affinity for that.
I think it is one of the better implementations of dice drafting out there. I'm not normally a dice drafting guy, but I like it in this game.
I think there might be something coming up a little bit later. I think does it better, but fair enough. That's fair. All right, so Shrey, you're 43.
Yeah, my 43rd is La Granja.
All right.
So for me, my number 43 is Three Kingdoms Redux. It's another one of those games. So it's like Captain Sonar, actually, in that like it plays exactly and only 3 players.
Facts.
Which means it's got some natural limitations.
Hold on. That's the only downside to this game.
Okay. Yeah, I think that might be true.
Yeah.
And obviously, I like it a lot, or I wouldn't have put it number 43.
Well,
yeah, there's a lot about this really clever. I think, so 3-player is a really challenging player count in general.
it is.
Because there tends to be a 2 versus 1 issue, right? Like you can lose sort of because the other player sort of decided that was the way it was going to go, right? And the way this game responds to that is to say, like, yeah, obviously. So you're on a team to get with this other player right now. But in the future, if the third player does well enough, maybe the alliances will switch, right? So, which I think is a super clever mechanism.
It implements that. It really does solve that whole.
Handles it pretty well.
It really does, to where it's nearly impossible for 2 players to gang up on 1 player over the course of a game. It balances in that regard.
So you land in a place, which I love, where the essence of the game is the negotiation you do when you're part of the team. If you do that better than the other 2 players, you'll probably win. Which is cool. I love that.
The artwork, the history. I'll talk about this the next time we stream it. But have you? No.
No, but it's because it's a 3-player only
Yeah,
game.
it's tricky.
Okay, and
So
see, there you go.
I'm
Okay.
usually in the other room playing something else.
It's funny, the two of my top end 41 to 50 are 3-player only games. One of them is not a 3-player technically. So I played 3 Kingdoms Redux, and I appreciate it. I just don't enjoy it. And I think it's I think the bidding system in it is what bothers me about it.
Really?
I know, right? That's the core, right?
Ah, okay. All right.
It's sharpness, right? Like if you don't win the bid, you don't win anything, right? So I don't like that kind of harshness.
Okay. Fair enough.
So that's my number 43, Three Kingdoms Redux.
So speaking of, I didn't do this on purpose.
Yeah.
So yours is someone else's list, right?
Yes.
Oh, mine, yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody else's list.
Sorry, getting ahead of myself because obviously I don't have the graphic until
Yep.
yeah, my bad. I apologize. So my number 43 is Maria, also a 3-player only game.
Yeah.
Doesn't handle that at all. The whole can gang up on
Yeah.
in as elegant a way. So
Yep.
Maria is your quintessential Euro meets war game that uses a very, very clever hand of cards in suits as well overlaid onto a map.
Yeah.
To where the battle takes place, is it taking place in clubs or hearts, dictates, or I should say your hand of cards should dictate where the battles take place. And it's the Austrian secession. I apologize. So it's Maria. Help me out. You're better on the history of who is
So Maria is representing Austria.
right.
We got the French.
Right.
Probably the Prussians.
I think so. Yes.
Yeah.
Also are in there. Yeah. And there is a similar game that is Friedrich.
Yeah.
But I've never played Friedrich.
Okay.
Maria.
And it's a 4-player, right?
Yeah.
That's a 4-player only.
You're right. And Maria being the 3-player, from everything I've heard, the superior, there are fans of both. Right. But Maria is a game that I would love to play more. But just that core mechanism of having a hand of cards, and that is your strength. Cards are strength, meaning the more cards I have, the better, the more strength I have, but also gives you flexibility for where battles take place, because you can sometimes choose where the battle is going to take place. Do I want it to take place over there in hearts, or do I want it to take place over here in clubs because I have more clubs and there's an aspect of bluffing in it. There's a lot to like here. Maria is very well regarded in the Waro and war game community. So Maria, my number 43. Have y'all?
I played
I've
it
never
once.
played it.
Okay.
I played it once years ago, and it's in that category of games that I played. I was like, oh, I really like this. I want to play it again, and then haven't had the opportunity to.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
let's do it, please.
All right. So this is doing is getting us more excited to play older games, right? Which I think we do a pretty good job of here on the channel in general. All right, moving on, number 42. Go for it.
Yeah, my 42 is Weimar: The Fight for Democracy, and this is a game that I played later than I should have. Because it's a 2023 game that if I had played it in time, it would have been higher on my golden. It would have been on my golden elephant award.
Yeah. No, we all dropped the ball on that. So all of us were guilty.
It's why I've got my list this year. I'm working through every game that I feel like I need to evaluate. I've gotten down pretty low now, so there's still a few though. So this is it's a procedural game, but and it is fairly straightforward in the end. But where it really shines is the shifting alliances, the setting, the feel you get out of the game, and the story that comes out of it. And what this is one of those games that we've played in recent years where it makes you want to go learn about the history. Right?
Yes, 100%.
It's so good for that. And because there's four different roles to play, you can play one way, and then you can play a different. You get a fairly different experience playing a different party.
I'd say so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this
fairly
is
different.
So to be clear, this is your 42. This is Ken's 47, and my 46.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
So it's on all three of our lists.
Right. Yeah, and this is another game that I think could potentially move up for me with more play.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that like the argument the game is making about why the Weimar Republic failed is a really interesting one that I'm not sure I totally agree with. But it's a cool game in that it's clear that the designer has a historical argument to make.
Okay.
Right? And it's super well implemented, right? And everything in the game is sort of in service of like helping the players sort of see the argument in full. Love it. I think it's very cool.
I have never had a bad experience playing Weimar.
Yeah.
And I've had games end in round 2, and I've had games end all the way. I've never had one actually go all 6. I ended in the 6th.
I think it is very hard to go. I mean, as easy as it might look in round 3 in some plays,
right,
to get through all 6 rounds, I think it actually is quite hard to get through all 6.
And all 4 factions play completely different. Like, mechanically, they don't play differently. Yeah. Their decks of cards are different, but also they become asymmetric as it goes. And then, obviously, the standard deck of cards. For those that don't know, Weimar is about the Weimar Republic from the end of World War I to the beginning of World War II. And it really does give you a really interesting taste of history, and it was a complete blind spot for me historically that I went down a deep dive into learning the history of the Weimar Republic. And I'll be honest, I played it a bunch last year. Can't wait to play it more this year. Like I would love to. I absolutely think it's a really, really good game, but it's hard, and it can be fickle or fragile. Depending on how players treat it and how they go about playing it. It can either be incredibly quick if players allow it to be quick, or it can go the length that it should go.
Yeah, I think it is one of those games that does require it's super fragile.
Yes,
And it requires, I think, if you want the game to go more than a round or two, it requires certain kinds of play from certain of the parties. And that just is what it is. I think if you like the game, you're okay with that. So, yeah.
You haven't played it yet, have you?
Mm-mm. But when you guys were playing it, I actually went down a historical rabbit hole myself, and for some reason I learned all about how Germany was created. With Denmark and the powers that were going on at that time. I watched and I read a whole bunch about that, and it was super interesting how Germany was formed.
Yeah.
So
That's my 42nd Weimar.
42, 47, 46. Weimar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fight for democracy.
Yes.
All right, Ken,
All right,
you're up.
so my 42 is St. Petersburg.
Great game.
Yeah.
It really is, and it's one of those games that so this is a game that I don't play a lot of online games, but if I have like half an hour, it's a great, just like quick BGA experience. I think that it's a game about valuation. There's really only a couple of strategies, right?
Yes.
And so that might sound like it's flat, but the play is never flat.
That
Even
is
though
a
you're
true
only
statement.
trying to do maybe one of two different things, or maybe one of three different things, or maybe one of four different things if you're playing with the expansion, right?
Yep.
The journey of the game is always interesting. It's one of those games that does actually rely quite a bit on randomness. The way the cards come out is everything, but it disguises that very well. So you never feel like you don't have agency. And it's also one of those games where it's remarkable how many times you're like, yeah, I just need $1 more. I don't have it though.
Narrowly missed my top 97, which shame on me, but it's a game I will never turn down. And it is one of those rare games to where I am happy to play the first edition or the reprint with the added market. I think it works both really well in both iterations of the game. And I think the newer version, which introduces a commodities market in it, I think it broadens it, and it allows it to not be all about just getting the aristocrats and all of that.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think the game benefits from it, but it doesn't suffer in the original edition either.
Yeah.
I think it makes it equally as good, just different.
I should play it more. I've only played a handful of times, and it didn't grab me, but it'd be good to revisit.
Yeah, I played it during a day of all older Euros, so I played San Malo and this, and so they're all kind of in my head.
Blurred together.
Yeah, I would love to play it again just to get some plays of those games that I might have said, oh, I want to play this, and then I went through this huge list in a weekend, and I'd like to kind of get them back out again so we can actually see how much we really like or dislike.
Cool.
Yeah. All right, so that's my 42, St. Petersburg.
My 42 is Raja the Ganges by the Brands. The fact that you have dice that you're pulling and rolling, that you don't know how much materials you're going to get to build your castle, because you're trying to kind of trace a path back to your palace. I really love the way that this game kind of. In my earlier playing career, this was a brand new game that had just come out, and it was very high on my list, and it's slowly been moving back down. But I like the way that you have to pay attention with what everybody's doing because of the worker placement parts of the game, and then also making sure that you don't allocate enough dice for your next turn. The game just really sung to me.
Yeah.
It's a solid game. I don't like it as much as Derek, but I enjoy it.
Similar. I thought it was fine. It just didn't leave a lasting impression on me. But
It's hard to get back to the table because a lot of newer stuff tends to have similar feels to it, and then this game doesn't. But for me, I like it. I like some of the expansions. I'll change up the game to kind of give it a little bit different flavor when I play it, because the expansions tend to be a very small amount of rule set that come with them. But for number 42, Raja the Ganges.
my number 42 is Tricarion. Used to be higher. I haven't played it in forever, and I want to. That's honestly the only reason it's not higher. I'm sorry. Because I know it's way, way higher on his list.
I love Tricarion.
Tricarion, I'm the world's biggest 5-year-old when it comes to Magic. So I'm naturally drawn to this game. The artwork I thought is really clever. It almost has that I guess 19th century feel to it.
Yeah.
The prestige and all of that type time period. It is complex. It is overwrought, and it is unintuitive in a lot of ways. And it feels like it's so. This is one of those games that if it were made today, I think it would be made completely different and be a lesser game for it.
Yeah.
This is a game that has rough edges still on it that haven't been sanded down, and that appeals to me. And I really, really enjoy this about Tricarion.
I think the truth of Mind Clash games really comes out in this game because of the Victor and Richard working together, really pushing the limits of theme and also mechanics.
Yeah.
And I think this was kind of one of the, and it obviously was one of their first games that Mind Clash came out with, and the strength of the play that happens between the individual tricks that you're doing, you're building up, because you can make some mistakes really early that can really hurt you. So you really have to plan well in this game.
And this is one of those games to where the Dark Alleys expansion isn't an expansion. Play it with it. Don't play it without it.
Yeah.
The end. Thoughts on that? We'll talk more.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Next
it's
time.
not for me. I've played. Mind Clash does make games that really work for me.
Okay.
I like it. It's not my top 50, but I think it's good. I mean, there's definitely some things about it that are different than other games, which I always, that's always a plus for me.
Right.
So.
All right. So my number 42, Tricarion. All right, Shrek.
My number 41 is a Bargain Hunter by some son called Uwe Rosenberg. I don't know. Is he?
I've heard of him.
Yeah.
He's very tall.
One of his earlier games, trick-taking game, fantastic. I got to play it again like last weekend actually, and I was very intentionally put some games in my bag. I was like, I wonder if I can confirm some of these things. Yes, I confirmed this one. It's like, yes.
I love how you go about doing this. Like, I need to chew on this game more, so I hope I get a chance to play it. I love that. That's awesome.
It's a trick-taking set collection game, and it's one that my understanding is the best with 3, and I've only played it 3 because that's what I've been told to me. It'd be interesting to try it 4 just to see. But it's 6 hands. If you win a trick, you collect the card. You have one type of card, which is a piece of junk, which is really essentially a number that you're collecting at that time. And at the end of each hand, you have the opportunity to take stuff from the other cards you collect through the trick and make that your new target. And so over the course of the game, you're slowly building up your points while also collecting but everything that remains in your junk pile, the cards you collected, the other cards you won in the tricks, are negative points. So you're trying to collect the cards that are good for you now and will potentially be good for you later, while avoiding the cards that you're like, I got no intention of ever scoring these cards. And I think it's a really nice dynamic. It flows really well. It's just a very pleasant experience. It's not super harsh. It's not super frustrating. It works in a really pleasant way.
I haven't played it.
I think I have, but I can remember. Maybe I haven't. I
played last time.
Yeah.
It's good, but it's forgettable for me because I don't know if it's necessarily like the way it plays. It's like it doesn't really feel like I'm getting anything new, and maybe it's I played it later, and it just felt like another game during another filler.
Okay.
Yeah. So that was my 41 Bargain Hunter.
Okay.
My 41 is Dominant Species. It's a good one.
It's a good
Definitely belongs in my top 41. I like it. So, as I mentioned, I'm not putting games that are too similar on, so I had to decide between this one and Marine, which I think are both...
Or Dominant Species Marine.
Yeah,
right.
which I think are both worthy entries, and I had to think about
And they are very different games. They're
very different, but not different enough that I would put them both on my list.
Okay, fair enough. Okay.
Like, I think the core of both games is the same. The action selection is different, but what's actually happening in the game is the same.
Okay, fair. All right,
Yeah.
I'll buy that.
The override.
So yeah, I mean, I would say the overall feel is also pretty similar from game to game. So I like them both, but ultimately I think the original is more likely to produce like emergent story. I think the new one's a little cleaner.
Has some really, really clever stuff in the newer.
But I think the rough edges of
Marine.
I think the rough edges of the original are kind of why I would pick it. It is a really mean game. It also has some Ameritrash elements that I wouldn't normally like. The fact that there's essentially random events. You have no control over when they come out. Not normally something I would love. But the way it works in the game, and the game wouldn't work without it.
Yeah.
So I think it's
At least you know the random events before the round starts.
yeah.
Right?
I mean, I'll also say, like, it's one of those games where, like, I don't think you can be a good player unless you essentially know what all the events are.
That's fair.
Which is whatever.
I try and warn people about it was like
So yeah, I think I like it quite a bit. Maybe it would move up my list if I played it more. So yeah.
I like it. It's a good game. I mean, I tend to be more of a Euro gamer, so I tend to go more towards like Biosphere and games that have that similar overarch but are more Euro-centric.
Yeah.
and less mean also.
Less player elimination possibilities.
It's kind of like, why don't you just go away a little while?
Yeah, right, yeah.
I really do enjoy this game. It's not in my top 50, unfortunately, sadly. And that's
Well, you're mad at me because it's 41.
Well, given the type of player, I don't expect it on their list.
Fair enough.
Well,
I
so
guess.
what frustrates me about this game
Yeah.
is perhaps similar to what frustrates you about Notre Dame, right? In that I hate the emphasis that's placed on the what are those cards called?
The domination cards. Yeah.
Yes. At the beginning of the round, you're like, okay, well, those and
Dominance
then,
cards.
then the need to like mitigate against what's going to punish you, you know.
Right.
And I don't particularly enjoy that aspect of it.
That's fair.
I love the action selection mechanism.
Yeah.
I love how it flows. I love the like setting up new areas and managing your the elements.
Yep.
And those are
Biomes, is that what they're called?
It's all really really good stuff.
Yeah.
It is.
It just doesn't quite get to that top for me.
I'll talk about it next time.
I mean, I
And-
over the two, I prefer Marine.
And there's nothing wrong with being wrong. Okay? Like, you can be wrong. Like, Marine's a good game.
It really
it's
is
just,
good.
It is. It's just inferior to. And John and Derek, you guys have the right to be wrong. That's okay.
I'll be wrong every day.
All right, Derek, you're up.
All right, so my 41 is Voidfall by Nigel and David Terzi. War game, galactic fun, and card management. It's a little difficult to get to the table because it's so large and encompassing. You kind of have to invite people to play it, opposed to just pulling it off the shelf and just saying we're now gonna be playing this game.
Yeah, that's fair.
I would love to have it higher on my list because I love the modular nature of the game where you can have everybody really close and we're actually kind of battling, or you can play a little softer where everybody's a little further away and you're only fighting the AI. There's a lot of movement that you can have in the game. You can actually you can pivot to a different strategy at certain points of the game, and utilizing the cards in a really interesting way makes this game really unique to me, and that's why it's my number 41.
So for me, I've played Voidfall, but I've never played it. What I mean by that is
right.
we played it.
Yeah.
We streamed it in support of the Kickstarter. But the game we played has changed so dramatically that effectively we haven't played Voidfall.
There was 2 years.
So I got nothing.
There was 2 years of testing, and they had different rankings of the testers that were testing it to make sure that all the game played in all the different ways well.
Right.
Well, so we brought it back to the table a couple of different times. I actually played it with David, which in hindsight I probably would rather had David hang out and not play it with him because he can play very quickly and he gets stuff done very fast. And he was trying new techniques when he was playing too, which is good. But Voidfall itself, I would love to get it to more of the table. But I can't tend to get it other than conventions to be able to get it.
I would be down for giving it a try, but it's a game that we have to plan for.
Yeah.
It feels like.
I also felt, so when we played, I was one of the people that played on the stream there.
I'll take your word for it.
I think we tried to pick a fightier scenario,
Okay.
but it wasn't fighty enough for me.
Okay.
Like I felt like we were basically fighting the AI the whole time.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is whatever. There was more like force projection and threat than actual like, okay, now it's time for us to fight. But I would welcome trying it, especially on a more crowded map where like you have to butt heads.
Get in each other's
Yeah.
face.
Yeah,
Fair
I
enough.
would love. I've played it, but I haven't played it. So
Right.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
why I had to bust it out and play it
Yeah,
a few
no,
more times.
yeah,
When I received my copy, I was literally like, I have to try this, like, because we felt so like there was things that were missing in the game, and then when I played it, I was like, oh, those things are now there.
yeah, which
Yeah.
doesn't surprise me. Like with that much care and attention to.
Oh, yeah,
like,
and
playtesting,
understand-
it makes sense that they made it better.
Yeah.
It,
So,
I'm not slating it. Like I'm
Yeah.
not saying that it was a bad thing that
Yeah.
it changed, but I'm just I don't know the game. So
really did
yeah.
change.
Yeah, totally. All right. So that is in my let's see, my number 41 is higher on somebody's list, and I'll be honest, I feel guilty that it's as low as it is. I
Okay.
genuinely feel guilty, but it happens.
Yep.
All right. So now moving on now to number 40, Shrey.
My number 40 is Lone Hurts, which Ken could probably pronounce better than me.
Yeah, it's more like Leuvenherz.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
Beautiful, beautiful.
So it's a very old school game. There's this. It's not area control. It's area building, sort of. But yeah, I guess it's once the areas are built, then there's a bit of control.
Yeah.
fight each
Yeah,
other.
yeah, no, totally.
You're pushing each other around, and the turn order for there's a bidding system, or there's a action selection system that is based on turn order.
Right.
That is really interesting because what you decide severely impacts what other people are going to choose after you go, and then there's always going to be a conflict in the bidding, right? So there's always going to have to be some sort of negotiation or a head-on fight,
Right.
And that negotiation, I don't typically go for negotiation, but in this game, it's simple enough and it works really well that I thoroughly maybe eventually I'll get a little tired of it. I wonder, but for right now, it's super amusing, super fun, super in your face kind of negotiate. It's a good time.
I'll be honest. What's the best player count at this? Is it 4 or 5? Is it 4 only?
So we played 4 last
Yeah, I played.
Yeah,
I don't remember.
last weekend. We played 4.
So if so, I desperately want to play this again with no offense, Derek, but I really want to play this with me, Shrey, Ken, and James.
Oh, you might think. Ask Shrey about our last game, but I mean, I really like this.
No, I am basically to have Shrey or have
I see.
James and Ken
I
go
see.
at it.
Yeah,
I see.
my memory of the last time we streamed it is that I really screwed Derek over early, but then he ended up dumb trucking me in the end. I think.
the way the game works, it's very interesting because literally you having something big is very bad.
For sure.
So like
Yeah.
and it's interesting how you
Target.
build up.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Yeah, it really is a great game. It's not on my top 50, but I will never turn. Oh, let's play. Yes,
Yeah.
I'm in. Let's do it. 100%. So awesome. Good call here, Shrey. With how do you pronounce it again?
Leuvenherz.
Well done. It just flows off his tongue. All right, Ken, what you got?
My 40 is Brian Baru. So, a game from, was it 2019, 2020, something like that?
Somewhere-
22, I think.
Oh, wow. Even,
Wow.
wait,
I
okay.
think it's 20. I think it's 20.
We're getting old.
21 or 22.
Okay.
Yeah. Sort of falls into the super filler category, right? Like, it's probably not the only game you're playing at game night, but it's definitely too long to be a filler. I think that's actually a really nice... I love a set of, three relatively quick playing games, right? So I like it for that reason. And I think it's better at higher player count, so there's some sort of weirdness with 5.
Yeah. I would do 5.
Yeah. The trick-taking to area control mechanism is really well implemented, but there's a couple of things that I think really make it stand out for me. One, it is very opaque.
Yeah.
It's very hard to make a right decision about like, where am I placing this ring? Right? Like I only have 6 red spots on the board. I'm going to place in one of those because I'm leading a red card. Which one is right? It's very hard to know what the right answer is. So I love that about it because I think that really adds a lot to replayability. There's a lot of sort of invisible depth.
And Pierre Sylvester is excellent at designing games that have that in it. Yeah.
And then it is funny in a couple of different ways. So like the Viking system is funny. It's funny, and it's always funny in board games when bad things happen to you or other people.
More other people, but sure,
Yeah. And so like that's a system that's like constantly like on the like, what is somebody really gonna get screwed or not this turn? It's very hard. Who knows what's gonna happen? And then also the marriage track.
Yes, the marriage track
is just funny. It's just an opportunity to be like, oh, Bjorn, look at he's very handsome. Look at that, he's clearly good with dogs. You know, like, I love that bit. Which is it never wears itself out in the game. So yeah, so I think it's super fun.
Yeah, plays quick.
good game.
It's because of the opaqueness. I think it's harder to get to the table for a fair bit of people in general. But solid
Excellent
choice.
game.
Yep.
Yeah, no, it was just outside for me, outside the top 50.
Yeah.
All right.
So 40 is Brian Baru for me.
All right, Derek.
My number 40 is Acquire by Sid Saxton. It's a little bit of an older game. It predates me.
I mean, people say that Acquire should have had the popularity that Monopoly had. Like, it should have replaced Monopoly as the great American game.
Should.
It is the game that like if you're like friends' parents were like serious board gamers when I was a kid, that game would be there along with.
Yeah. 100%.
I mean, just the manipulation of the market. I mean, buying and selling of companies. This game, it really struck a chord. I mean, the first time I played it, and every single time somebody mentions it, I don't even own a copy because I don't need to own a copy because everywhere I go, it's there. And it's just available to play. And somebody's always like, "Hey, does somebody want to play Acquire?" And I'm like, "Yes." And then and I think that there's a certain amount of chicken that you play in this game with the buying and selling and trading, and when you want to trade stuff in and when you want to get rid of stuff. It's really good.
Slight correction. There's no selling.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's
and
true.
that's my only gripe
that's true.
about the game. That and it's probably just need to change the way I frame it in my head.
Yeah.
Right.
But it feels like the game could have been better if you were allowed to sell shares. But the fact that you're not just bothers me. And that's literally the only negative I can say. But I think it's a me problem, not a game problem.
I mean, there was a Kramer implementation that I have a little higher on the list. That's very Acquire-esque. But Acquire definitely it just feels so nice and it's just so simple but not.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, it's a great game. Like, who are we kidding? Like, it's an all-timer, right? And, you know, at some point, we'll probably talk about the BGG.
Hall of Fame.
It's in there and it deserves to be in
yeah.
there. Like, for me, the math is a little transparent in the game. So, like, to some extent, it kind of feels like it plays itself. Like, I'm like, oh, well, I have a choice of 7 different stocks. This one is clearly the right one to buy.
True.
Right?
Fair.
True.
But, nevertheless, always a good time to play.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So.
I like Acquire. There's aspects of it that don't really work for me, but I will always like play it. It's fine. Yeah.
All right. So there we go. My number 40, Dominion. I never burn out. Like, I came into the hobby after Dominion hit the ground running and everybody was playing it and burn out on it. I miss that. And so I love Dominion. I will always happily play Dominion. It just doesn't hit the table because of what we do here at Heavy Cardboard, except when the expansions come out. And I just don't tire of it. It's Dominion. I don't need to go. Either you really like it or you really don't. Tends to be where people fall on it.
Yeah, you mentioned, we were talking about whether there'd be any games on the list that I just wouldn't play.
Yeah.
I thought there weren't, but there's at least one.
What is it about Dominion you don't like?
I just don't like it.
Okay, all right, okay.
I enjoy it. It was one of the first games I played when I started really getting into the hobby, and it's a fun game. It has a lot of cool expansions, but
Yeah.
I'd never have anybody asking to play it, or like I don't necessarily wouldn't push it to the table.
Yeah,
See, I would.
I did get burned out on it.
Yeah,
when it first came
fair.
out.
Yeah.
But beyond that, I think the reason I got burned out on it because I got tired of that experience of just like of the buying cards to give you more actions, to give you more buys, like a festival, like that. Just like that, I don't enjoy that. I like my turns generally a little shorter in games. And
They can. Some of the chaining and some of the expansions can be
it's just-
excessive.
It feels, it's excessive. That's the right word.
Kind of like how we felt about Daitashi in aspects of the production, right?
Yeah,
so,
I hear
so
that.
that's a valid criticism for some of that.
To Eric's point, the Dominion app is fantastic.
Yes.
From what I've heard about that app,
100%.
I actually have a code to download it, and I have just never been able to. And I think I would play the game much more if it was on an app.
So that's my number 40, Dominion. Yeah, I know. So we got a new patron. Let's update.
Nice.
So, yeah, good day today, y'all. Mike F. Cheers. Thank you for the support. So, awesome. Very much appreciate it for going to patreon.com/HCHQ, signing up. Very much appreciate it. Moving on. By the way, I'm totally fine with the pace of this. I'm thoroughly enjoying
it's
this.
going- but it's-
So if you, it's gonna run long, but guess what? We're talking about games and y'all love
we're
this.
having a good time.
Talking
Yeah.
about games that we like.
Yeah, 100%. So, except for Notre Dame. So, all right, we're moving on. Number 39.
My 39 is just one. A very it's. I think it's the only word game on my list. It is the word game that I will never ever turn. I love Codenames. I love Decrypto more than Codenames, but this is the one that hits for me.
Describe it for folks.
It is. It's the game where everybody has a what is it? What are those called? Well, everybody has something to write on.
Yeah. They have a little
It's like a
plaque
white- like a
or
whiteboard.
like a
Yeah,
whiteboard,
yeah.
right? Yeah.
And
Dry
one
erase board.
person's a guesser, and everybody else has to give word association clues for that guess.
Right.
Person presents a card, says what number they want. Everybody looks at that word and tries to figure out how to clue them so that the guesser can figure out what the word is.
Right. It could be tractor.
And
Right. Yeah.
And any words that collide get removed from the guess from the clues.
Right.
And then the guesser has to figure it out. What I love about the game is you can play it in so many. You can play it in different ways. Right? You can play it straight, where people are like, okay, the word is whatever. So something like a car or something like that, and then so we'll figure out how to come up with reasonable ways to clue that, and there may be some collisions. And then there's the way you can play something so off the wall, obscure, or not even obscure, but like wacky, and just to come up with something more creative
And be like, and then when they guess it,
Yeah.
oh God, that feels good because
Right.
they're like, oh, that made sense to me.
But it's also it's got a ton of room for funny,
Yeah, 100%.
right? Because you think you've got like the right lineup of like not too obvious, but not too like bizarre.
Because if it's too obvious, then somebody else will guess it, and the
then
guesser will never
three-
see it.
Three other people write that same word.
Yes.
yeah.
And all of a sudden, like the answer is banana, and
Yes.
the only clue is yellow, and the person's like,
The sun. All right, yeah.
and it's great for non-gamers, right? You can
Yeah.
get
Yes.
somebody to the
Yeah, yeah.
table that literally hates playing board games because they don't want to hear you. You get one sentence of a rule, and that's it. They're gone. But with my fantasy football group, I was like, I really want to play a game with them. So I actually applied a monetary system to guessing one. You got a very high amount of points, and if there's a lot of clues, you got a lower amount of points. We went around twice. We put a pool of money in the middle, and there was a winner. And they were like, 7 of the 12 people that were there went to Target and purchased that day.
That's awesome.
amazing.
It is a end of the night, like at the gathering or wherever, any convention, a heavy con, wherever it might be. And here's the thing. This is one of those games where the scoring, nobody really cares. It's all about just the going around the table and being creative and for the lulls.
the like great like mental telepathy. How did you get that?
Yes.
And the great like, well, there's no way they're getting that. So those are the moments. So.
All right, here. I'm just gonna throw this out just because it's making me think of it. The other game that I love like this. There are two. One that I don't think is on anybody's list, but Caution Signs, which Danielle's game for artists and non-artists alike. It's similar in that regard.
Wonderful.
Amazing. And the other is Wavelength, where it becomes a game of, it's not what I know the answer to be, it's what do you think the answer is, and can I guess what you think the answer will be?
And we actually changed
awesome
that
games.
one too, because we actually made it about the people at the table.
Right.
And how well you know the people. Because if you can play it with people you really know well, you can play Wavelength in a very, very intimate way.
So, just one. Good call. I'm glad you actually threw that on there. Good call. All right.
So my 39 is higher on somebody else's list, so we're going to Derek.
All right. Well, my 39 is Le Havre. This is a game that when I first started playing, it's one of the Rosenbergs is actually on my list. I don't have a lot of his games on my list. It just being able to grab the resources as you go down the stream and then utilize those to build hopefully before somebody else. I play as a 2-player and we can play this in 45 minutes. The game itself is just really smooth and it's one of those games that I played a lot of times, so I think it feels really, really nice when I can get it to the table because I don't play it as often as I would like. And I never played it without a high player count, so I probably would like to feel a little bit, because a game is different when you play with more players than you do with 2 players. But it's like one of those games that I will always play. My friend Joe is always like, let's play Le Havre. And I'm like, let's do it right now because, we can bang it out relatively quickly.
I'll talk about it next time.
I've only played it once. It might be on my list if I played it more. I very much enjoyed my play when I played it.
I played it inconsistently, and that's my problem.
Yeah.
I hope somebody out there is making a list of what games we say we need to get to the table on Heavy Cardboard more often. Make sure this is on that list, all right? Please? Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I've only played it once, had a very good play of it.
Oh, my God. It's so good.
But
so good.
Hadn't played it enough.
A lot of people say it overstays at 4. They're wrong. That's fine. It's long. It can be long at 4. Like when you said 45 minutes, I'm like,
I played
at 2.
But at 2 and with experienced players, absolutely.
Yeah.
Plays great at 2, plays great at 3. Guess what? Plays great at 4. Plays great at 5. It's long, though. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
So, anyway, I will talk a lot about it later. My number, whatever this is, 39, is higher on someone else's list. We will talk about that in the future. Next.
My 38 is higher on someone else's list.
All right. Ken.
My number 38 is War of the Ring.
Yes, sir.
So, this is probably the Ameritrashiest game on my list.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, it's sort of a war game where your actions are determined by die rolls. So, that's pretty Ameritrashy.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, the story drives, right? Yeah.
But I think it is a super clever mechanical implementation of this story. It's 2-player only, obviously. I mean, I suppose there are rules for like how you can play 4 players, but why would you?
It's a 2-player game.
Why would you ever do that?
Yeah.
And it is. I mean, I think it's an experience game.
Yes.
It is. I think it's pretty rarely going to be a game where you come out and you're like, well, I won because I played the best.
Ain't nobody care about that.
Right? But I've played it probably 12 times, and I would say 10 of those times, there's a great story attached.
Yes. Yep.
Like, I so distinctly remember playing Shadow one time, and one of the things you have to do as the Shadow player is make sure you have enough protection in Isengard, which is where Saruman and his troops are, that if there are some troublesome Ent cards that come out, you can deal with them.
Right.
But what I didn't account for is my opponent having, I think maybe literally all of the Ent cards in their hand. And I was just like, that happened. That also happened.
Wow.
And we went from maybe I'm 3 or 4 turns away from a military victory to the light player actually winning a military victory, which is not supposed to happen. So,
I laugh because I played it.
I mean, we've all been there if we played this game enough. So it's a fabulous experience game. Obviously, it helps to like the
Lord of the Rings.
Lord of the Rings
right, yeah.
Story, which I do. But yeah, a game that I will always happily play. It's also a game I play with my daughter now that she's old enough to like get it.
That's awesome.
She's also a huge Lord of the Rings fan, so you know.
Yeah, Kyle and I relatively recently streamed this. Had a great time with it.
Yeah.
It's, again, I'm not a huge Lord of the Rings guy, so it doesn't really sing to me like that, but I enjoyed my plays, but it's not something that I'm like, oh, need to play it. So, fair.
I think I would like to play it. I have not played it because I'm not into that fantasy stuff.
Yeah.
In general, but it seems like it's high on a lot of people's lists, so it seems like I need to play it. The 2 players is hard.
It is.
You know.
And it's 2 players 4 hours.
Yeah, it's not quick.
I mean, it can be quick.
Quicker than it should
In the
be.
same way that Twilight Struggle can be quick.
Right,
Like,
right,
I
yeah.
lost. But it also can run pretty long. It is really fun.
And I will say the collector's edition on this, I've never seen it in person, but ooh, Nelly, that is. If there was one game that I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, I could see that. I could, yeah.
Yeah. So that's my 38, War of the Ring.
All right, Derek.
My 38 is Clinic. Clinic is a fantastic worker placement game. It's super tight. It has lots of modules that can add in some really interesting theme. I would love to play it more. I don't own a copy. I probably should own a copy at this point because I think I would probably even play it. I think I would even play it solo because I feel like the tightness of the game. I would like to see if the AI can actually achieve that tightness of the 3-player game. It's just so wonderful. I don't have a lot more really to add because the game itself kind of
Hard ass game, man.
Yeah.
Oh my God, the 3D aspect of it, of what you're allowed to do and trying to plan for it, is so incredibly difficult for me.
Yeah.
And I love the game. I don't like it as much as maybe one of Alban Viard's other games that may be coming up here in a little bit, but I do enjoy the game, and we played it. We played a series of
played
it.
2 or 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, I really enjoy the game. It's one of those games where I don't particularly care about winning. I generally don't care about winning because what I want to do is I want to play with like 2, 3, 4 of the modules, throw them in, try them out, play around with them, probably play them inefficiently. I don't care. I kind of just want to play around with these new little
Right.
tweaks, see how it changes the game. That's where I'm at with that game at this point. It's I don't love it, but I think it's an interesting experience to see how a game can be modified with some small tweaks.
Yeah, they're like 78. I'm exaggerating slightly, but not a lot.
Yeah, the system is excellent, and it shows through on all those different modules in different ways.
Yeah. Really, really clever design, enjoyable game. If you say, hey, I mean, in fact, that's literally how we did that series. Shrey's like, I really would like to, and Derek was like, yeah, let's do this. Okay, done. Make it happen. So, Clinic, good stuff.
That's my number 38, Clinic.
All right, my number 38 is a solo only, Nemo's War. Dice chucker, but it's all about the story.
Yeah.
Honestly, this or The Hunters, it was one of these, and to me, even though I love just kind of the storytelling aspect of The Hunters, which is the U-boats, more obviously real world based versus 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. But the story that this game tells is fantastic. Ian O'Toole's artwork makes this game sing in all the right ways. It is.
So we're not talking about the first edition box.
Yeah, no. I do not like the company behind the collector's edition.
Yeah.
But I will say that is the edition to get if you can get it secondhand. But that said, it is a wonderful experience. Sometimes things just don't go your way and it just doesn't work out. But you know what? It makes for a great story, and it's a fantastic solo experience. So Nemo's War had to be on my list. Absolutely, 100%.
Nice.
I assume I'm the only one who's played that here.
Yeah.
So, all right. So that's my number 38, Nemo's War.
My 37 is higher on someone else's list. So
All right, so that's me. And my 37 is Detective City of Angels. So, which it sounds like maybe not everybody here has played.
I never heard of it.
So
until
there's something that
doing
you
this.
like. If you only have watched me on streams, you wouldn't know this because it's not the kind of game we typically play. But I love like a mystery solving game.
Yeah.
And so this is the only. Let me think about this for a second before I say this with certainty. Yeah, this is the only competitive multiplayer mystery solving game I've ever found that actually works.
Yeah, competitive. Yeah.
And so you're playing I think up to 5 or maybe even 6
with the chisel.
with the chisel, right? So you have sort of a GM character in the game
Okay.
who has to be able to give. So one of the things you're doing is moving around to different locations in LA and questioning witnesses.
Okay.
They will give you one of a series of answers at varying levels of truthfulness, right?
You can push them.
And you can push them if you think they're lying. There's lots of things to do. You're also like examining evidence, going to different locations and examining evidence to sort of try to reveal the sort of different plot dimensions of a mystery and then ultimately solve it clue style at the end, right? Like, so what you have to do if you're going to want to be the chisel is probably play through in what's called sleuth mode, which is sort of like a cooperative / solo mode, which is also very satisfying.
Yeah.
And
you
then
prep them for the game.
you'll know the case well enough to be the chisel where you can give some misdirection and keep the tension going. I think the best way to play the chisel is not to try to win, but try to make the game go as long as it's possible. So there's a real tension about who is actually going to win. So maybe this person has a bad piece of evidence over here. This person has a different bad piece of evidence. So they've come to maybe different conclusions. It's cool. It gets across the theme of like dirty LA cops very well. And I think the writing in the game, which I think is really important for a game like this, is pretty high quality across the board. So I would, if you haven't played this and you like this kind of game, I'd highly recommend.
Yeah, it's a wonderful experience.
I knew nothing about this game until I added it, like going through getting the list together, right, yesterday.
Yeah.
And I'm in. Let's do it. Yeah, cool.
I have like
That sounds great. Your enthusiasm.
I have all
for
the
this
expansions.
This is awesome.
So I'm happy.
Okay.
I think there are maybe like 25-ish cases.
And
in
I
total.
think we could play something that has a fair amount of red herrings and misdirection because that will lead for a better stream than something that's more of a simple case. Because you kind of want a little bit of red herrings in a mystery because you kind of want to be led astray a few times.
Sure.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was competitive.
It's whoever solves it
interesting.
first.
I'm happy to. Yeah, it had been on my list to try. It sort of fell away because it's been so many years. But
Right.
I had a lucky game that I played, and I played against Emerson, and Emerson's really smart, so I followed him. Because literally, I wasn't getting information at the girls at the go-go club I was at, and I was like, he went to the florist shop, and I just ran over there.
All right. So
that's my number 37.
Okay.
Detective.
All right. You guys are going to be able to wax
Detective City of Angels, not that other detective.
Right. So go for it. Your next one.
My 37 is Furnace.
And I will be right back. I will join in this conversation when I come back because you guys are going to be able to talk a while for this one. Go for it.
Well, Furnace itself is a beautiful designed auction game. It's very simple in its core. Basically the mechanism, the building that you do with your cards, how you kind of create your engine, so to speak, to score points is really, really wonderful. Yeah. So, and the expansion itself adds an additional coin, I guess, that's veritable. So depending on how much resources you want to spend, you can actually make that another bidding piece. So the game itself plays really, really quickly, and it feels really good because of the resource conversion, as well as kind of building up that tableau and pulling the cards that are most important. And sometimes you want to lose because you want to actually gain resources, not necessarily gain that card as part of your tableau, but the action that's above it is more important.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really enjoy Furnace. It was in that next set of 20 after top 50 for me, and I love the auction. I think there's a lot of meaty additions there and some tension around. Okay, I really want that card, but I really want to be second to that card so I can get like 6 resources out of it, or that power is really important to me later. I want to build up your engine. It is an engine builder. Engine builders are not my favorite. They're sort of like I could take them and leave them, but I think this one is extremely well implemented, and And after finally playing the execute your cards left or right variant, the advanced variant, I think that is the way to play it. Because
100%.
Yes.
I dislike the I'm going to play this card, then this card, then this card, then this. It's
The advanced variant, I won't play it without.
It's the only way to do it. I would
Yes,
agree.
100%.
I mean, this is an interesting example of a game that really only does one thing, but does it extremely well.
Extremely well.
I think the reason it's not in my top 50 is because I don't enjoy the procedure of running my engine every time. It's just sort of like blah, 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 sort of bookkeeping.
Yeah,
And that part of the game I don't love.
sure.
But the auction is awesome every time.
Yep.
And it's weird, like, there's just not that much going on in the game in terms of, like, currencies and, like, different kinds of cards. But somehow, the auction never really feels the same.
Yes.
So that's kind of a magic trick to
Yeah.
do that with, like, a really, really, like, restricted set of, like, mechanisms.
So, what you just said about Furnace is my one issue with Indonesia, which
Sure.
we'll talk about. But it's higher. And full disclosure, this is one of my cheat games. This was absolutely going to be in my top 50. I saw it was on other people's
You're like,
list.
okay, great.
I'm like, all right, I can take it off. That's one of my get out of jail.
Yeah.
So, look, it does one thing, does it nearly perfectly, and boils it down, and it's just so damn good. It's just great. And if you play it with the expansion, it's better.
Yeah, it's quick.
Yeah.
So it doesn't overstay its welcome.
100%.
Number 37, Furnace.
Yep.
Okay. My number 37 is Ground Floor Second Edition. Second Edition improves the game 100%. And we recently streamed this, and everybody it seemed I streamed it with was lukewarm on it. They're wrong. That's okay.
Yeah, it's fine. It's pretty good. It's like a 7.
Okay.
Shay's like, is it a 7?
So for me, it's a worker placement. It's similar in the placing workers and then executing them like Dominant Species does in that regard. And this just works for me. It just hits.
Yeah.
And it does everything great. From a visual standpoint of physically building out your building, and it's an efficiency puzzle while also being there's some game of chicken involved with who's going to go and can I outlast or can I wait to do this, which benefits me, or there are other places where I need to go there earlier than you, and I love just that back and forth and the interaction. Plays great at especially at 4 and 5 players, I think. So Ground Floor Second Edition, great game in my opinion.
No, I like it. It's a good game.
Yep.
Okay.
I've only
Solid.
played the second edition.
I played again.
Yeah, the second edition is it improved. I forget exactly what it changed, but it did change and improves the game. So there we go. My number 37. Moving on to number 36.
my 36 is for the third in a row is higher on someone else's list. So skip by me.
Your 36 is higher on somebody else's list?
Yeah.
Oh, it must be on Edwards. I don't have Edwards in front of me. So
Yeah, it is.
okay. Yeah, it's absurdly low for that game. So
Fair, valid. Trust me, I struggle. I hear you. All right.
my 36 is La Familia.
Yeah, it looks a lot like that.
It's a lot like that.
It does. Yeah, it
pretty,
does.
very
Yeah.
pretty.
Good looking box.
Yeah, it is. Weberson did a beautiful job in this game.
So it is a game that is totally different than any other game I've ever played. It has some war game elements, but it's so stripped down and streamlined that it really focuses on sort of the fighting area control aspect only. The action selection mechanism is super cool, but what keeps me coming back is the partnership. Working with your teammate.
Yeah.
It's a 4-player exactly and only game, 2v2. And the elements of the partnership, making that work, that's what does it for me. I mean, honestly, with more plays, this game might move up my list some. I've never had a play that I didn't really enjoy.
And even when it went south for
100%, which it has,
which is every
about
game,
half the time, right?
it's still an enjoyable play. And we've played it right and wrong per the
Yes.
written rules. And I would argue it plays well both ways.
100%.
And go watch the streams. You'll understand what I'm talking about the heavy
Restrictions.
cardboard restriction.
Yeah.
We made it more restrictive on ourselves.
Yep.
Which in some ways enhances the game.
Yep.
But also the freer ability in the as written rules also works really
Yeah,
well.
the freer placement, while it doesn't have the sort of like tightness, it does change the economics of the game in some meaningful ways
Yeah.
that are also interesting in a different
Yeah.
way. So
I wish it was on my list. I saw as soon as I saw the box, I was like, oh my god, why didn't I put this on my list?
Right.
But where would it be?
yeah,
So
well,
we're gonna find out.
I'm,
Yeah,
sure,
we-
I'm sure we'll get at least one play in during HeavyCon.
And
so.
here's the cool thing, like this is a game that I would never expect Derek to enjoy.
I just love the Euro elements to it,
Yeah.
and the fact that you can take those the little cardboard pieces that
Yeah.
nobody knows what's going on. It could be something, or it could be something else. I mean, if you go into a game knowing that that's the things that are going to happen, then you have to embrace it.
Right.
Yeah.
And this is all about the most violent time in their history. So.
Yeah. So,
I haven't played it. I hope to play it at some point.
okay. La Famiglia. Your number...
My number 36.
All right,
Yep.
cool. Derek?
My number 36 is thru, the quest for Planet 9. It took trick-taking to a different level. I remember sitting there at Essen, and everybody was playing that game because they were just like, it blew people's mind to have a trick-taking game that was cooperative, but that was actually good. We played it all the way through every single scenario. We played it with 4 players. We played with 5 players in every scenario. And even though the new version came out, that actually is kind of a better game because the card play makes each round different. So it's not a planned journey that you're going to take through this. It still reads very high to me because I think this game is going to change the way trick taking is thought about.
Already has, really.
And it has, yeah.
Fellowship of the Ring.
Wouldn't exist without this game.
And,
Right.
And
Yeah.
as Brian Baru came in and showed it even more, trick taking
Yeah.
can be used more as a
Yeah.
mechanic.
Yeah.
This was kind of like the beginning of that, and I still play this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love this game. I played through it all at a time when we were like yearning for interaction with people. It was during the pandemic, and it takes trick taking and makes you think about it a different way, which is fantastic. So
Agreed.
We'll
Yeah.
talk about it more.
We'll get to talk about this game more.
Yeah. All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
So my number 36 is Puerto Rico. And look, all right, theming aside, it's one of the best action selection games. And it just does it so well. Every time it hits the table, I always am reminded, oh, why don't we play this more? And it's Puerto Rico. I mean, I do.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's a good game.
Yeah.
I can't argue with you. The action selection mechanism is amazing.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's
All the other things are less amazing.
and some implementations I liked in other games later.
Yeah.
Fair.
And this probably would be in the top 100 for me. But it's not going to make it in the top 50.
Yeah, at the risk of angering people, I think this is a game that shows its age.
Really?
Yeah.
Not from a theming standpoint, well, yes, but also from
Also that.
Also that fair, but from a mechanical.
But mechanically, I think like the core action selection mechanism continues to be amazing, but the rest of the game is kind of could be better.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. So my 36 goes off in with a whimper.
Ooh,
Puerto Rico.
speaking of shots
Okay.
fired,
What?
The Crew, one of the most overrated games in board gaming in the past few years. There you
All
go.
right. That's it.
Yeah.
You want to talk
Different
about
strokes for different
opinions.
folks, I guess.
I
Yeah.
dig it. Okay.
That's good.
All right.
I like it.
You know what I have to say to that, Edward?
What?
Glitter Rome. That is my 35th game.
Good timing on that. That was well played there. All right.
And by the way, made it onto my list and Derek's list as well, lower down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We love Glory to Rome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a game that I learned.
Mine's going to be next time.
Oh,
Go ahead.
all right.
Yeah.
This was a game I learned. It was probably one of the earlier like real tableau builders that I learned, and the the card combinations that you're trying to find that broken combination. It's one of those games. Like,
if everything's overpowered, nothing's
everybody's
overpowered.
trying to find that combination for their own tableau to generate those put stuff in their vault. I can't remember what they're called. Material in the vaults for the VPs, or build up your clientele. Build like all that stuff is amazing. It's such a well structured game. And the action selection follow mechanism is fantastic. The addition of the catacombs and I think there's 2 cards which can end the game
prematurely. Yeah.
That just adds a little bit of spice, which doesn't always come to play, but every so often.
It doesn't always come into play, but you always have to think about it.
The threat is there.
That's right.
The threat sometimes.
Yeah.
And it's the original multi-use cards.
Yeah.
Right? It's awesome. And on a sad note, somebody brought up that somebody was selling a copy.
Yep.
And the value apparently has gone up since they're going for like $1,000 now, I hear. That's insane.
Yeah.
Don't do that. Don't no. It's good. It's not that good.
I mean, when they came out with the black box and the cartoon art was taken away, and the little changes like what Trey's talking about just made the game sing. It's sad that you can't get it and it's never going to get reprinted again. But it's just such a wonderful game.
I mean, I guess in theory it might enter the public domain one day, right?
Yeah.
In 80 years?
Yeah. I mean, it also plays. I mean, that's why it's called a Glory to Rome board, right?
Yep.
Is from that game. It's so good. And
what do you mean you want a material?
Yeah, right. Yeah. All right. So your number 35, higher or lower down on yours.
Yeah, it was 39 for me. It was 43 for Derek.
Yeah.
And I'll talk about it again later.
All right. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. My 35 is Through the Desert by a little-known designer named Reiner Knizia.
That's the first time we're talking about him. That's wild.
Well,
weird.
No. The reason we haven't talked about him yet is because everything is higher.
Yeah.
So
So this is such a simple game, and there's some real magic in how it works. How there's not that much going on the board. There's not that many things you can do, and yet every time it's your turn, you're like, well, I have 9 things I need to do. I'm gonna do 2 things. So what can I get away with, right? What can I put off till next time? Maybe somebody won't notice. Oh, but if I do that, that'll let him potentially get the most yellow camels, which I can't do. And so I think I've never had a boring play of it. You see, I wouldn't say it's totally different every time you play, but there is room for some real creativity, especially around creating
caravans?
Enclosures. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That will lead you to sometimes be like, wait, how big is it? Like, how did you get what? It's just a blast. Frankly, I sort of feel like it should be higher on my list, but this is where I landed. Great game.
I've only played it once. I was taught. I was taught by Joe Huber, and by taught I mean absolutely taken to a woodshed and beat like I owed him money. And but it was great. I've only played it once. So
it's a wonderful game. I played it lots of times. I mean, the blocking that happens and the trying to figure out where the oasis is in relationship to everything. I mean, it's just a wonderful game.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I appreciate it's not one of my favorites though.
Okay.
So that was my 35, Through the Desert.
Okay. Derek's 35 is later, apparently.
Yep.
Okay.
Higher on somebody else's
Yeah,
list.
it is. All right. He doesn't have access to all of them. That's why I'm talking for him.
Yep.
So there you go.
Thank you.
All right. My number 35 is Sekigahara. Arguably the greatest block war game ever designed. It is really, really well done. I would change nothing about it. It honestly, Sekigahara was the impetus for me getting a PTZ camera for the studio because I wanted to be able to
people can
stream
see
it.
your blocks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it just does hidden. Fog of War is a hard thing for war games to simulate.
Yep.
And it does it in such a masterful way with bluffing and stacks of blocks, and it's marvelous. There is a at the World Board Game Championships, WBC in Pennsylvania every year, there is a tournament hosted by, and I can't think of the designer's name off the top of my head, and that's embarrassing, sorry. Super, super nice dude, and the only billionaire I've ever met. So he hosts a tournament in that, and the winner gets a little samurai sword. It's awesome. It's an amazing.
Like a little samurai.
Yeah,
sword?
like
Oh, okay.
yeah. So anyway, Sekigahara. If you're at all into either the time period or the idea of a block war game,
Yeah.
cannot say enough good things about it. I assume no one else.
Have not played it. Would love to
You
try.
need to.
Yeah, would
Yeah,
love to
for
try
sure.
It, yeah.
All right. So Sekigahara, my number 35.
It's high on a lot of people's lists.
Yeah, it's yeah.
My number 34 is a Lisboa by Vital Lacerda. This is the game comes together surprisingly well for everything that's put into it. Is you would look at each of the different pieces, the little area majority thing, the Lisboa representation of Lisboa itself. You got the influence track in the bottom. You have the, I can't remember the meeples you're putting in the area underneath the main.
Yeah, like the cathedral or
church
whatever,
track.
the church track, right?
There's so many like distinct parts of the board and that work in different ways, but mechanically come together. Each feeds into something else at least one way, maybe more than one way, and it's really like it's one of those games where so some of those games fall a little flat because I just can't connect with what's going on and what the theme is in, and this is beautiful implementation, beautiful design by Ian, and I find that makes it so much easier for me to actually comprehend what I'm supposed to be doing, how to work with the system, and so that's why that's.
Yeah. I mean, this one is not in my top 50, but I will say Vital maybe is unique among designers as far as I know. And he doesn't really have any true duds. Like all of his games are like the floor is real high.
Fair. For his big box games, I'll say that at least. Right, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For me, I mean, it won the Golden Elephant Award. Hey, guess what? I like
can
it.
Be? Yeah.
However, with that said, it's not in my top 50. And here's why. I would argue that Vital actually honestly, Vital, Cole, and Splatter. Those three suffer from all of their games are really good. And I don't want a list that is just those games.
Sure.
And so I had to pick and choose. And then figure out a hierarchy within that bucket. So which of Vital's games do I rank the highest? And so I had a real kind of discussion with myself. So with what Ken said earlier, that he didn't want a whole lot of the same games. So that's kind of how I did mine in that regard. And so while Lisboa is not in my top 50, it's in my top 100, and happily play it. Play it.
I need to revisit it. I love Lacerda, and this is one game that I played very early, and I haven't played it again. Seems like there's a new Lacerda every year, and we get like 3 or 4 plays out of that, whatever the new title is. So we don't ever really revisit some of the older titles.
Okay, so you're number 34.
My number 34.
All right.
So my 34 is Santorini.
Shock! This is so low on your list.
Well, so it's not the kind of game that I would expect myself to like.
Okay.
Right? It's a 2-player abstract.
Right.
It's the only game in that category that I would even consider. But so it is sort of like the game that I have played most with my daughter, right? As I've been sort of like trying to develop her into a gamer. And it was a game we could play together when she was 6, right? Like an amazing thing about Santorini is that you can handicap really well because it comes with like god powers, like thematically you're like Greek gods. You're sort of like competing over building Santorini, right? Or anyway, and you can play where one player has 2 powers and the other player has no powers. Or one player has 1 power and the other player has no powers. Or you both have 1, right? And so, like, as we've played together, we've progressed from her, like, having a big handicap to now us playing 50-50, right? And that's been amazing. It's a great sort of, like, entry level to hobby gaming, learn how to do this stuff. The theming is really cool. The variety of god powers is really cool. And yeah, I've probably played this game in terms of just sheer reps more than anything else on my list, and I haven't got bored of it yet. So, yeah, love it.
That's the only reason I expected it to be higher on your list, because I know you and your daughter joined it. Like, this is hey, we have 15 minutes, let's bust out a game. And so, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, certainly hundreds of plays. Yeah.
I've never played it.
Never mind.
I played a lot. My wife loves it. So, but it got replaced by Azul when Azul came out.
I just got the fancy new Roxley Pantheon edition.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So perhaps we can bring it out and stream it. It's
Yeah,
it's a good
totally.
time. Yeah.
All right. Good stuff. Nice. All right. Derek.
All right, my number 34 is Bullet Heart. Because I love the puzzle aspect of this game, where you're kind of you have a tableau in front of you with a bunch of wooden discs that are getting thrown in each column, and you're kind of avoiding them by using cards that you're going to kind of place on top of your board that'll make the exact same puzzle. So you're taking the puzzle pieces out, and when you remove those bullets, you send them at the next person, or you play by yourself, where you're not sending the bullets at somebody else. You're actually shooting them directly at the main boss. So it's very much like a video game. So, and it plays very quickly. You play it with a timer, with multiple people at the table. So the timer's going off, and as soon as you clear out your board and shoot all the stuff, you get like an additional little benefit that you can use in that next round. I played this probably the most during 2020 because obviously we weren't playing a lot of games together, and this really fit a really nice niche for me, puzzle-wise, and also there was a kind of like a pressure luck element to this game that's really, really nice. Do I take one more bullet, or do I kind of heal that area? Because if I get that bullet, now I'm going to die. So it's just a very nice Ameritrash level 99 game that smoothly plays.
I haven't played it.
I played it a few times. It's a solid little game of that kind. It's not really one that I look for, but it is really well done.
Never heard of it until yesterday. All right, yeah. But funny you have a level 99 game as your number 34, sir, because I coincidentally do as well. And this is the most weird game that I should not like, and that's Millennium Blades. Sorry, I did it again. So, Millennium Blades, it's a game about TC, or a collectible collectible card game tournament playing.
Open those packs. Let's go.
I don't play CCGs. I used to lately play Magic.
Okay.
And play like Pack Wars and stuff like that, and some light tournament stuff, but was never into that scene.
Yep.
However, oh my God, it's real time. There's so much about Millennium Blades that I should not like. Yet it continues to be a game that I always want to get to the table. That just, I don't know who to play this with. With our group, I have no idea who. Okay, apparently Derek.
I have never played it, and it's been on my list because I was a Magic player and I was a collectible card game. But the problem is, anytime you go into a new IP or this new game, you have to learn all this stuff, right? And because this game actually is all-encompassing, everything comes in the box, and you're not going to have to ever learn anything new. It would be definitely something I'd really like to try.
Awesome, because I would love to get this to the table. It is just it's a mess of a game, and I mean that in a way that, like, just the piles of cards everywhere, but it just works. And it's so much fun, and it's just silly, and you get that kind of adrenaline endorphin rush of opening a pack, but really, when you open a pack, it's just you get the one rare that's in that pack, and it's awesome. It's so much fun. It's so much fun. I don't like real-time games, but there are two in my list that just hit, and this is one that hits.
I've never played this game. Just like you said, like the theme just doesn't appeal to me at all.
Me
Like,
either.
at all.
Me either. But it works.
I've talked to enough people who really like it that I would try it.
Yeah, I'm there also. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool. So Millennium Blades, my number 34.
All right, my 33 is Quebec, which is getting a reprint.
God.
Yeah, this year from Spielworks. Yes, it's been a while. The original version, the art is a little
Garish.
yeah, but that's okay because it's functional.
Yes, it is. It
functional,
totally
yeah.
is.
I
Yeah.
hope the new art is just as functional, but is more pleasant to look at.
Yeah.
It's really it's a really interesting area control system where you have to decide at what point your big pawn hops off the thing and dumps all the cubes.
Your
in.
architect.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, into the one like the four different areas. The things all score at the end of the round, and then the scoring at the end of the round is great because you have this amazing cascade where the winner's cubes half go to the next area, and it just that
The rich get richer
Yeah.
than the scoring. It's
Yeah.
delicious.
But you can also you also try to focus on the end game scoring, the stars that you get, connecting your the areas that you have taking control over. I think this it's a really it's about. It has exactly as much as it needs to have in the game. Right?
Yes.
It is not overcomplicating things, and it is it does what it does really, really well.
Yeah, it's one of those games that like manages to be like a really solid game mechanically, while also still clearly being a labor of love.
yes.
Like all the historical event stuff, you're just sort of like, well, they didn't need this in the game, but like it's cool to like get this like piece of information about the history of the building of Quebec, right? Like, and
both
so-
the designers are from there.
Yeah.
And clearly, like you said, a labor of love.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's it falls into that category of not in my top 50, but glad it's on somebody's.
It's my number 41.
Yeah.
And this is the game that I feel guilty wasn't in my top 20, or one of, I should say. When we streamed it, the designers both showed up, and we were talking about how can we, like, hopefully this helps get
Yeah.
it reprinted, the whole 9 yards. We gave them some crap about the garish colors. They appreciated it. They had a sense of humor about it, and I am thrilled that Spielworks is
Yeah, it's
reprinting this game. It is a very solid midweight Euro. Doesn't overstay. It's not too complex. Honestly, it's family weight game,
Yeah.
but it is so good, and that scoring mechanism, it just hits just right.
Yeah,
with the cascading.
You say Euro, but the interaction is absolutely in your face there.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, it can be a bit mean.
And it's mechanically very simple, but there's a ton of room for clever play.
Yes, 100%.
So I think it's got a good amount of depth.
Yeah. Quebec is
Yeah.
fantastic. I've been beating this drum for years, so I'm really, really
It's a
happy
good
to
one.
see it getting reprinted. Have you played it?
I'm not sure. I have to look at the board. It
Okay.
sounds familiar.
Oh, you would
It's-
know the board.
Okay, yeah. Then I
Yeah,
haven't
it's
played it, and I need
definitely
to.
weird looking.
Because everything
Yeah.
you said is what I like about.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Quebec, your number
My 33.
and my number 41. So, there we go.
So
All right.
Derek and I have the same number 33.
We
Yeah.
do.
And it's the highest it makes on anybody's list, at least for now.
Yep.
So which is Bus.
Yes, it was my
So-
37.
Yeah.
Not in
So-
my top 50. Not in my top 100.
Well, okay then.
Okay,
No,
sorry.
just
Again,
giving a little extra information
As
there.
you've already mentioned, you have the right to be wrong about that.
That's fair. But again, I like Bus. It's
Yeah.
just, again, reference
course.
earlier. But anyway, continue. Go, guys.
I mean, I think like there are parts of it that just feel like, okay, it's a standard pick 'em with the liver, but it doesn't come together that way.
No.
It sure doesn't. I mean, the mechanism that just is such a killer is that at the start of the game they're like, here's some workers for you.
Yeah.
That's all you're getting.
Yep.
Spend them how you like. That is so genius. The fact that this is one of the earliest worker placement games, it came up with that, and nobody's really copied it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll
really-
talk more about that concept of copy.
Yeah, we will. Yeah, we will.
Is really something. Because, yeah, I mean, I just think like
it's so wonderful that you start the game where you're like, I'm just going to expand my bus lines, and I'm just going to get a few more buses, and I'm just going to make this little bit of track,
Right.
and then look
Oh,
at I have all these
guy,
plans.
This guy definitely wants to go to the bar.
Of course, and why wouldn't he?
Really? Because after work, he wants to go to the bar.
And the
yeah.
next day, obviously, is gonna. But what happens?
Yeah, yeah. Things change.
They do.
No, it's I mean,
Well, hold on, you're not even talking about like
Timey
the time
wimey?
warp thing.
yeah.
I mean,
Timey-wimey?
the time warp thing.
Yeah, it's fun, but I don't think that's not the thing that really sells.
No,
it.
it's not. It's just a quirk.
It is useful to have it in the game.
Yes.
Right.
Just for screwage purposes.
Right.
And to make people have to,
Think.
plan for that.
Yeah.
Again, the threat.
Yeah.
Because it is an action to do that, and
Right.
you are not doing something else to negate or
Yeah.
possibly help yourself.
Yeah, so it rounds the design out. I don't think it wouldn't be the same game without it, but it's not my favorite part of the game.
Right.
Yeah. The workers. The
But
side
yeah,
workers.
like I mean, any game that like has like a probably like theoretical top score, maybe around 20, where you can win with 4,
A hard fought for.
is gonna be a game that I like. So
Yeah, same. It's a really enjoyable, really great late night. This tends to be a bear and peanuts game for us. We kind of treat it kind of as a party game, even though it does have a good amount of strategy, and obviously you have to plan for the future.
Yeah.
But you're going to fail poorly. But
Yeah.
Bus is
And-
fantastic at 33.
And again, for me, there's only so many splatters I'm putting on my list.
Yeah.
And in the hierarchy of things, it's just not as good as the ones that I like more.
it is the lowest splatter on my list. Not that there are some splatters that didn't make my list at all, but of the ones that did, it's the lowest one.
So there are 6 main ones.
Fresh.
Well, here, so okay, we have bus.
Fresh fish.
No, not a splatter.
Oh, sorry.
So,
Sorry.
you know what? We'll get to them when
Yeah,
we
we'll
get to
get
them.
there.
That's
Yeah.
fine. All right, let's not. Yeah, no spoilers. All
So
right,
that's
so
33 for me and Derek.
Okay.
Which is bus.
all right. Ugliest game on the list. Number 33, Masters of Venice. Not a looker. Woo! And man, is this a good game?
This is one where you like secretly bid with little dials.
Yeah.
Yes
Well,
or
not
no?
not bid. You secretly determine where you're going,
Okay.
right? And it is. Man, it is such a weird game to try and describe. It is an
Yeah.
investment game where you're investing in shares of various commodities. And it has one of the most fiddly thing. It has pegboards to where you're constantly adjusting prices and values on the commodities. But it just works so damn well. And talking about games that I would love to have reprinted. This is one. Have a little bit of an art update, and this will never ever leave my list. Masters of Venice. We've streamed it a couple of times. I think it's ripe for another restreaming because I don't think.
I've never played
I've played it.
I played it not on stream though.
Okay.
I had a good time with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
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 It didn't. I don't remember it well enough. Didn't make enough of an impression, but I should go back to it.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I think I'm in the I think I'm in the boat with Trey where I like need to play more, but I remember enjoying my one play.
Yeah.
So
Clever.
Yeah.
The pegboard manipulation and just the commodities manipulation is really clever in Masters of Venice. So my number 33. Up to 32, Shrey.
My 32 is Agricola.
Criminally low. Criminal.
ridiculous.
Just, that's insulting. Oh my God.
It's certainly not my favorite Rosenberg game, but it is a good one. It is a very, very good one.
Misery Farm, baby.
Managing that, the feeding is incredibly interesting and incredibly difficult, and trying to balance, because you want a balanced farm for the scoring system that's out there I feel like the game might have fallen out of vogue, just because it's it was number 1 on BGG, and now other things are out there that's more hot, but it's still, I think it's always going to be a great experience. I certainly I would be happy to play it again. I'm sure Ken would destroy us all.
But that's fine.
But
Well, if you can't get the clay pot, then things will go different.
But and I played it a whole bunch, many years ago, but and I haven't played it consistently in a long time. So interested in seeing how I'd feel about it today.
You and I'll talk later.
I have plenty of things to say. I have one thing to say now, and I'll have plenty to say at a later date.
Okay.
It is a really rare game where there is a very good expansion that you totally don't need for the experience, but is also cool to play with.
Farmers of the Moor.
Yeah.
I again, it's not mandatory.
Yeah.
But when I make the joke that this game has feed and heat, that's what that's from.
Oh, yeah.
It's just it enhances the game. I think it universally makes the game better, but it's not mandatory. I agree. I just wish this game had more expansions.
I think for me it's Caverna, but you know.
No.
He likes Caverna better.
No.
You know, people have a right to their
Yeah,
opinion.
that's okay.
No. This is where I draw the line. It's
okay.
No, you're just wrong. Like you would do.
You can be. I played them in one day together just because I wasn't sure, and it was clear that I liked one more than the other, and it's fine. You know, I just feel that when I play the game, I feel like my experience is better. It doesn't. It's not has nothing to do with you, obviously. And I would play Agricola, and actually I played it one time, and one player that had played it a lot, he fell asleep during the game, and he won. So I don't know if there's a lot of paths as much in Agricola as there is in Caverna. As a gamer, I like to be able to do different things, and I think Caverna gives me that a little bit more. But.
John says Agricola is one of my top games. Wait, I missed it. Where he says if Shrey puts Caverna above Agricola, I'm going to write a strongly worded letter.
No, I do not. I definitely
But
do
Derek
not.
does.
Derek does.
There you go.
I do, but they both just missed my 50, so they're not even. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
All right, so number 32.
Number
Criminally
32.
low.
Gotcha.
All right.
Unbelievably low. Yep.
Okay.
I got some shade.
My 32 is Zolkin.
Yeah.
Mind
Mind
counter.
counter.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is the original Luciani Tascini collaboration, right? The first
Oh,
one.
I guess it is, isn't it? I
Yeah.
didn't even think of that.
In my mind, I think it's still the best. I don't think you'll ever see a mechanism that's exactly like what they do in this game.
Yeah, with the gears.
Yeah,
So innovative.
representing time
Yeah.
so well and clearly simulating it in a game is just amazing. And another thing I love about this game is that so when I started playing this game before I sort of joined the Heavy Cardboard group, and so with my home group, like we played it one time and we were like, that score track goes to 100? Because I think the winning score in our first game was probably like 41. Right? And so it's also a game with like a really high skill ceiling where it rewards learning how to do fairly intricate things with the worker placement.
Yeah, in dealing with time, right? Yeah.
And you know, it feels really good the first time you're like, sweet, I scored 71 that time. That's easily my highest score. You know, like getting to the getting close to 100 is really takes work and it feels really rewarding.
It's really
it doesn't
satisfying.
with every game. So
You know, this actually explains a lot about you as a gamer. No. That like I just had a bit of an epiphany, right? Like the types of games that you really, really enjoy, right? That are I know like Age of Innovation, which I mean, no obvious. Like games that reward repeated play.
yeah.
Tend to be your wheelhouse more, and I guess it never occurred to me that makes sense though.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm in a space right now where I don't really get to do that very much.
Yeah, fair, totally. Yeah.
Right? And that's okay. And I wouldn't even say, like, I really love playing new games.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't say, like, I need to play a game 50 times. But with a game like this specifically,
Yeah.
where there is a lot to get to, and there's a bunch of skill plateaus, I think getting from number 1 to number 4 is it feels rewarding.
Yeah.
So,
Zolkin is I really enjoy the game.
yeah.
Full disclosure, the only reason that we haven't streamed it again is I refuse to put an unpainted gear on my channel.
Wow.
And
Okay.
that's an embarrassment. You know, it's a personal embarrassment.
Okay.
Yeah, because
I
the,
remember you guys streamed it with, like, a really fancy one.
that's the only way that it should look. Mine is unpainted.
Yeah.
Anybody would like to change it, I will send it to you. I'm just saying. But yeah, some of the painting jobs on those gears are gorgeous. Absolutely. But no, amazing game. The way it does it models time. The only other game that comes to mind regarding that is Village. Does it in a completely different way, but the passage of time being a physical thing in this game was so mind-blowing when it came out that fantastic. I would happily play it again. And the only reason I didn't put it's not higher on my list is because I don't want to feel pressure to stream it because I don't have painted gears.
I don't think I've ever played my copy, so I think I need to just take out my copy and paint it, and then I'll play it.
Yeah, there you go.
In January, I was walking around and somebody's like, can you teach this? And I was like, well, have you never played this? And then I got 3 new players to play this. And when I first started in the hobby, I really wanted to play this, and nobody would teach it to me because they were like, oh, this is too heavy for you. And I was like, okay. They're like, well, you're new. You won't get this.
Yeah.
And then now I'm like, I want to teach this to new players because the ceiling is so much higher
100%.
than it was like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like when it came out, like I remember being, oh my God, this game is so hard. Now, not so much.
Yeah, for me, I appreciate a lot of what it's doing, but there's one element that I dislike, and I'm going to put my Martin hat on. It's got those temple tracks, and some temple tracks I'm fine with. These ones I don't like.
Okay.
Because there's not really, from my recollection, from my experience, there's really not much beyond just moving over those tracks to get some resources at the end of the round, right? And then scoring those points being highest.
Oh, you should play this game again.
That sounds like.
Also, I noticed that.
You.
Yeah, right. That's how I heard it too. But also note that the games that Ken really likes here also all have temple tracks. Just saying.
What other game has temple tracks?
Age of Innovation.
It doesn't have temple tracks.
Yeah, it does.
Those are totally different.
It's
the
tracks
temple
that you get
tracks
stuff.
are a relatively minor part of Zolkin compared
they
with
are.
a lot of
It
others.
is.
Yeah.
It perhaps in the games I've played, it has felt overweighted.
Gotcha.
And maybe that's just maybe it's misperception.
Yeah, so one other thing I'll say about this game, there's that little rule where every player once throughout the game can choose to rotate the wheel twice.
Yeah.
Where when you first read the rules, you're like, why? It just seems like such a random little piece of chrome that doesn't. And then when you actually have played a few times, you're like,
oh, how powerful is that?
Yeah. Oh, I can over-rotate your worker off the wheel.
Oh.
Yeah. Which I think that's just another little master stroke of design.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Zolkin. Good game.
Yeah.
I like it. Big fan. All right, Derek, you're up.
My 32 is Marrakesh. Marrakesh by Stefan Feld is a game that has a lot of parts to it from his other games. I just think it meshes just really, really well, and how you kind of implement each one of the areas that you're doing your actions in, and whether or not you're able to gain those resources to make your actions better. It just feels really good. There's a real nice tightness in the game. You really have to play heads up, watching what everybody's doing, and you really have to kind of hope that your plans will work out. And for me, this kind of I do have Felds that are higher on my list, but this is one of my favorite Felds, and it's a newer game too. I don't have many newer games, and this is one of them.
Yeah, same. Like it's not on my top 50, but it made it deep into the cuts because this is the best Stefan Feld that I have played, arguably, since Castles of Burgundy. As far as his releases, I feel like there was a gap between that this was the one that really put Stefan Feld back on my radar. There for a little while there was Bora Bora, but I've since kind of grown out of love of that. But going back with this, it's a bunch of mini games that just works really, really well, and it's a really clever use of that cube tower that just works well.
Yeah.
And it's just I enjoy every single time I play it.
Yeah, the selecting the 3 workers or octagons every round, and
yes.
Planning for I got to do these 3 first and these 3, and hopefully I'll get the one that goes in the tower or someone else
from
will take
somebody
it from
else.
Me. Yeah, it's good. I really enjoy it.
It is a very Feldy Feld because I don't like it very much.
Right, fair enough.
It's very point salady, and you
it's
have to
very
focus
Feldy.
on very specific things.
But if you like Feld, I think you should play it. It's
I think it hits for his modern ones. Yeah. Anyway, all right. So moving on. My number. What are we on? 32 is also Shrey's number 38. Struggle of Empires. I'm surprised mine was higher than yours on this. So Martin Wallace Classic Waro, kind of an epic game that we have played a number of times. We finally streamed it here on the channel, and it will forever live as one of those moments in gaming when we actually got to play it with Martin at the Gathering of Friends, and the worst backstab in the history of gaming that we ever saw in that game. And it is a big, massive game that the new version, the one that's pictured, right? I'll figure it out
you're
there.
pointing roughly at it.
This solves the problem of being able to play multiple or play even numbers. It used to be in the OG version, you could only play odd numbers. So it played at 5 or 7 and that's it, because it just didn't work right. The new version has been developed in such a way that it plays great 4 on up, all the way up to 7.
Yeah.
And it just is, it's mechanically procedural, yet relatively simple, and you don't have a lot of turns in a 5 to 7 hour game, but you're still involved throughout the whole game, so it doesn't feel like you have a ton of downtime. And the stories that come out of this game are epic, and I love playing this. I'll play it once a year, and I'm totally fine with that, but I want to play it that once a year.
No, it is a spectacular game, and so the new edition also tweaked some tiles, and then simplified some aspects of crossing the water
crossing into the colonies
and some of the battle stuff.
Yeah.
So I think it improved it in many different ways.
Universal second edition better.
So going back to something that we referenced earlier, why aren't people using this mechanism in other games? And maybe it is used in other games, but that auction alliance system is amazing.
So good.
It is so critical to the game. It is such a deceptively simple thing that you do. You're deciding who's going to be on your side for that war.
Well, who you can't
You
fight.
hope.
Not who's going to be on your side.
No. Who you don't want to have to fight. that's my
Or
perspective.
also valid.
That's Ken's side versus mine. That's a different life philosophy. It is so good.
It's a different philosophy.
That's so describes your yes.
And then the actual core, the main part of the game where you're running through those actions, like every action is important. And it all works towards like that end around scoring. And there's so much negotiation there. There is that which some people will not like is don't be the obvious leader, right?
Right.
Yeah.
100%. You will get pounded on.
Right. And so and maybe try to convince everybody that someone else is the obvious leader. I love
Sure, I'm ahead in points now.
Right.
But the board position, it's just so good. And what blows me away, again, Shrey, not the most in-your-face, direct confrontation dude in our group.
Yeah.
The fact that he loves this so much, and yet it has that in it, because of that alliance system, it works so well that pretty much, to me, says, even if you don't like your typical in-your-face games, take a look at Struggle of Empires. It's so good. It's so good. Anyway, my 32 and your
38.
All right, there you go. Struggle of Empires. Sorry, giggling about what Ken said. All right, we are now on to 31.
31. My 31 is Age of Industry.
Which is also on Derek's list at 35.
Yes.
This is in the brass family, but it is a game in its own right.
Yes.
It takes out the two phase or two era system, right? There's a base Germany map, which I don't know if I've ever played. There's the New England map, which has ships in it, which the Germany map doesn't. And there's a bunch of other maps that have been published after that. A couple by Walls himself, and then 5 by other people, Claude Serral, I don't know how to pronounce his last name, and then there's a fan map by Oh, Derek, you can help me out here. What's his name?
The fan mat?
Jack Francisco.
Oh,
Yes.
yes, sorry.
Portugal.
Yep.
I was like, wait, I actually knew that.
Yes. So what's great about this system, about Age of Industry compared to Brass, and we'll talk about Brass later, is that it...
Oh, will we?
Yeah, maybe. It makes it expandable, right? It makes it... Each of the cards are not locations on board, but they're colors.
Yeah, that's
for
my main
regions.
thing.
So we have the opportunity to take a system that I already enjoy and see some really interesting tweaks. And you know that they all do different things. Some of them work better than others, but I think they all have merit, and it's just fun to experience how this rules change is going to impact the game, and then come back to it later in like a couple of years and try it again and see how you feel about it then. I think it's really well done for them.
It's also faster than Brass.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's why it's my 37. It's
Yeah.
faster than Brass. There's more. You have more that you can do because it's a color. It's not a specific location, so you don't feel trapped as easily as you do in Brass. So you can if you put in a bad position, you can kind of move out of that position and kind of try to do something. All of a sudden, now I want to maybe because you're on a certain board, you might want to do the shipping, or you might want to do something a little bit different, opposed to. Which we'll talk about later. Brass is very specific about certain things that you're going to do.
So for me, full confession, I forgot about Age of Industry. It happens, right? I mean, we're human. So obviously Brass is going to be higher, probably, somewhere.
On maybe all of our lists.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So
Except
maybe Derek.
right.
Except
But Age of Industry absolutely would have been in my top 100 had I remembered it. I just missed it.
it's
So,
not
my
it's
bad.
not one that's a top 50 for me, but
Right.
I like it. It's good.
Yeah.
It's a good sort of like
and
if you're burnt out on Brass,
Yeah.
try this instead.
and
Or
and the guys
you
at
found
Rocksley
it
do a good. Yeah. The
Too
same.
constricting, right? Yeah.
And I mean the reason why I do like that one and the guys at Rocksley did a fantastic job, with Brass and what they've been
Right.
able to do. But the fact that it's an older game doesn't lose its shine for me.
Yeah.
It actually, because it's a little more streamlined, a little faster, actually I kind of like it to fit into a game day more than Brass. Brass tends to be like a whole night. Sometimes it can be like more of a more time spent.
Steven in chat says, I keep hearing rumors about new Brass games being developed. Very exciting news. I can confirm. I've seen it. I don't know how much I can.
Too.
I don't know how much I'm allowed to say, but yeah, they're more than rumors. Okay. Ken.
So that was Shrey's 31.
That was my
Yeah.
31.
My 31 is a Game of Thrones, the board
I
game.
am not at all surprised
Yeah.
that this is on here.
So, I mean, okay, so this is our favorite games list, not our best games list.
That's
Yeah, I
Right?
think that's fair. Sure.
And so, just to be clear, I think this game has a ton of problems.
Okay.
It is way too long.
Oh my God, so
There's
much.
some weird randomness. The positions are unequal in a way that like is kind of a problem. And yet, I've had some of my best board gaming experiences playing this game. I think the base action selection system, secret action selection, is really fun. And the fighting mechanic, where you play a bluffing game, where you're like, all right, well, so we know the strength of this side starts at 3, and the strength of this side starts at 5. Now we're both going to play a card. And the card will have a strength on it between 0 and 4, and also may have some other stuff going on, right? And you may be able to know you're going to win, but you can also say to yourself, but they also know I can win. So maybe I can play a slightly weaker card.
Because they're
And
not going
still
to come
win.
as hard. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is a very, very tasty decision every time. This game definitely falls into the diplomacy can ruin friendships box, because it does sort of like rely on betrayal.
It fits with the IP.
It does fit with the IP, absolutely.
It does.
So, so like I think mechanically, I would love like a 3rd edition that cleans up some of the mess.
Okay.
But I would still happily sit down and play this anytime. I think it's a blast.
I played it a couple times, but only early on in
Yeah.
my game. So it's been the better part of a decade since I've played it.
Yeah.
And I remember it feeling overwrought and just way too random.
Yeah.
But also, there were aspects about it that I thought were fun.
Yeah.
But past that, I would sit down and play it with you because I know how much you enjoy it.
Yeah.
But I could, if I never play it again, I'm fine.
It takes exactly 6, which doesn't make it easier to play.
Fair.
And I mean, realistically, it's going to take close to 5 hours.
Right.
Because it's a tug of war game. Once somebody is clearly leading, they're going to get knocked down a peg. So you're not going to get like a quick victory usually. But it's a great story game. So
Yeah, I played it twice, like 2011 and 2015. I just looked it up. I am thinking with Edward. I would be happy to try it again.
Yeah.
I think it might work better with. I think I might see what you're seeing with this particular group.
yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
Worth trying.
All right. So, 31 for Ken, Game of Thrones. All right, Derek, you're up.
My 31 is a Teotihuacan or depending on how it's a dead language, so nobody really knows how it's.
Sure.
You're using your dice, and as you're moving around your dice, you're taking actions. Your pips values going up. As your dice workers are doing. It does have the tempo tracks. It's part of the T series. It's the first one that kind of pushed off on Board and Dice. I totally fell in love with it, and whenever it comes out, I want to play it. I don't really use the expansions per se, except for the very first expansions that you can move around and make the game a little bit more modular by moving things around and being able to get benefits when you're actually building the temple. But since its first play, it has not moved from my list, and I always enjoy playing Teotihuacan.
I've enjoyed all my plays of it. It has some really hard decisions, and one of the most impressive aspects of this game to me has nothing to do with the game itself, but had to do with the fact that they were able to sell it for, I think it was $30 or $35.
Yeah, for that
which was
Yeah.
impossible how they were able to manage that. So
Yeah.
well done, Board and
that
Dice,
is a
in that
feat.
regard.
Yeah.
They were demoing it, and people were like, "Oh, 50," and they were like, "No," and it was just
It became a no-brainer for everybody to
Wow.
buy it. It was, yeah.
it cost a little bit more than a card game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I enjoy it. Do y'all?
I like it. I would be happy to play it if but it doesn't really excite me.
Yeah,
It's not a game I would turn down.
as a group
but
we
not-
love
not
it, and we
top
just
50.
make Stray play it.
Okay, that's fair. All right, so my number 31, PAX Transhumanity. I struggled with this one. It was higher. It was lower. I laughed. I cried. This is one of the newest now, I guess, in 2025. One of the newest PAX games. And arguably one of the most interesting. It does some really unique stuff.
Yeah.
And the fact that it's set in a near-ish future with realistic potential things that could come into being for the human race. And I thought Matt did an amazing job designing this game. I know we're going to talk about this later.
Yep.
With Ken. So I'll wax more poetically about it the next time we stream this, I think.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah,
I love it. I just only played it once, so I would love to play it more.
I really want to get this back to the table.
Yeah,
A lot.
yeah. I think I'm in the same boat.
lot.
I've only played it once or twice.
And I'm not a big PAX person. This game is just completely amazing.
Yeah.
It's kind of an edge mechanic in the game, but one thing about it that I think is fun is that sometimes there's limited nuclear exchanges.
Oh, are there?
You know about that.
Tell me more. All right, so that's 31. All right, moving on.
Yep.
Dirty.
So my number 30 is Taj Mahal, which you all streamed, like a week ago?
Yeah, last Sunday.
Yeah.
So,
It's good.
Yeah, no, this is a fantastic game that I don't think I've ever even come close to winning. And I played it quite a few times. I've never been able to figure it out, and that's totally fine because the card play is spectacular. It's figuring out like it is a no one to hold 'em, no one to fold 'em type thing where you're like, okay, how deep should I go here? Am I just going to get screwed? How do I figure out how just to get the one thing? I just want one thing,
Just
please.
like, give me one. Yeah,
It's so delightful. I'll always play it. It's such a fun little experience for a very simple rule set, and Knizia always.
And apparently we shorted Derek some points in our game, so apologies, Derek.
Okay.
But
Definitely what I thought about for my top 50. It falls into the category. It didn't quite make it for me, but I'm glad it's on somebody's list because it's a rocking game.
I've only played it the 2 times we streamed it, and I totally had zero recollection of the first stream. Having played it now I want to play it more. So
Yeah, it's excellent.
yeah, good stuff. So Taj Mahal number 30.
Yeah, and so my number 30 is Great Western Trail. I think
Rewards repeated plays, I hear.
yeah, definitely got a high skill ceiling.
This is this theme.
This is one that's like, it's a funny one in that like, a lot of times you get that sort of like, the more we play this, the longer it gets.
Yeah.
Because I understand the game more now, and I have to think a little bit more about my turns, and I might also be able to squeeze a couple extra actions out. This game definitely gets shorter when you play it more, because the ideal is to shorten up your
That's right.
your trip as much as humanly possible. And I love that about it. The fact that like now I feel like it's easy to get a 3-player game in maybe 90 minutes, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm never disappointed in this game in terms of like having the challenging decision of like, I think that the classic move of the game, right, is like, well, I can do this thing that I clearly want to do, and is it worth it to take that tempo hit instead of really digging in on the thing that I'm trying to do to win? Right? That is the game that's the decision the game constantly faces you with. Mm-hmm. And most of the time the answer is take option B. But I think if you're playing absolute best, sometimes you take option A anyway, because it contextually is right to do it. So I think it's really fun in that way. Great decisions.
It's a game that I like as long as I'm not playing with experts.
Yeah, but I always play with experts and they destroy me.
And so it's not fun because there is an experiential gap that there is no overcoming. Yeah. There is no way that I could ever beat you.
Well, you might be able to beat me. I'm not that great at it.
But the point remains, right? Yeah. Whereas if we play Twilight Struggle, you have a huge experiential gap on me there, but I still could.
Right.
But it's not going to happen in a game like Great Western Trail. And it's not a fault of the game. It's one of those games that rewards that, but I'm never going to get to that level, so therefore I don't want to play it because I'm just getting pounded on without any chance of...
Yeah, there definitely are people for whom it's a lifestyle game.
Yeah.
And like, get out there and play on Board Game Arena. You play with some people who are really good.
Yeah. Woodshed moments, right?
And what you're talking about going around really fast, that is a really strong part of the game, and I love to build. So I'm sitting there building stuff and getting getting everything right, so to speak, to go bring my cows in, and the person has already went through 3 times.
Right. And you look up there and there's like 7 discs on the track and you have 5?
Yeah.
That's probably not great.
You can get as far as you want on that top track, but you need to go there multiple times just to even keep up.
Yeah.
People are asking, since you brought up Great Western Trail, have you played anything other than the regular?
So I have played Great Western Trail, both editions. I have played Rails to the North, which is the expansion for the first edition. I think there's a Rails to the North expansion for the second edition too.
Okay.
I haven't played that.
Okay.
I have played Argentina.
Okay.
I have not played New Zealand.
Okay.
And El Paso is coming out soon.
Yeah. I think already available to play on BGA.
Yeah, it's excellent. I really enjoy it.
Yeah, and I probably would like it too. I haven't tried it, but
it goes so fast, and it's like Great Western Trail. You get all the feelings, but it just goes by.
Yeah, I've enjoyed my experience with the game, but that's because I'm just not gonna get like just boat raced. And because
I'm with you there. I've enjoyed the exploration of the game system, and then sort of get tired of what I have to do to potentially win.
And
that's a
And it's also one of those games where, like, so there's a random setup, right?
Right.
After you've played, you're far enough that you're not playing the introductory setup.
Right.
And I think a really good player will look at their player turn order and look at the setup of buildings and decide on their strategy, whether they're going to be a builder or an engineer or a cowboy.
Yep.
At that point.
Yep.
Right?
That might be enjoyable for some people. That's not how I want to play games. Again, there's nothing wrong with it.
Right.
It just ain't for me.
And that's well beyond me too, but I've definitely watched some players do it. So,
God bless them.
Yeah.
All right, so that is Great Western Trail. All right, so Derek?
My number 30 is Medici. It's the game that you pretty much can get anybody to play this game. It's absolutely wonderful auction. Everybody wants to try to spend a little bit more, and those that win tend to be the ones that don't spend really any. And they just get kind of lucky into getting a larger boat.
Why do you keep looking at me?
We do. This has been like a heavy cardboard party game.
Yeah.
It really is. Oh, we have 6? Medici.
Yeah, because we can play it, and then we can break out, and then play heavier games after that. And if people are tending to arrive, then we can usually play Medici in like 45 minutes.
Yeah.
And
We had such that we had a play. I mean, I don't know, a couple months ago.
Yeah.
Where we basically could have called it after the second era. I've never seen that before. This is not a game that leans into like a runaway leader, but like Edward just dominated.
Yeah, which happens.
It was silly.
And you could think you
I
understand
enjoyed
the rules.
it. I mean,
Well, and I worked really hard to get up to the top level of a commodity by the end of the second era. And then 2 other people got to the top of that commodity by the end of the third era. I was like, are you serious?
Again, one of the Knizia Hall of Fame 3. Yeah. Some people were making the argument you could include maybe Taj Mahal in there as the main 4.
Main 4.
Whoa, Medici.
Game.
Yeah.
Okay.
Medici, Raw, Modern Art, and
Sure.
I mean, we'll definitely talk about Medici more next time. But
we will.
I just want to say, I'm pretty good at Medici, and I often will pay more than I should. So you can take that strategy.
Oh yeah,
it can work.
Yeah.
Kind of like what Martin the Younger does in Age of Steam. I'm going to win the auction because I am going to win the auction.
That's true. You can set it.
Yeah.
If you want.
I think there's room for more than one theory of the game for sure.
You can definitely spend
While
all
we're
the
talking
points
about Knizia auction, I think
Modern Art.
Neither one of them made my list, but I think High Society and Amun-Re both warrant at least consideration. Both really good.
Fair.
Both good.
Yeah. But they're not in the same class, I think, as the others.
Yeah, no, they just kind of do different things.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's
fair.
its own thing.
And Medici, will be playing says Medici is amazing, but only at 5 or 6. I would argue at 6.
Still pretty good at 5.
It is, but the fact that some of the cards are removed.
I need the whole deck.
Yeah.
So
when we're burning that stuff and we're throwing those objects out into the water, we want to know.
Yeah. So my number 30 is higher on somebody's list, so we will just keep on trucking. Number 29. We finally breached into the 20s. This is about 2 hours longer already than I thought this was going to be, but I'm loving it. Hopefully y'all are enjoying it. If you are, please like and subscribe, and consider supporting the show, patreon.com/HCHQ. This has been a huge undertaking for all of us in all seriousness, and the fact that we're presenting it to y'all, so hopefully y'all are enjoying it.
I am glad we sort of kicked around the idea of like maybe trying to do a game day after this is over. Everyone was like, nah, I don't think that's
I think it's going to run longer than you think.
On your part.
Yeah, thanks. All right.
My number 29 is The Oracle of Delphi by Steffenfeld. It is it is higher on definitively higher on one other person's list. I know that for a fact.
I wonder who. Yeah, all right.
It's an okay game.
So this is you have these dice that you're hoping are going to hit the colors that you want. So you can move around this map, picking up things, dropping them off, fighting monsters, although really
Sure.
Dice rolls.
dice rolls.
Right, yeah.
And it is one of those games that, like, I think many people bounce off of because of the randomness of the dice. And really, for me, it is about figuring out how to make the best use of the dice you get. And what I tend to do, which is not the way you should play it, is I overcompensate with dice mitigation. And I do that in a lot of games because that's just my personality, right?
I've played Civilization with you before.
Facts.
Yes.
Like, I got 60 of these little.
What do you mean? I'm very focused.
I'm just gonna set my dice every time.
Get exactly what I want.
That is not the way to win.
But it's the way I'm gonna play. Damn it! It's
So you have to do well in Delphi. You have to run that ragged edge. You have
Yeah.
to be I'm good. You set yourself up so that, like, these colors that are adjacent are what you need. If you happen to hit that one, it's okay because you could sort of work with it. And I have won the game a few times, but not nearly as much as other people like Derek and other people. So it's a great little game.
So it's not on my top 50, as mentioned. No Felds on my top 50, but it is one of the 3 Felds that I considered. It is very Feldy in the one way that Shrey already mentioned, which is that a good way to play is to invest in some dice mitigation, but the best way to play is just to be lucky, which is true for a lot of his games. That situation drives me nuts in most of his games, but this one it doesn't for whatever reason. This game is a weirdo. If you haven't played it, it is mechanically very strange, but it is super fun.
it's a race game.
Yeah, it's a race game.
Which reason 1, I don't like it. Reason 2 is what Shrey alluded to.
Yeah.
However, Derek's a good friend of mine, as are y'all.
Yeah.
Mostly.
Sure.
I will make you play it. Sorry.
I will play it for Derek, but otherwise I actively avoid this. If he's like, hey, anybody want to play Oracle Delphi? I'm like, I will play any other game at any other table. I do not care. But yeah, I just do not like this game.
It's funny. Yeah, like again, is it my favorite game? It's not my favorite game, but I've never had a bad time with this game.
All right, fair enough.
So that's me.
Yeah, that is in fact
my
you.
29
Is my 39.
is Oath
Yes.
by Cole Worley. I mean, you've heard me, if you've watched these streams, you've heard me talk about Oath a lot. It is, in terms of emergent narrative, I think the best of Cole's games, right? I think it tells a story every time you play it.
Does it?
I think he's been sort of ruminating on this idea of like a legacy game for a while, and this is a take for him on it, and it's sort of like a glacially slow change in the rules of the game over the course of time. But by the time you play like the fifth or sixth game in it with a like reset deck, you start to really notice how it feels different.
Yes.
And I think it's a real achievement. So, it is a game that like I like quite a bit, but I kind of admire from a design perspective even more. So, but really good.
That's exactly how I would fall on this. I enjoy the game, but it's less about the actual playing the game. I like the game experience.
Yeah.
And the story that it tells more than the game itself.
Yeah.
But I sure as hell appreciate the design of Oath far more. And John brings up a good point. Funny, last week it was in your top 10. No, that was just, go watch. Watch our last stream of Oath.
My list has been locked for a while.
All of our lists have been locked for a while.
Except for mine. But to be fair, I wasn't privy to y'all's list until.
And he takes the longest turn.
I
No, sorry.
Caught a stray.
right.
29 is Oath.
I like Oath quite a bit. It's not in my top 50 because of the fact that it's there. It can feel like there are turns where you're like, I don't know what to do. There's nothing. I'm just going to spend all my turns drawing a couple of cards, hope to get what I need, or I don't feel I'm going to be able to do anything productive here.
Yeah.
But like you said, the story around the table is amazing, and just being part of that is worth it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, the fact that you can you can actually be just floundering through no fault of yours, not through your playing poorly, just the way things play out is why it's not higher on my list.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I would say, sort of as a counter, is like we've all played enough now that we've all had that experience of being like, I'm going 5th on the first round. I am hosed, right? Like, it's going to be really expensive to search. I'm not going to be able to do any of the cool stuff. I can't go to any of the cool sites and get the cool stuff from them. But then by turn 4, you found that one card. And now all of a sudden you're in it.
Yeah, that's
right.
We didn't actually go 4 turns last time, so. I know it's 5th, so.
Fair enough.
Hashtag worth it.
Still absolutely worth the experience.
So 29 Oath.
All right, so Derek, you're up.
All right, my 29 is Beyond the Sun. Beyond the Sun, tech tree of the game.
Yes.
First plays, I really enjoyed it, and then it slowly started teetering out, and then expansion came in, and all of a sudden it made it more interesting for the spacefaring part of the game, which was really, really severely lacking. So that expansion that came actually reinvigorated the game, and it actually has gotten a lot more plays because then there's more than one route in the game, so you kind of are always going to be going into that tech tree, which is going to give you benefits, and is going to, but being able to make the expansion of visiting the different worlds and being able to get those benefits and be able to do those, because the real love of this game is being able to move your player board around in a really smart way, so that you're gaining things as you're losing things, and you're kind of creating a kind of like a cycle, so that you can move forward in the game in a fast, smart way. And that's why it's my number 29.
And it's not on my list. I love me a tech tree. Mm-hmm. Absolutely love it. I really enjoyed my plays of this. Mm-hmm. And caveat, I enjoyed it more with the expansion. So this is one of those where the expansion absolutely enhances the game and can recommend. The reason it didn't make my list is because Beyond the Horizon exists, and I'm not sure which one I'm going to end up liking more. Okay. So it was maybe it could, but it's in that top 100, kind of like what you ran into earlier.
Yep.
And I've only played Beyond the Horizon once, whereas I played Beyond the Sun half a dozen times, and I've thoroughly enjoyed it. It's just which one I don't know yet.
Yeah, I like the tech tree part of Beyond the Sun quite a bit.
Yes, love it.
I actively dislike the map play on Beyond the Sun. I'm curious. I've never played the expansion, so
me neither.
Be able to get it improved, and I should try that.
It's not a lot of cards, but what they did is they removed some of the cards that weren't working, and they replaced those, and then they added in some additional that actually make that portion of the game actually be a physical piece that you'd want to play with. Because before I was actively just avoiding it,
which you can't really do and do well in the game.
Right.
So and so I played Beyond the Horizon twice, and the map play is fine, but I find it more interesting than Beyond the Sun's map play. So I like it. I like it more. The game overall is it's in that it's a good game, but it's not in my top tier.
I still haven't played Beyond the Horizon. I'd like to try it, and what I'm hearing from Derek is I should try it Beyond the Sun with the expansion. I kind of gave up on it before the expansion came out.
Okay.
For all the reasons you guys have listed here, but there are parts of it I really like. So
honestly, I think that would be kind of fun to do in the same week to try and bust out Beyond the Sun with the expansion, and then Beyond the Horizon.
Oh, yeah.
Stream them both, and that way we will be able to compare and contrast directly.
Good idea.
All right, that's Derek's number 29. My number 29 is is Panamax. See, I did it. Panamax. We recently restreamed it again.
Yep.
And I did so with fairly new players to the game.
Yeah.
And outside of a fresh coat of paint and maybe the rebalancing that is implied and that we did on our own with the BGG things, I think this game should be in most people's collection. It's a fantastic dice drafting game with a cool theme. I mean, who doesn't love shipping through the Panama Canal? But no, it's different in that regards. But it's also just, there's a co-opetition aspect of the game to where, look, I want to go onto your ship, and if you get a benefit for when the ship delivers its cargo, I get a benefit, and so we're motivated to move that ship along through there. So there is that mix of co-opetition, meaning emergent teamwork.
Yeah.
That changes throughout the game, and some of the financial advisors are just inherently worse than and better than others. So there is some rebalancing that needs to happen that I recommend checking out our stream also on BGG. There's stuff out there for it that I don't know if it fixes it completely, but it feels better than it used to in that regard, and it plays relatively quickly. And yeah, I think this is Nuno and Polo's second best game, and Gio's, the silent third brother. So Panamax, have y'all played it?
I played it when it first came out, and it's another one of those games that I saw something there and then never got to play it again because of reasons.
Yeah, and the rule book's not great. Thankfully, you have a teach out there, so there's that. Clearly, we need to do Panamax more. All right, good, done. So 28.
Shrey's 28 is higher on somebody else's list.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So my number 28 is Arcs. So interestingly, so I mentioned I did the Pub Meeple thing, and when I did it, these two games did actually end up next to each other.
Both in
on
Arcs?
my list. Yeah. But they were reversed. It told me that Oath was one higher than Arcs, and I kind of thought about that for a while. And my basic take was like, if you said to me now, like you're gonna get like a great campaign of Arcs versus get 3 games of Oath, which would you prefer? And I think right now I would say I want to do Arcs. Part of that is just novelty, right? It's newer. I haven't played it as much. I still feel like there's a lot in the system I haven't seen yet.
Sure.
But part of it's also like playing a game is just like watching like, I don't know. It's like there's so much weird so mechanical magic that is being done in the game that it's like somebody like watching somebody like do a magic show. I'm like, I didn't think you could do that. Right? And I think I'm anxious to see more of that stuff. Ironically, I think actually it's weird. Like maybe it's just that I'm not that good of an Arcs player yet, but like I feel like I have more control in an average game of Oath than I do in an average game of Arcs. Like Arcs can really like
The board state can change a lot.
It can really run you over sometimes. But it's a blast. I'm really having fun with it. I'm so looking forward to the final game of our campaign. So.
Not on my list.
There you go.
That's probably going to surprise a lot of people.
Yeah.
Here's why. So I gave this a lot of thought, like because
Sure.
I figure I'm going to catch hell, and so I could have
That
thrown.
was going to be true no matter what you chose.
No. If I put it on my list somewhere, then people would be like, "Oh, it should be higher," and at least that would have been the safe way to go. I like Arcs. Let me be clear. I do like Arcs. The problem I have with Arcs is it is too unwieldy, especially in the third game of the campaign. It is. I'm all about. I love the story. That's why I have Oath on here.
Totally.
Right? And you're talking to somebody who mechanically is all about the mechanisms in most games. But the story that Oath tells is really compelling and really funny at times. And the same thing can be said in Arcs.
Yep.
But where the difference is between these, and I love trick-taking games.
Right.
So you would think that Arcs would be here. The reason it's not is it's just so unwieldy. It is so Cones of Dunshire in that third chapter of the campaign that it's just too much. It's just, and again, this goes back to not directly, but it goes back to what we had said about Daitashi and the production. There can be too much of something in a game.
Right.
And for me, that chaos and the craziness and the rules overhead and the exceptions and all of that just make it cumbersome to me in that third. Now, what I'm not talking about is how much I enjoy the first and second.
You're
I
right.
really, really do.
Yeah.
A lot. But that third one legitimately is work.
Yeah.
And I just don't enjoy that aspect. Even if the story is pretty cool and funny or whatever.
Do you think repeated plays would change that or not really?
Possibly.
Yeah.
But again, going back to the whole Great Western Trail problem,
Right.
I'm just never going to play 10 campaigns of ARCs. It's just not going to happen.
Right.
And so that's not me crapping on the game. That's
Yeah.
just saying,
This is who I am as a player.
yeah, and I accept that and I understand that. So hopefully that at least gives context
No,
as
I
to
think that's
why.
super clear. Yeah.
So yeah. So that's a long way of me trying to avoid the comments that I know inevitably are coming.
Yeah. I don't know. At least one person's super down on it. So
Yeah. So all right, there you
there
go.
you go. Yeah.
You haven't played it.
I have.
And you you have?
Yeah, I played it I played it
Oh,
twice.
I
I
apologize.
might even have streamed it.
Did you?
Did I stream
Maybe. Maybe.
When we
The
did-
one
when we
off.
did
the one off. Maybe.
The base.
Yeah.
game.
Yeah. Right. Maybe. I
Yeah.
apologize. Thoughts.
No. I think it's a good game. It's just it's not my type of game. So
Yeah.
I think that the card play is really interesting. But you're right. The magic can happen where all of a sudden somebody moves from their base all the way to the other side of the board, and collectively the whole board state has changed before
Yeah.
it comes back to you, which is tough for planning.
Yeah, that's fair. All right. So arcs.
That's my number 28.
All right. Derek.
My 28 is Bear Pioneer. It's my newest game that's on my list. It is a game that's steadily been moving its way up since it first was released. I'm continually playing this the last couple of months. It's a tight worker placement game where you're making beer. It has a super tight worker placement system where basically you're going to miss out on actions. You're just not going to be able to do everything you want to do. You only have a certain amount of actions that you can use, but you need to open up your brewery. You have to break some walls down, and you have to be able to start delivering that beer to do certain contracts, and only certain contracts are available. So even the way that you actually score points, you have to kind of come up with a plan as you're playing. So super tight resource usage as well as worker placement. Bear Pioneer strikes a chord with me and has been moving up my list.
Yeah, no, I've played it 3 times maybe, and I've seen it's gotten better. It's one of those, and given more plays, I could see it entering my top 50.
Wow.
I really enjoyed how well the worker placement system works. How it's not like incredibly tight, but it is really interesting, challenging. Yeah, and it's Spitzer, so you should try it, right?
So it's funny. Like Derek, every chance he gets, and I don't mean this as an insult. He's like, hey,
Be a pioneer?
Be a pioneer.
Yeah.
You want? Hey, I can teach it, and we can stream
I
it.
haven't played it either. I'm
it was
dying to play.
23 when it came out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, fair. And here's the thing. Here's where Derek has messed up. If he had mentioned and reminded me that it's a Thomas Spitzer game, then that would have been happening already. This is going to happen in April.
And we
I
have
feel
expansions also to go through.
Yeah.
If we wanted to go through some of those, they drastically change the game.
Yeah,
So.
I love most of Thomas Spitzer's Cole trilogy, which is Rochefort, Cole and Colony. I can't remember the third one. Doesn't matter. And so I'm definitely curious about this, and I know how big you've been on it.
Yeah.
Hearing you being big on it reinforces that. Plus, with it being a Thomas Spitzer, I definitely want to try.
Martin the Elder too.
Awesome, cool.
Yeah.
So I mean, I was wrong about Cascadero. So hey, it's okay, fair enough. All right.
Oh, you admit you were wrong about
Oh
Castillo
yeah,
at
yeah,
this point.
totally.
Okay.
Oh yeah, and to circle back, Ollie in chat's like, that's a long way of being wrong. Re-arcs. Okay, I'm good with that. I'll own that. That's fine. I'm okay with that. All right, so that is your number 28.
Bear
Yep.
Pioneer.
All right. My number 28, Small City. We just played it the other night. And I said this in the stream after the day after, so whatever that was, I think it was the chat I had with James from Dad's on a Map. It was, when we streamed this game, I feel like we didn't do it justice. Like, nobody did anything wrong in the game. Like, there wasn't any player dragging it down. I just felt like the game didn't shine like it should. And I'm like, damn it, this is a really good game. Why has it not looked better? So, I definitely want to try it with the advanced version and stream it again relatively short order. But I think this is Alban Viard's best game.
Okay.
It has a cool auction selection mechanism. It's kind of a not a rondel, but a what every player chooses. It impacts the cost for and availability for other players to choose. And then it has a 2D as opposed to a 3D in Clinic spatial puzzle of being able to build. And then there are a lot of limiters that you have in Small City, what can be built where, how it can upgrade, and where it can't be built, and all of those things. It is kind of SimCity-esque, the board game, and I think it does it in a really, really good way, and I really am smitten with Small City, so I really like this
Yeah, it was a
game.
really great experience. I can really see where a lot of ideas came from Clinic.
Yeah.
Playing through it, and I really, really enjoy Clinic. Getting one play of Small City was wonderful, and I can't wait to play it a few more
And that makes me feel good to hear, because I felt like it just fell flat, and maybe it's just in my head.
But that has
it
been the
didn't,
first time I played it, right? So
Right.
I have nothing
Yeah.
to compare
right.
it to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I played the first edition way back in the day, and it didn't work for me. But it may have not been in the right. It may not have been the kind of game I was looking for at the time. So I should try it again.
If you like Clinic, I think there's enough overlap, but there's also enough differences to where if you don't, you might, and if you do, you might.
I do like Clinic more than I like Small City.
Fair.
But they're very similar
Yeah.
in a lot of ways.
Ken, you haven't played Small City, have you? Sad. I have failed you. So that's my number 28, Small City. All right. Shrey.
My number 27 is Asian Tigers: A Story of Prosperity. Which,
Shock the hell out of me.
No, I love this game.
I had no idea you felt so strongly about it.
Yeah,
That's
no, it
amazing.
It's the second newest game on my list. It is. So when I first played it with Ken at S, we played half a game.
Yep.
And it wasn't. I was like, what is this? You just moving up some tracks and hopefully, and then scoring some points. Maybe we didn't see it play out, so I didn't understand it.
Yeah.
I got to play the full game, the Con Lobster Trap.
Right?
In in November, and I was like, played it, bought it, played it off stream, and then played it on stream, and every single time it's gotten better and better and better, and I'm really, really loving how it all fits together. Setting the worker colors for each of the areas, making sure that you fight over the right thing at the right time, collecting the flags for early or late. Ken likes to do it early. I probably do it late. Maybe I should do it late. Maybe I should jump on a bit earlier. But I think it's a very, very, very good game. And I want to show it to more people because I think it's gotten a bit of a miss. And they just announced that they were doing a second edition. I don't know how much is that.
You get rid of the cover art
Yes,
quick.
That is one of the things they're doing.
Yeah.
Is they're removing all
the AI.
all AI, which is just the cover. But
Yeah.
and then they're probably also going to tweak a few. They're going to fix the rule book because there's some things there.
Couple of things where you're not exactly,
And I
little
think they may
ambiguity.
fix some of the graphic design on the board, maybe.
Okay.
But yeah, so yeah, I think people should try it out and give it a second play because the first play may not. I hate to say that, right? That you need to play it more than once, but I think it.
I'm okay with that.
I just think for any reasonably heavy game, that's just a general disclaimer.
Yeah. I agree.
I don't think there
and I'm
really
okay
are
with
any
that.
games that are not like
Yeah.
that. I mean, there are, but they're few and far
Yeah.
between. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I think the randomized worker selection mechanism for this game is really spot on.
Agreed.
It totally makes the game.
Yep.
Haven't seen anything quite like it anywhere else, and I really like that part of it. I have some concerns that it might be a little samey, strategy-wise. There aren't that many ways to skin that particular cat. So that's my one concern with this game. But I have yet to have a bad play, and I would agree with Shrey. Every successive play for me has been better so far.
Yeah, I've enjoyed my plays, but I've only played it twice, so that's way too. That's not going to be enough to put it on my list. And I think at best, at best, it's going to be the third best Nuno Polo game.
Yeah, but I have not. I mean, there's a blind spot for me. I've never played Madeira.
Oh, what is that game
Yeah,
you
me
speak
neither.
of? Oh, okay. Have you played Asian Tigers?
No,
All right.
I almost did. Multiple times. But other games were chosen. Mostly they were newer titles
Okay,
that we were
fair
learning.
enough, fair enough.
Because we've been trying to churn through 2024.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
So that's Trey's 27.
Yep.
And my 27
Cheating. Yeah, go ahead.
is a game that I've played 4 times in its final form with a pre-production copy from Eagle Griffin Games. And that's Speakeasy. Technically has not yet been published.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's not. You're right. Yeah.
I should also point out this is Trey's 28.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's not like I'm alone. And I will also say when we get to the aggregate list, quite a few heavy cardboard folks.
Yeah, because
have it on their
we've
list.
had it for a long time. I get it. I'm not. I mean, I'm mostly giving y'all just
Yeah.
crap, but it's not on my list because it's not released
published.
yet.
Yeah, fair enough.
I also publish things where I'm...
Yeah.
Yeah. Steven's like, this is unfair.
Oh, see, John's with you.
I will say, this is 28, but I think or the 27. I think it could go up my list. I mean, right now I have it as the third ranked Vital Lacerda game on my list. But if I play it 5 more times, it wouldn't shock me if it ends up being my number 1. It is really, really good.
It is.
The card play. I mean, you're playing cards that have actions on it. There's a million games that do that.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a real genius to how difficult the decisions are with those cards. They don't seem like they're that different from each other, but boy, is it hard to make a call. The action selection, the sort of worker placement part of it is also really strong. Love the theme.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say it's about as good from a graphic design and art perspective as a game can get.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and I certainly don't. It doesn't make me feel like I'm a gangster in the 20s.
No.
But the theme integration is where this really comes through for me. In the gameplay works based on that. It's so easy to learn for a Vital game that I think people who have bounced off of some of his previous stuff, not severely but somewhat, should give this one a try. Have someone teach it. Watch Edwards teach. Understand how it works, and give it, and they may turn them around on at least on that one for Vital.
Again, following my own rules.
Yes.
Not on my list.
not on the list because of a technicality.
Fine. But that said, I think, honest to God, I think it's his best design. From a cleanest, just smooth, just everything about this game it's everything that Weather Machine isn't in that
Yeah.
regard. To where Weather Machine, very clever. And look, Vital loves stacking his do this one thing and then do all these other things. It just runs so clean in Speakeasy that I think this is his pinnacle so far from a design standpoint.
Yeah.
I don't know that it'll be my favorite, but it certainly is going to be on my list.
Yeah.
When it does qualify.
Yeah.
I mean, Edward put those ideas out maybe 3.5 weeks after we started.
Yeah.
Getting
To be fair,
lists
look, I'm
together.
just giving you a hard time. I'm fine with it. But no,
So-
it also lets people know. Look, this is legit going to be.
I will say this is very. I mean, maybe I could be wrong. I can play a game tomorrow that changes my mind on this. But right now, it's very hard for me to imagine playing a game in 2025 that I'll like better than that one.
Mm-hmm.
It is a very clear front runner for me for Golden Elephant.
Okay.
I liked it. It's a good game. What isn't on my list because obviously it hasn't come out yet.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, but I mean, obviously we have a lot of Lacerdas on our list.
Yeah.
Lacerda.
Okay.
I mean, for me, it's no Kanban, but it's
Yeah.
fine.
All right,
I
fair
know
enough.
you love Kanban, which
Yeah.
is A hell of a game.
Yeah, I mean, again, floors really
Real
damn
high.
high with Vital.
Real high.
And with Cole and with Splatter.
Yep.
So,
And
all right.
that's
we
my-
could all have a different Lacerda in our top 10.
I think we probably do.
Oh, maybe. All right.
So that's my 27.
All right. Speak easy,
Yep.
cheaters. All right. And Trey's 28.
Yeah, my
right?
28.
All right. Derek, what you got for 27, sir?
My 27 is Rococo.
The quintessential midweight Euro.
Yes, it is so wonderful. It's like having a breath mint. Like this game with I tell you, like I will actually play this game and it doesn't tire me out at all. And because of the cards are actions and you're bidding on these cards and you also, where am I going to place things when I actually place them? There's just so many great decisions to make, and you really have to watch what other people are doing because it really will affect how you're going to do your turn and what areas you're trying to get majority and or do you not even want to get majority? Do you want to get this lasting effect that will be there through the whole game? And it never fails for me. It's always really great play, and I have never had a bad play of this game. It's always there.
Yeah. I think that sums it up real well. That it's like going out to eat. It is a really good meal that's never going to be exceptional, but it's also never going to be bad. It is midweight in all the ways that you could define midweight and mid without it being a negative connotation.
Yeah.
Didn't make my top 50, but that's only because it's still in my top 100. And it is, again, I've made the joke, it is the midweight Euro that I judge all modern midweight Euros up against.
Yep.
Makes sense.
And look, the new version is ridiculously gorgeous.
It is really pretty.
Yeah.
The OG version's fine though.
Yeah, it's still
perfectly
beautiful, though.
it's perfectly
It is a
fine.
beautiful game
And
also.
I love that we can have a board game where we're all about making dresses and outfits for Louis XIV's ball. That's awesome, and it being perfectly fine and if not encouraged that we can have weird themes like that and it worked. So
And to
yeah.
John's point, I always play with the expansion. You always want to use the jewelry expansion in there. Just think it
But
just
it's
adds a little bit, but I don't even
but it's
notice
fine-
it's there because I always play with it.
Yeah, and it's fine if you don't
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah, that's
So,
true.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's as Ever says, it's not in my top 50, but it's hard to imagine ever having like a bad time with it.
Yeah.
It's a good play every time.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
Yeah, so it's a good game.
My number 27 is higher on somebody else's list. Moving on.
My number 26 is Santiago, which was mentioned yesterday.
Yeah, when I chat whenever I did the chat with
Yeah, he
James.
said it's currently
His number
officially
one.
his number one.
I honest to God, I know I've played it. I saw that we streamed it.
Yes.
I have zero recollection of playing
Canal
this
Canal
game.
Overseer. You don't
Yeah,
remember
you don't
this
remember
game?
this?
I don't. I'm sorry, dude.
This game is mean as hell.
I can't remember what we streamed last week.
It's
but
a it's a
I'm
game.
surprised. It is a memorable game.
It's a game of subtle and not so subtle manipulation.
Yeah.
okay.
You have to figure out who to go in with in the different stakes that you have essentially, and then make it seem so that you're not going to get the most out of something, or that you're not doing as well in certain areas, and that bribing of the canal overseer just to get what you need is so delicious. You have your emergency water, which you can use once in the game, which you should use definitely at the right time, but you got to figure out the right amount of money to give to someone to pull off your just to water your crops. It's the theme is so ridiculous, but it's great. I wish there was a newer edition out there that was better looking.
Does seem like the kind of game that is ripe for
Make it
a reprint.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's an edition out there that is that I think was printed recently ish, but it just looks ugly. The original edition is not particularly great looking, but I prefer it actually.
Okay. Yeah, I just need to play it again.
That's really funny. That you don't remember.
My bad. I don't.
I don't know.
Sorry.
I don't know
I've
who has
never
a
played it,
Who has a
so
copy? That's
I should
the
play it.
question that I have.
I
I
bet there's one in this.
Dan, John, Joe.
No,
and-
I think somewhere in
No,
in
I
this
don't
space.
know there isn't.
I don't.
No?
No, I don't
There
think
isn't.
I own
I think
Santiago.
Fascinating.
John has a copy. I
Yeah.
mean, Joe.
Joe. Yeah.
Joe
So-
H.
Joe
Joe
R.
R. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah. All right. Cool. All right. So cool. So that's Santiago. Moving on. Ken.
So my
This one-
26
This one surprised me so much.
is Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective.
Given the amount of info you have divulged today,
Yeah.
this actually makes sense.
As previously mentioned,
Yes.
I love a mystery solving game. This one is cooperative, which I think most mystery solving games are cooperative. In my mind, this is still the best cooperative mystery solving game, even though it is pretty old at this point.
yeah,
I think
80s.
Yeah,
Early
originally
80s.
it was
82,
right?
I think. Yeah.
There are now, I think, 4 volumes of mysteries for this, and I've played through 3 of them. And very excited to play the 4th one whenever that happens. That's the Queen's Park, and there's like 2 other locations that are off the London map, basically.
Keep going. I have a question.
Yeah. This one also has a distinction of being a game my wife will play. My wife likes games, but she doesn't like hobby games. But she will play Sherlock Holmes with me and my daughter.
Okay.
So that's a huge plus for me.
All right.
The theme is really good. I've read all the Arthur Conan Doyle stories and novels, and Sherlock Holmes is a lot of fun. The mysteries are at a pretty high level across the board, I would say. Like there are very few that like you truly can't solve if you're willing to follow all the leads.
Okay.
Of course, if you follow all the leads, Sherlock Holmes is going to beat you by like 300 points.
Is it about
Because you
beating
take too much
Sherlock Holmes?
time?
Do you actually care about that aspect of the game?
No, I mean not really.
Yeah.
No,
Right,
you're
like-
so there's a scoring aspect
Right.
that, and you're having to answer some questions at the end. We streamed this once, and I would love to stream it again.
Yeah.
But my question,
I will say, I think you care about not being embarrassed by Sherlock Holmes.
right?
So it's one thing if he beats you by 50 points. That's not a big deal. That's pretty standard. But if he really gets after you, yeah, it doesn't feel great. You want to do better than that, right? So like it leads you. It creates the tension in the game. Otherwise, the game wouldn't have any tension. Mm-hmm. It creates a tension where like maybe you're going to make your guesses a little too early, so
Right.
that you can try and stay competitive.
Yeah.
Right.
So, is it something that you could stream with us, or because you've solved them, like you just know the answers?
We could stream any of the ones from the 4th box.
Well, I don't want to take joy from your family, though. That's the only thing.
Oh, I see.
say.
There probably are some cases I don't remember.
Right.
So, I will also say for anybody who likes this game but hasn't played Baker Street Irregulars, which is the newest one.
Right.
It is kind of a little more family aimed, in that the cases don't typically involve murder.
Okay.
And it incorporates a new mechanic where like you're gonna have a sheet for each case that's gonna have like letters from like A through M, and you might stumble on a piece of information and it'll say like, okay, circle A. But there are other leads where it's like, if you have A circled, this is your answer. If you don't have A circled, you get
Because
this
you've already
answer
found that
instead.
information.
And so it adds a layer of investigation that you don't have in the base game, which is actually pretty cool.
That makes
It's
sense.
a neat innovation.
I really like that.
Yeah.
So, which is the better version to get then?
I mean, I think you should start with the first one,
Yeah. Okay.
which is the Thames.
It's the one that's actually.
Thames
Hold on.
Murders,
I'm gonna do the unthinkable. Here you go.
Thames murders and other cases.
There
yeah,
you go. Yeah. So there you go.
So, but I think they're all good. There's a series in the second one, or maybe the third one, where you do like a 5-case sequence.
Yeah.
About Jack the Ripper,
Okay.
which is also really cool. It's sort of like half legacy.
Cool.
So it's great. Highly recommend.
Yeah,
Love it.
I played it once, streamed it once in Denver, and I would totally be down to do it again.
And like it's like weird. It's not like any of the other kinds of games I play, which is why it's maybe not higher on my list.
Right.
But I don't have a lot of negatives about the game. Like I think for what it is, it's as close to perfect as it can be. So
Nice.
Have either of you played it?
I played it. I played a couple of them years and years and years ago. It's kind of game I do like, and I just don't really have the
You
opportunity.
love addiction games.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right, Derek.
My number 26 is Viticulture. Not the base game, because the base game is broken.
Yeah, you have to have Tuscany.
Really, really broken. And you know, the funny thing is, I had this much higher because when I first started gaming, Viticulture with the expansion Tuscany was my jam. Like I hadn't played Caelus, so I didn't know how tight games could
A
be.
worker placement game could be.
how tight they could be. But this game kind of did that for me because it was like you really have to make sure that you get workers or else you just can't play the game. And over the years, the expansions actually let me cater the game to exactly how I want to play. So I set the game up exactly with the types of cards that I want to use because over the years now it's hard for somebody else to get into it because they might just have the Moors expansion or certain expansions do certain things, and I wanted to make the game so that you had to make wine and you had to actually do the things that you would to be able to that you would if you owned a vineyard. You can't do a whole bunch of tours with nothing going on or things like that. I kind of removed those things from the game to kind of make the game solely about making, and whoever could do that the best, because I wanted everybody to have a similar path and not have it be this multiple like point salad kind of thing. I wanted people to make the things and have really tightness on all those parts to be able to sell the things.
Yeah. I mean, I think this is what's really cool about this game is that if a person comes to you because they know you're a board game player and they're like, oh, we played Ticket to Ride and we played Catan, we really like those and we're looking for like the next step. This is a good recommendation for that group, and it still holds up with experienced seasoned gamers. It's still a fun game to play, and so the fact that it can do both of those things as well as it does, I think it falls into that category of not in my top 50, but glad it made it on somebody's.
Yeah, game is fine. Doesn't really do much for me.
Yeah, a lot of people, it's polarizing for a lot of people, but for me, I use all the other expansions. I don't play the game a normal way. I have cows and cheese, and there's other things that I found that made the game more interesting for me.
Yeah.
And maybe that's my version of the game is not like any way anybody else would play it.
I still think like you have hard choices about when to use your workers. Like you have to like decide when you're going to use your workers in what season.
That's
and
right.
like that, no matter how long you've been board gaming, I think those choices remain difficult.
And
that's the core of what's good about the game to me.
And you have two special workers that have a special ability, and whether or not you want those or a normal worker, and there's a good amount of it does overstay at welcome at higher player counts, but the game itself for me it works really well.
Yeah.
And 26 is my pick, Viticulture.
All right, my 26 used to be in my top 10. It's fallen because we haven't played it much. And that's God, I keep doing it. I'm sorry. Say the name first, then do that. Sorry, Shrey.
It's all right.
Madeira, number 26. This is the pinnacle, in my opinion, of Nuno and Polo's. It was their first game. I get it, but this is so great. I remember way back in the day, this breaking my brain. It was so heavy. It was so hard. It is not that weight to me anymore. But I still think it is one of the very best dice drafting games ever made. It is really difficult to do everything you want. It has a bit of a push your luck aspect of you get pirates, and he who has the most pirates at the end of the game doesn't automatically lose, but you lose. And it's a game of, okay, I see how many you have. And it has that from Struggle of Empires that does a really good job with that. But it is a worker placement with a really clever action resolution, the way it changes every round, but it's in a predictable way so you can anticipate. And it never has stopped being a great, fantastic game. The only reason I'm even at all hesitant to recommend Madeira is because of all the drama involved with the Kickstarter, which had nothing to do with Nuno and Polo.
Sure.
But it's their game, so they get drug into it and whatever.
Yeah.
But a secondhand Madeira copy. It's fantastic. Great game.
I hope to play it someday.
Me too.
Never played it.
I feel like I have let these guys down.
I know,
so,
like
all
I
right.
played Nippon so many times and I've just never
Oh,
played
it is such an
Madeira.
inferior game to Madeira. All right, so number 26, Madeira. All right, we have reached the halfway point, but not for today. Because
right.
26, right? Okay.
And so Shrey and I share our number 25, but you're first, so you go.
All right, my 25 is Indonesia.
And this is my number 27.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, close. So yeah, we've already talked about like why hasn't anybody replicated the merger mechanism? That is the best part about this game, but that doesn't mean that there's not other great things in the game. The tech trees, you have to decide which path you want to go down, right? They're all interesting in different ways.
Diversify at your own cost.
Yeah, yeah. You want to figure out how you fit into you want to figure out how you fit in with the other players, right? What should I do that other players maybe aren't doing, or maybe one person is doing? So I will compete with them a bit. That's great. The creating the companies, building out the locations where they exist to figure out, and the ships are super important to figure out how we're gonna create the short routes for the crops or long routes if you're a shipper, and then how are you motivated to let cities expand or not? Maybe you don't want them to expand, and there's a lot of decision there that I think are just a really amazingly well done game. I know you hate the operation side of it.
Hate's a strong word.
It can be a little bit rough.
It's tedious.
If the game runs on, yes, it can be a little rough. But I don't mind it. I think I'll accept that part of the game to get the rest of it.
So for me, file under every game is a negotiation game if you play it right.
Okay. All right.
This is a very heavy economic game that often comes down to politicking.
Also true. Fair.
I love that about this game. Like you're doing math all the time. You have to figure out marginal value, marginal cost, and think about like is this worth it over and over again. But a lot of it's about saying the right thing at the right time, and like selling your truth.
So, all right. The merger mechanism in Indonesia is a Hall of Fame mechanism.
Yeah.
It is phenomenal. That's for you, Brianna. I saw what you said earlier. Thank you. The first half of the game, or first half of each round, right? The business side of things is fantastic. I love it. It is tedious, a lot of the operations stuff. But I will say this. So my discussion with James from Dad's on a Map, he brought up a really good point that this game plays 3 to 5 players.
Yep.
It is inversely proportional, the game length, to the number of players. 3 players is 5 hours. 4 players is 4 hours. 5 players is 3 hours.
Yep.
It is best, arguably, at 5 players. It is shorter, and you don't have the tedium of this 12-piece crop.
Or 18-piece crop.
That you have to figure out, how am I going to get all of these to the cities?
Right.
They tend to be more truncated. They tend to be shorter. Yep. So in that case, with that in mind, it's actually not so bad. The tedium of the operations side of it, for me.
Yeah. I think I actually prefer it 4.
Okay, fine. And I will play it at 3. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So
I don't... What I don't dislike about the 5 is that it does truncate that experience. That
right.
An era, it could be like 2 rounds.
The third era can be 1 round.
Yeah. Yes.
And which I don't particularly enjoy.
It can almost happen too quick, right? Yeah. That's fair. But that said, I've made the joke that this is like UPS and FedEx. This is the interview. To be able to get hired on there, you have to be able to play Indonesia well.
Yeah.
And it is... I have waffled throughout the years. It's really high. It's relatively low. It's never been bad. It's never not been in my top 100.
Yeah.
But where it is in my top 50 has waffled throughout the years. And right now, I find it at number 27. I feel good about that. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
So, cool. All right.
Okay, that's Shrey's in my 25.
All right. And my number, whatever I just said, 27. There you go. All right. So, Derek?
Oh, my 25 is Show Manager by Durkan. I love to play this at 6 players. It's a big game for me because I like the Dutch auction. I like being able to kind of feel out the other players and see whether or not which shows they're trying to go for, because you're collecting cards that you're gonna play to put on a show, and then you're gonna slot yourself in a column based on your performance, and hopefully you have the best performances. So the card management that you have, where you might be looking for a red show and you only need 3 cards, and you might be looking for a green show that you need 6 cards. So it might it changes what the auction and how the auction is actually being played. A super fun game. I always am super excited to play and sad when it's played without me. But I like to only play it at 6 players because I feel like the game is really, really strong, and it really shows off at 6. Especially when you're waiting for a certain actor to come around, and somebody just decides to wipe the whole thing and brand new actors all come out, and then you change it up and do something different.
I've never played it.
Oh,
No.
what?
Yeah, I've never played Show Manager. So, my bad.
I think this is probably the funniest game we've talked about so far. It is.
That's saying a lot, because there are some...
It is hilarious.
Hilarious.
Yeah, it's like...
Then shame on y'all here, then.
The
All right.
setting of the game is like you're putting on musicals.
Yeah.
musical, yes.
And so Derek was like, "Oh, it's the red one," but I mean,
It's Rats.
Yeah, you gotta call it with the
Okay,
call the
sure.
name of the musical. They all and the actors all have funny names.
Okay, all right, okay.
And like the way the market
It's awful.
inevitably leaves you cold is consistently hilarious.
Yeah, because the first card you get is free, but everything else costs money. And if somebody wipes it, you'd like, oh, look, my card's coming. And it's like, it's
There it
gone.
goes.
And come up with a better plan. There's not a lot of AP because you're either choosing what's in front of you or not. So
Okay.
and if you have to perform a bad play with an idiot that doesn't know his job, then you're just going to get a lower.
But this is one of those like end of the night at a con.
Okay,
games.
all right.
Yeah.
Wow, is it fun?
It is super fantastic. And
Yeah.
it's usually like, are we playing Medici or are we going to play Show Manager? And that's usually how the choice goes one way. There's not a lot of copies of Show Manager, so it tends not to get played as much because we don't have as accessibility to the game.
Fair enough.
Yeah, and I like Show Manager. I think everybody I know likes it much more than I do.
Okay.
I believe that.
Yeah, I find the cards display and the way things can go away and how you can you have to lean into it a bit. I find it a little bit frustrating at times.
True.
That's-
Serious Shrey is
That
serious.
That is how the game is
I
designed.
know.
It's designed for you to find it frustrating.
I totally get that. I get it. But
You're like, I'm really collecting this thing, but I have to take one more card. I'm not doing that anymore.
Well, and it's not like when the perfect one goes away, there's another perfect one coming. Because
Correct.
there's all the cards are unique.
yes.
So the one that you really wanted, it's gone.
And people have dual rows, but they're really good at one roll, but they're really sucky at another roll. So you
Yeah.
have to plug them in
Yeah.
if you take your change.
Okay, fair enough. So, Show Manager.
It's
Show
a good
Manager,
time.
number 25.
Okay. All right. I will get this right. Yeah, there we go. My number 25, The Gallerist. VTOL, piggybacking, gorgeous artwork, super clean. And I literally enjoy The Gallerist more every single time I play it. The first time I played it, I was lukewarm. Now I love it. And the solo is as good of a solo for an AI that you can run.
True.
It is gloriously simple.
It's hard to
which
beat,
is
too.
it's everything that I want in a Lacerda game, honestly. It's relatively easy to teach. It is a gorgeous game and plays great 1 to 4. It's a win for me, The Gallerist.
I'll have more to say in our next stream.
Okay.
I'll have more to say in the next stream.
I will not.
Okay.
You can say what you want.
No, so I own this game. I played it a few times when it first came out, and the thing that like shuts it down for me, the thing that I just don't enjoy, is the kick out mechanism and the fact that the person kicked out gets to do a whole bunch of stuff. So it's like, okay, player 1 takes their turn, player 2 takes their turn, kicking out player 1. Player 1 takes a whole bunch of actions, and before player 2 takes their turn. And this, the way that the kick out actions interrupt the flow of the game really bogs down the game for me. I should play it again.
I think you need to play it again because I think the kick out actions actually make it flow.
Make the game.
Yeah, they make it flow. I feel like.
And that's just again. I haven't played it. I haven't played it in so many years.
So maybe
I need to see it again.
I try to play it twice a year.
Yeah.
That's because it's pretty high on my list.
It's great. All right, so that's my number 25, the Gallerist. Shrey.
All right, number 24 is El Grande. It is the El Grande daddy of area control games.
Yes, it is.
It's the original, right?
It is. I say I don't like area control games, but quite a few of these. I don't.
Same.
So the bidding, right? So you have this set of everybody's got the same set of 12 cards or whatever it is, and you play a card in turn order. It's kind of like Lone Hearts in that regard. You play a card, and that sets you a bid. Nobody else can bid the same number. So, and the order that you play, the order of your number is the order that you set for taking the actions, and that is so interesting.
Yeah,
agreed.
The actions are out there. You want this. Some of them are going to be really good for you. Some are going to be really bad for you, and you have to decide how important getting the one that is good for you is over getting the one that's bad for you, or going early enough to make sure that the one that's really bad for you isn't taken by someone who could screw you over, and all of that. Like it's fairly straightforward in terms of the area control side of it. It's fairly straightforward, but I love it for how the card play works. It's you can't go wrong.
Falls in the diplomacy bucket for me of former friends thing.
Oh, that's funny. I never feel mad when somebody screws me in El Grande.
Yeah.
It's so clearly the point of the game.
No, I get it,
Same.
but man, this game makes me feel like crap every time
Very interesting.
I play it.
Yeah.
But
I like feeling like crap because of this game.
I have tried. I want to like it more than I do because the card play is really, really good in this.
Yeah, the
but man,
expansion.
do I get butthurt in this game. It's a character flaw. It's all about me, or like I'm the problem here. I get it, but yeah, I'm just a whiny little baby in this game, and I hate what that does to me. So no, not on my list.
This one was one of my, I think, maybe last 4 cuts for my top 50.
Yeah,
I'm glad it's on somebody's list.
It just missed mine too, but I love the expansion. I love the fact of being able to remove people from the map instead of just pushing them around, and it makes it even
That was
worse.
actually pretty. It did
also fun. Yeah.
Pretty cool.
It felt so
first
like,
time in
strong.
history I've ever seen anybody play it or heard of anybody playing it, and it actually worked pretty well.
I loved it.
Yeah, no, I'm surprised. Like the expansions in the big box are great. I hope that they get published in the new edition. That they put out those expansions because I think they're worthwhile. I mean, hardcore El Grande people might think, oh no, I poo-poo the expansion.
Sure.
I think
the game's
interesting.
far meaner with the expansion. Like you're able to use your stronger cards more. I think that more cards are actually played with the expansion than normally because less cards are thrown out. So overall, I think you're able to affect more with the expansion. But I haven't played it that many times, only once.
Yep.
El Grande.
El Grande, number 24.
Okay.
So my 24 is On Mars by Vital Lacerda.
This is my number 48.
Okay. Again, tough call with all these Lacerdas. They're all quite good. For me, this one is the epitome of his interlocking mechanisms method. Right? I think the way the mechanisms mesh together in this one is as good as it gets.
Mm-hmm.
The way that you need this material to make this material to make this, and back on around in a circle. The way the board play connects to the technology play. The sort of like, there's this like implied idea that you're gonna like spend a lot of time on the satellite early and then a lot of time on the planet later. But I think the more you play the game, the more you kind of see that you don't necessarily have to do it that way. There's actually a lot of room for like going off script there. And then it's another sort of like really a great example of the kind of game where like you get an hour and a half in and you're like, man, is this game ever going to end?
Right, like terraforming Mars. Is anybody ever going to actually terraform the damn planet?
Like, why don't you come back?
The end comes really fast.
Yeah, it does. Yep.
And so being ready for that tempo, like just like exponential increase, is really fun and kind of a pulse racing thing. So I as we've already talked about, I have the Gallerist listed higher on my list, but this is one heck of a game. I think one of his very best.
So on Mars, I have obviously lower than the Gallerist. And I'll be honest, Kanban on Mars, Lisboa, Inventions,
Vinos.
Vinos.
So, and those are the ones that they're
all similar.
Yeah, they all kind of dance around one another. So it depends on flavor of the week, kind of for all the reasons you talked about, right? Yeah. And so it's a super high floor, and I had to trim out some because I wasn't going to make this all about, like I said, those three design groups, if you will. And so I really enjoy on Mars. I burnt out teaching it when it first came out because I had the prototype and was helping Eagle show it around. So therefore, that, and I do not recommend the solo. And on Mars, I bounced so hard off of the solo in on Mars that then I actively disliked the multiplayer game because I was like, I just don't want it. This game pissed me off.
Well, you didn't actively dislike it. You just thought you did.
Yeah.
So you played it again.
Because we went back and be like, no, this is actually
really good. Yeah.
Especially because of how the interaction between the players.
Yes.
I mean, this is not a heads down looking at my player board the whole time. You're like, Ken, why don't you come back to the planet? Because I really need you to do something for me.
That's right.
But you don't want to.
Don't you want to bump that tech up one more so I can coast off your technology? And
boy, that would be nice, Ken.
Yeah.
And this is the reason why it actually kind of lowered itself on the list for me as a Lacerda. Because like he's saying, we have so many Lacerdas on our list. We really have to disperse them in a smart way.
So that's why it ended up lower.
Yeah,
because
it's just off the list for me. It's I love the game. I find certain aspects of it. I think it's a bit harder for me to get into. But that's all right. I'm happy to play it. 3-player with the right people. So.
Okay, so on Mars.
That's my 24.
And my 48. 49.
I have the next one that I have is actually probably not on anybody's list.
Facts.
And the fact that I, stream with heady cardboard, it's not.
You're doing it. Say the name of the game. Shay's gonna beat you up.
All right, number 24 is The Mind.
There you go. Now you can. Go
I was prefacing it.
No, he doesn't like prefacing.
I only preface it when I need it to. I have said the number and the name every single time.
Yes, that's fair.
And I've also outroed each time. So number 24, The Mind is really special game to me because it's all about group sync and it's all about feeling out other players. This isn't a late game for me. This is an early. Everybody just has started coming in and we're trying to get ready and we want to play something. I think this game is also great for people that don't know each other to kind of feel out each other. People tend to say it's not a game, it's an activity, but I feel it's a game because there's a group sync that happens that doesn't really happen in any other games. And I feel like this game is one of those games that if you bring it to the table with non-gamers, they'll understand it. You bring it to people that are gamers will understand it, and you can always get a good play or just a totally horrible play. And you'll really fill out that group, and you kind of know going through the day what games they kind of want to play. Because as you're playing The Mind and as you finish, people talk a lot. And it kind of just opens up that.
No, you don't
edge.
In The Mind.
No,
you
during
don't.
the game you do not. And that silence during the game leads to this conversation afterwards that tends to lead you into the rest of the day.
Fair, yeah. I enjoy it. Obviously, I played it a lot back in the day with Jess.
Okay.
And
just 2-player?
2-player, 3-player, 4-player, the whole 9 yards. She was very, very, very enamored with this game, and
I met a lot of people that I would have never met playing this game.
Yeah, so I enjoy it, but it hasn't hit the table in a number of years. But and again, that filler aspect, I would never have it on my list because of that limiter.
I do think it's one of those games where, like, if you play enough with the same people, it's kind of spooky how good you get at it.
Yeah,
You play without the cards even seeing the numbers. You just play black.
Yeah, you play it black,
Yeah.
and you can, get really far with that.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird how, like, good you get at reading subtle tells.
Yeah, and those subtle tells lead you into other games, which is really interesting. You can
Yeah.
and I don't know if this is bad because you can actually figure out what people's tells are before they even go into the rest of the game. But
No,
I don't use that against anyone.
I love the game too. It could have been my top 50. I dropped off because I don't know, there's something I feel like it doesn't quite rise to what I'm looking for. But I will always play it because it's so entertaining and so you just that moment when you flip the cards and you get this gigantic like roar of success. It's great.
Yeah.
So fun.
Some people in chat saying it's not a game; it's a warm-up exercise for a theater group.
Doesn't matter.
Flipping a coin is more fun.
Oh.
Ouch.
Wow.
Yeah,
But
it's
hey,
fine.
all right, hey,
Absolutely.
don't yuck on other people's yum.
For real.
No,
So-
but I mean, they cannot like it, and that's
Yeah,
perfectly
yeah,
fine.
totally fine.
That's
Absolutely.
right.
So
I mean, look at how high I have it rated. There's
Well,
a reason
again,
why.
like, Derek's not saying he thinks it's the best game. He's
Right.
saying,
Of
he's
course not.
saying it's one of his favorites.
That's
yeah,
right.
there you go. All right, so that's number 24. My number 24, gonna piss off some people. Power Grid.
I mean,
Probably should be higher.
I mean, Shrey had a 36, so
Yeah.
you did better than that, I guess, at least.
That's definitely low for me.
That's still embarrassingly low.
Yeah, fair. Look, it's Power Grid. I mean, I can, but you know what? We're gonna do enough talking about this the next stream, and this is running super long.
Fair.
So it's Power Grid. We'll talk more next time, okay? And plus
It's a game I also like.
right.
I also like it too a lot.
So there may be some there may be another play of it in between these. So all right,
Yes.
that's fine. So my number 24. And hold on. The last thing I'm gonna say about this before I get hammered is, you know what? Tomorrow it could be number 16. Like it's somewhat arbitrary. Like if it's in your top 50, it's pretty good. My point.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I hear you. All right, that's my number 24.
Back to Shrey's 23?
Shrey, yeah.
My 23 is Raw by the good Dr. Knizia.
All right.
Yeah, no, this is the best push your luck game that is out there in my regard. The auction is so dynamic because what you want is going to shift over the game, and what other people are going to want is also going to shift over the game. So you have to evaluate the auction, how everybody sees the auction as it grows, and have to decide whether you should make it grow further or and then you also have the role of if you have the low numbers, you should be pulling Raw often, and if you have the high numbers, you got to really hope that someone lets a good set of tiles keep growing. I think there's so much fun to be had in this game. It's never a bad time.
Yeah, so also, it was 44 on my list. And somewhere on your list, too? No?
Keep going.
So I think something that's special about Raw is that it's an auction game that works well at 3 players.
Yes, it does.
That is...
3, 4, 5.
Yeah,
it works
that-
very, very well at 3.
Well, the weird thing about Raw is that, like, Raw at 3 and Raw at 5, it's almost 2 different games. Right? Like, Raw at 5 is kind of a beer and pretzels, let's just see what happens kind of a game. You don't have a lot of control.
Okay, fair. I'll
Raw
buy
at
that,
3,
yeah.
you have a lot more control, and it's I think, a more skillful game, but they're both really fun, but it's pretty different.
Okay. I guess I've never stopped to think about it that way, but I guess that's a fair point.
Yeah. And it's also great at 4, turns out. Maybe I would say even best at 4. But it's pretty hard to find an auction game that works well at low player counts. Yeah, I mean, there's not really much bad to say about it.
Yeah.
No, it's one of Knizia's Hall of Fame 3 auction games.
Yeah.
It's interesting how people do bounce off it because I've picked it up and started playing with somebody and they were like, "This game sucks. Who designed this?" And I was like, "Wait, you're a designer and you've never heard it?" Because a lot of designers don't play. They're not able to play as much as they would like to play, and if they're in a very specific subset of designing certain games, they might not have the breadth of all the other games, and they bounce really hard off it. I mean, I enjoy it, but I can see how somebody wouldn't because of the chaoticness of the player count.
This was a cheat. This was one of my very last cutoffs for me.
Oh, because
And I saw y'all. I was like,
Okay.
yeah, all right, Raw goes. That's fine.
Wow.
Whatever.
Such a cheater.
I know.
I will also say this,
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
to add some perspective on Knizia. I have Raw number 44, and it's my 5th highest ranked
Knizia
game.
There you go. I've never won Raw. That's not why it's low. In fact, it's the inverse. I was a point away from winning my first game, and it was against William Attia.
Yeah.
And he still beat me. And I was just so close to winning Raw.
He's a good gamer, though.
He's incredibly intelligent and
Yeah,
super
you can't feel
sweet
bad
human.
losing to the guy who
No,
designed
I
it.
don't. But that would have been an epic.
It would have been sweet.
That's what I'm saying. But maybe it's a blessing in disguise because I probably would have had to have retired from Raw.
He doesn't even talk about being a designer at all, or games.
I know. Like I had no idea I was sitting next to the dude that designed Kalis the first time I met him.
Yeah.
And I was like, and then I saw him. I was like, it's
I didn't even know for 2
Kalis.
years.
Yeah,
Like,
it's So that was
he's just
cool.
a nice guy.
Ollie points out Raw also playable at 2.
Yeah.
And I have heard Martin say
Yeah, that's true.
that it's good at 2 as well.
Well, there
I've
you go.
It's sort of like, I don't see a reason why I wouldn't try an auction game at 2. It just doesn't seem right.
Yeah, right.
That
You
would
don't
be
think
good.
auction?
But when you think about how Raw works, I guess it could actually work.
It could,
Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go. Report back. Let us know how it is.
Yeah.
So that is. Look, everybody loves Raw. If you don't, you're wrong. But everybody here loves
Well, you need
Raw.
to just play it again at a different player count.
That's
Yeah.
Shay's 23.
Yeah.
All right.
And my 23
Wait,
is... Oh, sorry.
My 23 is John Company, 2nd edition.
Ooh.
I've heard of this game,
I'm waiting for
pretty
this one to
good.
come up.
It's pretty good.
This is
yeah.
my 47.
And
Yeah.
this is my number 30.
Yeah, makes sense. So, it's a very strange game for me, in some ways, in that like the mechanisms are all simulation related. They don't have anything to do with what you do as a player, really.
Okay, fair.
Like the actions you take in the game are just such a small part of the game.
yes.
Right?
Yeah. Okay.
When you're choosing, like, am I gonna invest in ships or am I gonna, like your actual actions in the game are really limited. In some ways, the game kind of happens to you, but it is my favorite pure negotiation game. It's just it's all negotiation. It's all what you can convince other people to do.
Yeah. It's the only reason it's not higher.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start there. The only reason this is not a perennial top 20 game for me
Yep.
is running those goddamn events is such.
Well, I will say, I have often had the benefit of having you run the events when I've played. Not every time. Like when I think we played at least once at HeavyCon, and I had to run the events. But by that time, I knew how to do it because I'd watched you do it.
Ricky
a couple
Royal,
times.
who designed the solo for John Company, put out a 24-minute video
Yeah.
that is only going over the events. I took 6 pages of notes watching his video to get ready for our extended play of John Company and still got stuff wrong.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like that's
It's a lot.
it's frustrating.
Yeah.
And that, much like you'll notice arcs, you'll notice a theme here. There is that one little thing that is keeping me from wanting to A, play it more, and B, ranking it higher.
There's a bookkeeping piece that you don't enjoy.
There is, again, it's number 30, so hold your horses, people.
Still pretty
it's
good.
still pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay, but that is the one thing that I will harp on. But, oh my God, the ability to do well as the CEO, the president of the company, or tank the company based on your personal ambition
Yep.
and your personal drive, and the ability to backstab is so chef's kiss
Yeah.
in this game. It is delicious. And the fact that it addresses one of the periods of history that, let's face it, pretty horrendous with the East India Trading Company,
Sure.
but does so in a way where, look, we're all terrible humans. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it leans into rather than
Right.
running away from it.
Exactly, right. It doesn't handle
yeah.
it in a flippant way. It makes
Right.
fun of it itself, or makes fun of in that regard, right? Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is a fantastic experience game. I don't think I ever consider the point scoring in the game. Really?
Yeah.
Even
All
though
right,
it's
that's
there,
fair. That's
because
fair.
I kind of just want to like
See what happens.
see what. Yeah, I want to see how the game develops. I want to see how the interactions with the other players go, and that's really it. That's enough for me with this game. It's just such a good story.
It is.
that comes out of it. I don't ever really want to play the long game, and I certainly don't ever play the firms. But the standard game is where I enjoy it.
Oh, I think the firms are great.
Deregulated company is
Yeah, it's
really
pretty
fun.
awesome. It was hella intimidating going into it. Like, I'm like, okay, yeah, let's tackle this. And then, it's not that bad. Oh, okay, yeah, no, this is doable. Yeah, this isn't so bad.
Okay.
Yeah, honestly, it's just the events for me.
Yeah. Yeah. It's good stuff.
It really is.
I mean, it's not a game I want to play every week.
Agreed.
It's because it's a lot. But it's a game that I will always want to play 2 or 3 times a year. Yeah.
Yeah, I honestly, I would really love to get in a game of this at HeavyCon. That'd be cool, and it would be the long game. That would be cool.
Yeah.
Apparently, we're all idiots, and Jakob just says follow the player aid, and the events are really easy.
Well,
my
I
bad.
mean,
I'm the idiot.
You can
All
get
right.
there with the
All
player
right.
aid, but
So
it's not. They're easy.
There is a BGG player aid that I think does a better job.
Yeah. The flow chart. That's fair. Yeah, go ahead.
I think we got a.
Oh, did we?
Patron, yeah.
Oh, my phone did not sing to me. In fact, I turned it. I muted it. My bad. Games unprofessionally. Cheers to you.
Cheers.
Almost out of tea there.
I know. So my
it's a good
third,
sign.
my second cut. Like everyone's almost running dry.
Yeah.
We are at 4.5 hours on
Fair
it,
enough.
but whatever.
We're almost
so
there.
Thank you for the support. I really, really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thanks for that. Games unprofessionally.
So
So
that's my 23.
yeah. So John Company. Some people are like, "Oh, that's awfully low, fellas."
Yeah, there's only so many games we can put.
I feel good about my top 20.
Yeah, I do too. I'm okay with it.
I don't remember
Yeah.
mine anymore.
Okay.
It's so long ago.
I feel
Alright.
good about your top
Alright.
20.
So my 23 is New Frontiers. I enjoy race, I enjoy roll, but I love the combination of Puerto Rico and this world together. So this game actually fits really well in that everything is happening kind of on your player board with your follower action. You're manipulating the kind of the other people to do your bidding, so to speak, similar to Puerto Rico. And I like being able to create the worlds and then kind of have that interplay that happens between what I'm trying to gain that other people want as far as buildings, and then my own personal build that I'm working on individually. So New Frontiers is much higher than I probably wanted to place it, but it just felt like it was in a nice location because it has the follower action.
get that.
It has a bunch of the pieces that I really enjoy in games, and a bunch of the games below it, I would prefer to play this over them, and that's kind of the way that I made all of my list.
That's fair. I haven't played it since we streamed it.
Yeah.
I'd
Same.
totally be down to
Yeah,
play it again.
I really like New Frontiers. It would be on my long list. It wouldn't be on the
And you're coming at that from a race,
Yeah,
right?
so-
Somebody who just loves race.
I think it does a
For
better
the Galaxy.
job at
Yeah.
that feel than Roll for the
Roll.
Galaxy it is. I don't particularly like Roll. But yeah, New Frontiers.
Roll's loud.
Yeah.
Loud?
It's
It's
loud
loud.
because you're rolling the dice so much. And,
Oh.
yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
sorry.
No, I think New Frontiers does a really great job at presenting that type of the thing that I love in race, but it's my big complaint with it is ergonomic setup. It's a large footprint. It's not
Yes.
like gigantic, but like it's a lot to set up. I don't get in and out like I do with the race. So
Fair.
It
which
is-
is what
it
I'm,
is
it's inevitable
more.
to compare it to it.
So it's the board game about the card game about the board game about the dice game about the board game or whatever
Something
it
like
is.
that,
But
yeah.
Yeah.
race and all the iteration.
Yeah, so there's
Kind of
23
weird that
New
they called
Frontier.
them New Frontiers instead of like, something else for the galaxy.
Race for the Galaxy, the board game.
Yeah.
That's
I don't know
true.
why. I don't know why
Oh.
they did
I
that.
don't know what to do.
Fair enough. So,
23 New Frontiers.
all right. Vinos, my number
Oh,
23
there we go.
was higher for years and years and
Yeah.
years. New games come out.
Right.
It happens. You know what? You know what game I really love? Vinos.
Yeah, it's a good one.
It really is. So I like the OG edition, like old school, the 2010 published game.
Mhm.
I really like
rules.
the 2016 published edition of the 2010 rules.
Yes.
Making that delineation because the 2016 kindler, friendlier,
Yeah, it has an
take the
alternate.
bank out of the game is an inferior game that just don't play it. Even VTOL's like,
That's
I
true.
did it to get more people to play it, but no, I don't play it.
Yeah.
So
That's what I wanted out of the Skyrise rulebook. It's just an incorporation of like, here's the old school rules in case you want to play with some sharper edges.
Yeah, which the 2010
Right.
rules is playable out of the box, right? Both of them. The production is ridiculously good. The artwork is gorgeous. And it is still, to this day, of all of his release games, my highest ranked VTOL Lacerda game. It is arguably the hardest to play well, I think. It also is relatively simple to mechanically play.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't have the 34 steps that you have to do, that you have to remember for. But being able, I know what I'm allowed to do. I know what I can do. Now, what should I do? And the rules get out of the way really relatively quickly in this. Yet, it's still a really complex decision space. And I love drinking wine as well. And Vinos, is my number
Do play a little bit of
23.
chicken in it too, because you're like, do I want to go to the bank, or
Yes.
do I have just enough money to make it through this round? And it's so nice and tight. I mean, that 2010 rules are just.
And when to present a wine at the fair? Do I take an action, or do I get to actually have it as a free action, but I do so later at the expense of the better rewards and the correct matching of the wine experts and all that? And it's
Right.
it's so good. It's clean. It's relatively simple, rules wise, but complex in the decision space, and it's wonderful. Okay,
Yeah,
moving on.
agreed.
That's Vinos, my number 23.
All right, my number 22 is it's
Go ahead.
Brass Birmingham, which probably is lower than many people, or higher, or whatever direction you might say.
It's not in my top 50.
Caveat. Brass is though.
Yes, Brass is also Brass Lancashire. Brass is also on my top 50. We'll talk about it later.
Yeah.
But Brass Birmingham is a excellent game. It adds the beer, which I think makes is a much more scarce resource in a really interesting way. And the pottery is a fine addition. I'm not sure. It's a strictly really point scoring, right? It's got that back and forth of the points versus not, or income versus not. But what it's missing from Brass is the ports, right? The player ports. It's got its ports, but they're game ports,
Right.
board stuff, which I think is a little bit of a miss, but I still love the core system. Given my brothers, I'd play Lancashire, but I love Brass Birmingham. That's why it's only 22. Only 22.
All right, we'll talk about it the rest next week.
Yes.
All right, yeah, I think that works. Okay.
Cool. So then my number 22 is Concordia.
I just saw this. I saw the name. I was like, what the?
How do you have it that low?
These guys. You.
82 Ken.
It's high on my list.
I know. I figured. Yeah.
I mean, he's
we know
something
it's on,
else.
we know it's on an Edwards top 50.
Yeah.
Facts.
So I love Concordia. 22 is very high.
It is.
It's higher than some other excellent games, higher than John Company, for goodness sakes.
Right?
I think if I could only ever play base Concordia, it would be quite a bit lower. It might not even be in my top 50. But I think one of the strengths of the game is that it's really a game system at this point.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
And
Kind of
that
like Age of Steam is well,
It's
right?
been really cleverly expanded. The maps by themselves add a lot of variety and really give you better options at a lot of different player counts. Salsa, I think the Salsa resource is great. I think, in the minority of people who actually enjoy playing with forum tiles, although I wouldn't say it's something I want to do every time. And I like the fish market. So, but the expansion that really probably put it as close to the top as it is for me is Venus. I love a partnership game, and I love the way that those rules change. I love the shared money in Venus. So you're always like, oh man, I could do a slightly better version of this action if I just take $5 from you. Which is always an interesting and exciting temptation. And managing your shared bank is a really clever part of that game. And sort of with the Venus expansion in, it's my.
I enjoyed Venus far more than I thought I was going to.
Yeah.
And I'm starting to come around on Concordia. I'm never going to have it as a game that I love to play, but I've gotten to where I'm not actively avoiding it now. So there's that, and we'll talk more about it next week.
Yeah, it's much higher on my list.
So all right. So Derek,
my number 22 is For Sale. It's a great card game. It's a card game that I always will play. Always play it online. I always play it physically. If there's time, right before, even at Heavy Con, right before we go to dinner, we'll play. Hey, let's play a game of For Sale, because it's just a game that it just feels so nice, and it's so horrible when somebody gets that outhouse instead of getting their grand luxury. But you know what? You might be able to make it in the second portion of the game, which is actually when you sell things and you got to watch what everybody else is doing, because you might be able to get a lot of money because you're just playing the right number at the right time. It's all about tempo. It's all about timing. And you can really push each other with that auction at the very front of the game.
again, it's a filler, so it wouldn't be
is.
on my list, but it's great. It's just a really great time.
It was in my top 10. It's moved to 20s, but it's For Sale will always be there.
Yeah, it'd be like, hey, exactly like you said. Oh, we got some time to kill. You want to play For Sale? Sure.
Do you have a preference on the rules set that you play, the original or the new auction?
We haven't played the new.
Well, sorry, what I mean by new is that box cover.
No, auto. The auto.
No. That's the one from like years and years ago.
Yeah, that's. Oh, are you talking about the bidding?
The bidding, yeah.
You're talking about
the match bid versus not match bid.
So I mean, we could have a whole conversation about that. I don't know if we want to have a conversation about that, but it changes the game dramatically.
Yeah, it does.
It does significantly, and I think some of the local group doesn't prefer or like the Joes that way.
So, moral of the story: try both. Find out what you like. So there are more than one rule set that you can play it by.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
I think what I would say is, if either rule set only existed, it would still be a classic game.
Yeah, agreed.
Like they're different,
And the
but they're
fact
both
that you
still damn
can,
good.
and the fact that you can have that little bit of a change and make the game that different is very interesting.
Yep.
22 For Sale.
My 22 is one of the best auction games out there, and that's Keyflower.
Oh.
Different currencies, auction bidding game, however you want to frame that. There are 4 different currencies in the game, right? With colors of meeples, and it is brutal every time I play it. It's great at 3, 4, 5. I think this is Richard Breeze's best game. And check that. I think this is Richard Breeze's second best game. Apologies. But I think it is the best in the Key series for sure. Just the bidding mechanism, it's relatively simple, and it's well done. It's elegant, and I love me a great bidding game.
You think this is Richard Breeze's second best game?
Yeah, and it's not even close. Don't worry about it. We'll talk about it later.
All right.
So, thoughts on Keyflower?
There are better. The Richard Breeze games are like more than this for sure.
Anyway,
This game does not work for me.
you're not alone. Jess hates this game.
Yeah, and maybe it's that what you're talking about in terms of the brutal auction. I don't know. It just I
Yet
find
you like Age of Steam. Just saying.
yeah, but I don't know. It's different. It's been so long. I think I last played this at a con, 2017 maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, Jakob's right. The rest of the game is fine, but the auction mechanism is what carries the game.
Yeah.
Because you're building a little tableau, but you're not just bidding for the tiles to be able to bring them into your... You can activate the tiles instead of bidding them, or I can come visit you. I give you the currency, which is the meeple, but I get to take the action.
Yeah.
And it's a constant increasing bid that it's just so good.
I mean, the reason that auctions are so brutal, and the reason that the action efficiency is so brutal in the game in general, is because the integers are so small. Right? Like, it's not like you have, 15 yellow meeples.
Right. You might have 3.
Yeah. And so your choice to bid 1 versus 2 is a massive decision.
Yep.
And I think that is why it feels as unforgiving as it does.
That's fair.
I'm kind of where Jakob is. I think the auction by itself is amazing, but the rest of the game is kind of meh.
I would prefer to play Isle of Skye, but because I like that mechanism, the auction mechanism, but I also like what you're doing afterwards more. I don't know. Maybe I need to play Keyflower again. It's been a very long time since I played that. Oh, geez, I don't even remember my play. That's how long ago it was.
And apparently, two-player people are loving it. Brianna,
That kind of
Ashbjorn.
makes
So,
sense.
yeah, I
It would be
know.
good at 2 players.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Because a lot of it is about what you're doing here.
As well as right,
And the auction, because again, it's not like you're bidding. You're not bidding like, oh, I bid 2, you bid 3, I bid 4.
no, I'm bidding
5,
a
I bid 6,
green,
I bid
which
7.
now that the only thing on that auction are green meeples.
that tension should stick with 2 players, right?
Yeah,
So-
that's actually a fair point. So
I had to look up what the non-key game that you like more than this of Richard Breeze, and I it's a good one, but there's a different one that I like more. That is
that's
find
my
out soon
number.
enough.
You will find out next week. Well, you will find out tomorrow.
I heard that I'm getting it tomorrow.
Yes, but
Okay.
you publicly you will find out about
Fair
it next
enough.
week. Number 22, Keyflower. All right, moving on to number 21.
Last one.
Last ones. We have finally reached the end of today's stream. Almost.
my number 21 is Underwater Cities by Vladimir Suchy. This is a worker placement game that doesn't do anything particularly revolutionary. There is a good amount of contention for the actual worker placement spots, and it does, and maybe is lacking a little bit of real interesting interaction, but everything comes together. You need to it's a really it's just a very nice experience for me. I get why it's just bog standard Euro just for some, but the figuring out how to manipulate your hand or plan with your hand and then target the specific things you need to target, whether it's like building out some cities early enough or getting your tunnel network done, getting to the metropolis in time, I think is great. The expansion, I like one aspect of the expansion, which is the quick start. The rest of it, I'm not really interested in.
True.
They just announced that they're doing another expansion this year.
Oh, interesting.
So I'm curious to see how that goes. I'm not sure it needs it, but that's fine. It is an excellent game for me.
It kind of left me cold the first time I played it. We played it with the expansion once, and I actually liked it quite a bit better. Not in the top 50 for me, but I see why people like it. It's a game I would happily play anytime.
Yeah, the expansion, the quick start makes a really big difference to me. And it went from 2. Yeah, I enjoyed that. So that's where I fall on that.
I
now.
really enjoy it. The quick start helped me to want to play this game much more. I love the card play, to be able to play in certain areas to get something and other people get in your way. I mean, the game itself is really smooth, and definitely play whenever Shrey asks.
Yeah.
Because, it's one of those games that's outside of my top 50, but I feel like it should be in if I was able to play it more.
Yeah.
So, number 21, Underwater Cities.
Yep. So my 21 is Kalis. It's a pretty good game.
Eh.
Which one?
Kalis.
Which Kalis?
The real
The real one. Yeah, that is the right answer. Correct. Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah.
So it's kind of the original worker placement game.
It's not technically,
Like
but
Bus and Aladdin's Dragons, I think, are both technically earlier.
Aladdin, you mean Keytown? But yes, that's fair.
Sure.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
yeah, this is the mainstream first OG
this
worker
is
placement.
this is the top of the root of the tree.
Yes, that's fair.
Right, that
Yeah.
worker placement
Yeah.
games became, right? And the economy in the game is super duper tight.
Yes.
You can build yourself out so that you have a lot of money, but if you do that, inevitably you're going to be spending a lot of money, so it doesn't really matter. The scoring is really focused, so
Yes.
it's not, there's 15 ways I can do this, so I'll do this one. It gives me 4 points instead of 3 points. No, it's not that game at all. You have to be building the castle, but you also need to be building other things, and doing the impossible balancing act is how you do well at the game. I'm sure others will talk about the provost and the bailiff, which is another fun feature of the game. But I like, it's relatively simple. There's not really a lot to explain. But what I would say is, like, if you like worker placement games and you haven't played this game, you should play it immediately.
Yes.
Because it's about as good as they come.
And the Provost is one of the more unique mechanisms in board games, and everyone hates him, and you learn to love to hate him. And Kalis, not my top 50, but I knew it would be in others, so I felt okay with that.
Yeah.
So that feels like a bit of a cheat, but also, full disclosure, I love worker placement games, but I never feel compelled to want to get Kalis to the table. I respect it, and I enjoy playing it, but I'm never clamoring to play it, so that's why it's not mine. Yeah. But oh my God, it's the OG for a reason. Yeah. It is fantastic. It is a great game.
Yeah, when it actually gets to the table, I have a good time.
Yes.
There's some people that get hurt because, it's Kalis.
Yeah. You definitely get jammed up in it.
There's things that are going to happen.
Get jammed up.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. Right? It's one I'm happy to play, and I should play more, but it just doesn't grab me. It doesn't leap off the shelf for me.
And I mean, Martin Fowler has the Kalis test, which is a real thing, and I think it does a really great job for this. Is this a game I would enjoy playing more than playing Kalis? Yes or no? And there you go.
And that's a tough test.
It is. It's a high bar, but
only 20 games qualify for me.
There you go. So, you're number 21.
Noted by 21.
That's my number 21.
That's right.
Kalis. All right. Derek.
My 21 is Art Deco by Tate Wu. Originally released as Promenade with all of his original artwork. This game is one of those games that it has an economy with the artwork you're buying and selling from the main board, and just the card play is fantastic. You can play this game relatively quickly. You can play it like an hour with 4 players, and I have to say that this game is one of those games where, as the artwork has a certain value, whatever is the lowest value is pretty much going to get pushed up throughout the game to a higher statue, because it's just available, because there's this chicken that gets played with the actual galleries where you want to wait until the gallery's full of what you need. So you want somebody to take something from that last piece of the gallery so it fills in, so that you have more opportunity at the next turn. But as you're buying and selling it, all the artwork itself values are going up, and as the game ends, you're going to kind of put yourself in a position that you can hopefully make everybody around you value what you think is going to be the best towards the end, because you're displaying stuff in there and that stuff is lost from your hand. So it's almost like you want to get rid of the stuff that's early and then work towards getting involved in things that are going to be worth more later.
Yeah, getting rid of things out of your hand makes them more valuable, but now you have less to be able to score.
And what's great is, as you're buying and selling, the economy of each one of the sub genres changes, and I love that economy in the game, and the fact that it plays so quickly and it has that back and forth where things are rated and you're actually, the value of your cards are better, so you can purchase more. So it's like this snowballing effect that happens during the game. That's really, really pleasant.
I've enjoyed my plays. It never really, like, I've never been like, oh my God about it. But if you said, hey, you want to play Art Deco Promenade,
For
yeah,
sure.
I'm in.
This
I'm
is
totally
one of those
in.
games that gets lost, and when I'm hanging out with designers, I always bring this to the table, and they're always like, whoa, what is this? Because it did fly under the radar. It's
Right.
with a bigger publisher, so it's not going to get the push that it would with a smaller publisher that only does
Rio
a few
Grande.
games. Yeah, Rio Grande, and even though it's a good game, it just doesn't get the table with so many things coming
Right.
out. So I always try to push it out because I personally really enjoy it.
Yep.
And it's pretty.
It's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As deck builders go, I like it a lot better than Dominion.
Yeah, no, it is a deck builder I like. So.
It's a deck builder with an economy.
It is.
Yeah.
So that's 21 Art Deco.
All right, last one for the stream today. This one hurt me. It's Wildcatters number 21.
Hurt you not put it higher.
Yeah. I am very good friends with designers. Not
Yeah.
why it hurt me. It's a great game. The second edition streamlines it. The first edition totally playable. So whatever edition you can get, highly recommend. Aesthetically, I think it's one of the, when the game is built up, it is one of the coolest looking games on the table, with the oil derricks and the pump jacks and the whole 9 yards. Like, without it having a bunch of plastic dolls on the table, it is a beautiful, beautiful game. But it's all about finding, drilling, producing, and transporting oil all over the world. And it is such a tight economic game, and a balance of doing what you want to do, being opportunistic with other players, but also being able to put the screws to players and forcing them to take loans at inopportune time. And it's only gotten better throughout the years. It originally came out in 2013, and I have loved it ever since. So Wildcatters, my number 21. Have you all played it?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
It is
I have, I think, 3 plays in. I would like to play it more.
Okay.
Yeah.
yeah.
I need to play. It's always around, and I'm just not playing it. He's usually playing it. You can only put so many people, and there's only so many copies.
Yeah. My first play, I kind of came away and I was like, is there really only one way to do this? But by the time I finished my third play, I was like, oh no, there's actually quite a few ways you can do well in this
And
game.
it's kind of an original piggybacking.
Yeah.
Like before the Gallerist and stuff like that, to where you get a lesser version of an action, but you also get to do it relatively cheap, if not for free. And yeah, it's just really, really great game. Wildcatters, highly recommend. And Kushiga kind of highlights why I love doing this list. Even though I hate the act of making the list, he's like, hey, I forgot about this game. I need to track it down. Or other people, I don't know this game. And yeah, it's why this is fun. Getting to talk about games for hours on end and put things on y'all's radar that maybe wasn't or forgotten about, so on and so forth. So my number 21, Wildcatters.
Nice.
So that ends a marathon
like
stream.
a nice short stream.
Yeah, as you do. Like, maybe we could do a game day now. Nope.
Sure.
So, yeah, if y'all liked it, there's a lot of y'all out there. Please like and subscribe.
Yeah, appreciate all the patrons we got during the stream. That was great.
Yeah, that was awesome. And if you would like to become a patron, support the Patreon Drive, support the channel, as well as benefit yourselves, patreon.com/HTHQ. You get access to the Slack community. You get access to all our patron-only streams, of which there's going to be one tomorrow. I can't wait. Stressbotics Odyssey. We're doing
you
a
thought
partial
this stream
game.
is long.
Yep. So, tomorrow we are doing day whatever it is, Hinkle and Stein. If you've never seen or heard of Hinkle and Stein, get ready for an entertaining stream tomorrow at 3 p.m. We're streaming a box of rocks. Literally, it's a box of rocks. I'm Edward.
I'm Derek.
Shrey.
Ken.
Y'all have a good one. Thanks, everybody, for joining. And a huge thank you to these cats that took the time to do this.
Yes.
Thanks,
So
guys.
give us your
Good times.
thumbs.
All right, y'all have a good one. See y'all later. Bye.